here with another Sunday stream with everyone's favorite, cannot wait to be fully robotic, Adam Friendly.
What's up, everybody? How you doing, Sitch?
I'm doing great. Hope everyone's doing well. It's our first Sunday stream back from the new year, 2025.
Oh, it is? Wow.
That's right,
Wow.
baby. 2025. So hopefully it's going to be a great year. We're all going to get our personal robot maids and butlers to do our whims for us, right? Our robot slaves this year.
That'll be great, yeah. Unemployment and homelessness will climb to all new levels, but look, we'll be fine. I'll have my own personal assistant, robotic assistant. It'll be great.
So it'll be great. So today we're going to be watching, this is a very long video, but we're going to try to get through it, is a very, very interesting debate on is the West in decline? Which really, whenever you have these conversations, you know, you aptly named the stream. Whenever you have these conversations, it turns into, is America good or bad? That's what really the debate is going to be about.
Sure. Yeah, and that's totally true.
It's kind of like a 2v1 debate. The one is Konstantin, which I think Konstantin Kisin is one of the best communicators today in terms of the America good, West good, Western democracies, capitalism, liberalism good. I think he's one of the best people communicating that and debating that concept. So I'm glad to see him do this often in public.
Right. Yeah, so many of these debates just devolve into whatever you think the big problem is, whether it be like capitalism or patriarchy.
Right.
Like all the ills in the world come down to the one thing that you're monomaniacally focused on. And you see that so evidently in this debate here. So,
yeah, well, that's the ultimate. When I was younger, I was like trying to be really cognizant of this, and I still am, which is it's so easy for us to get trapped in a frame of looking through the world, a singular lens in which you look through the world. And you can just so easily see, like once you say like, okay, everything is because of late stage capitalism. Okay, everything is because of the patriarchy. Okay, everything's because of racism. Once you've made that decision, it's so easy to see everything through that lens. So you have to just be aware of that and be careful and be like, okay, well, hold on a second. Let me try to adapt different frames, different lenses, and see what's actually happening at any given time. And people just, it's annoying because, like, at least when I went to school, no one teaches you this. I think this is like the most important information for people to learn when they're going out there in the world and trying to understand reality. And no, like very few people will just, I never had a teacher that was like, okay, you need to do this. You need to understand this.
Yeah, you have to have some level of humility, which is sorely lacking in our environment now. Like you have to be able to approach things and think, okay, well, maybe I'm wrong about this. And also, you really do. You have to accumulate multiple lenses. It's like most people are just lazy egomaniacs. They never want to admit that they're wrong, and they just want to use one lens on everything. So, turn that lens on, shut your brain off, go through life. That's most people's existence, unfortunately. So,
well, I think for most people, it's not even like they're not even aware that they're doing it, because it's something that we all do naturally, instinctively, and instantly. So it's not even like people aren't walking around like, oh, I've got like this one lens and I'm never gonna take the time to learn anything else. They just don't even realize that they have that lens. They just assume that's what reality is.
Yeah. That's when you lose your free will. Now the lens is talking.
Exactly. Okay, but right before we start, thank you so much. Renoro Zoro is here for the $100.
Yeah, look at this.
Thank you. Woo! Right off the bat. Thank you. So generous. Says, help. My brain melted dealing with race-obsessed right-aways on X questioning my Americanness because I'm mixed race. I want to uphold ideas in the preamble of our Declaration of Independo, and they want to alienate minority right-wingers and die on their archaic white naturalization. Wow.
That sucks.
It does suck. Yeah. And obviously that all got, kind of sparked off by the H-1B stuff. There's a story. Maybe I'll probably talk about it tomorrow on Tuesday or something. That's kind of annoying me. And I was like, oh God, but that's kind of related to that. But I mean, I guess to take to heart is the internet, right, is not the main, like that's just a tiny faction of the population. They are not indicative of the majority of the country. They keep trying to pretend like they are. They keep just declaring that they are, but they're not. They, just as the woke left was a minority of the country, the internet's, white nationalist right is a minority of the country. So they're just loud on Twitter, but
Yes, good to remember. Twitter is not real life.
Twitter
Yes.
is not real.
This is why they say go out and touch grass. Because they're like,
Yes.
that's real.
Exactly. Okay, so let's watch this debate, this conversation.
All right.
Thank you very much. And ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Holberg debate. It is a privilege to be moderating the debate here today at the university in the beautiful city of Bergen. Not only because we have a stellar cast, but the subject is one that is central to all our futures, is the West in decline. Now, if we're only talking about relative decline because other parts of the world are becoming richer and ideally more democratic, then perhaps we could be happy about that. But if decline means that we become poorer, our democracies are under threat, our culture is eroded, and our choices for how we want to live our lives are limited, then I suspect we'd all want to find ways to address that. And I'm assuming, of course, that as we're debating here in Bergen, that we, for the purpose of our debate, are Western. Now, you'll know that we're considering this question because of the obvious pressures and crises that are facing the Western world. Take living standards. No longer the case that our children can expect to be wealthier than us, nor indeed live longer than us. Take the rise of China and its lending support to Russia and other BRIC nations. In a multipolar world, what happens to Western influence? Take the pressure on our democracies from populism, disinformation, and social fragmentation. The leader of the free world, the USA, is deeply divided. And love him or hate him, we are buckling up for the roller coaster ride that will be the second Trump presidency. Or take war in the Middle East, famine in Sudan, the invasion of Ukraine, all of which the West seems unable or unwilling to prevent. Not to mention, of course, we seem increasingly damaged by the warming planet, which, if we can't address, could accelerate any decline. It's a rather terrifying list. But, and there are some really significant buts in this debate.
We're all gonna die, Adam. It's over. We're all gonna die. Oh my God. What's gonna happen?
I mean, it's been so long since I checked in on climate change. It's just the people on the left reflexively talk about climate change, but I'm not sure it's actually the issue that they claim it is. So
right. Well, I mean, just not even just climate change. Everything, right? Everything wrong in the world is going on right now.
yeah.
Oh my God. It's
Every time they use populism and democracy in the same sentence, I cringe. I just cringe out of my seat.
What do you mean?
Well, democracy is populism. What the fuck? Dumbasses.
I know what you mean, but they're using the term in a different way. They just mean like rejection of established institutions and things of that nature. That's what they mean when they say populism.
I know, it's so bizarre to me.
Right.
But anyway, go ahead, move on.
There are some remarkable positives. People are now better educated. We live in remarkably innovative societies at a time of rapid technological change. And democracy has been a remarkably resilient system. And of course, if your fear is a physical threat,
populism, remarkably resilient,
then Western nations are now rapidly raising their defense spending. That's the backdrop. Let's get going on the debate itself. Now, I should say that if you want to be more directly involved in this debate, you can do. You can go to the website holbergprize.org.
There is this weird thing that's like people, and this is just a natural thing. You can't compare your life to a life that you would not have, that you haven't experienced, that other people aren't really experiencing? I mean, you can like in your mind, but you don't really feel it. Because I wonder, you go through all the things like, yes, there is an increase in wealth inequality, and and we have food inflation. And it's hard to buy houses, and the dating market. Like, there's lots of problems. I'm not going to say there's not problems. There's obviously lots of problems people are dealing with. A lot of people feel psychologically alienated. Social media has like this really weird, and the internet has a very weird psychological effect on everyone's mind. Like, I get all of those things. Those are all completely true. But personally, I would prefer to live in this time than to like have to live in the time where I had to go fight in Vietnam in a jungle.
Oh my God, I know.
And like maybe die or watch people die or kill people, or fight in like right, or fight in a trench somewhere in Europe, or fight against the fucking Nazis, in the 40s. Like, there's just, I don't know. There's a lot of crazy shit that's going on. Though it seems like it's almost like, I wonder if those, like, in like a really dark way, those bad experiences, it like tempers the mindset of a generation. Like, I think individual people suffer, but I wonder if the generation as a whole kind of benefits, because then the rest of their life they can compare it to that and be like, well, at least it wasn't as bad as like that war that I was in.
Yeah. It's so weird because the whole idea that we just seem to be on the precipice of that Star Trek utopia everyone has imagined. I mean,
right, we are.
They're going to crank out, like, if not this year, next year for certain, they're going to be cranking out like 1 billion humanoid robots a year. Like, that's just going to completely transform society.
Well, I think it's going to take a few years to ramp up to 1 billion.
Well, I'm going by their estimates. So
okay.
These companies are saying that they're going to crank out 1 billion like worker robots.
Wow.
Yeah. Oh. So look, if they're just manufacturing them like cars,
right?
There's no reason why they can't crank them out. So
yeah, well, I mean, just whatever the resource limitation is. So yeah, but yeah, you're right. We're pretty close. Well, I guess we don't know yet, and maybe this is part of what's making people uncomfortable psychologically is we don't know if we're on the precipice of the Star Trek utopia future, the precipice of the Blade Runner, cyberpunk dystopia, or the Matrix robots Terminator control us dystopia. So people were like, we don't really know what's, we're climbing this mountain and we don't know if at the top is going to be paradise or hell.
Well, and I think a lot of people are just completely in denial about it as well. So
right.
They don't even want to contemplate the way society is going to transform. So they just are like,
because
forget about it.
I think there's going to be this massive kind of leap, because still right now with a lot of the AI stuff, it's like, okay, I don't know how much an average person uses AI to any extent in their daily lives at all. Probably not that much, right? So you're not really going to perceive it until it's in your life, until you have a robot walking around and doing stuff, or a robot taking your job, or a self-driving car taking your job, or something, or you having to interact with robots on a regular basis. Then it's not really going to hit home till that moment.
Right.
So I don't know if you saw this. This is dystopian. I don't know what the hell the thought process was here. Meta, this is like retarded. Meta was like, oh, we're going to put fake chatbots on Meta that people can interact with.
I saw that. Yeah.
Yeah.
It was like ridiculous.
Why would you do that? Yes. Like, what the fuck? And then the only way that would ever work, or that would ever be useful or interesting, is if, I mean, you have to get the rights probably to do this, would be if it was like a famous person who was dead, right? Like, oh, you have the Albert Einstein bot, or a fictional character like the Luke Skywalker bot, like that. Then people are like, oh, okay, that's like fun, right? But they're like, oh, I shit you not. Okay, I don't know if you guys saw this yet. There was literally, I saw a screenshot, and it was like they made a queer Black mother of two chatbot. I was like, what? What the fuck? Why would you do this? And it was all like talking about raising money for a charity, and it had like a picture of like coats that it collected for a coat drive, and people were like, okay, you're not a real person, and that's not a real charity. That picture is fake. Like, what kind of horrifying dystopian, like, why would Meta do this? Why would you? This is so weird. Who does this appeal to? Who thought this was a good idea?
I think most of it's bots anyway, so I never go on Facebook. Facebook's like ridiculous. So
It's all bots just talking to bots.
So I looked up, they produce 85 million cars a year. So
Right.
close to 100 million cars a year.
Wow. Okay.
So it's a tenth of a billion
Mm.
each year for cars, right? So in 10 years, you've produced a billion cars.
Okay. 10 years for a billion robots, maybe.
No. I said
No.
they're talking about doing a billion in a year.
Right.
They're talking about like cranking these things out so that they can work in factories. You know that Amazon picker job that everyone complains about being so difficult?
Right.
They're just going to let the robots take over those jobs.
Well, they just got to get once they get the robots that can build robots, then that's it, right? Then the factory just runs 24/7.
Look, robots are going to be running the robot factory.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. And then we get to hear about everyone on the right talking about how, look, if you didn't earn the money, then then it doesn't mean as much to you.
Right. I mean, that's true. That is true. That's not an untrue statement.
It is true, but I don't think, I don't know, roving bands of homeless people living under freeway overpasses does not sound like a meaningful life to me.
No, of course not.
Yeah.
And send a question in. I shall be casting my eye across them and feeding them into the debate, perhaps picking up a few at the end. And that debate will start shortly, but first we are going to have some presentations from each of our panelists. So let me introduce them, all three of them first, then we'll get them one by one up on the stage. Yanis Varoufakis almost needs no introduction. Leads Mera25 in Greece, co-founder of the pan-European movement DM25. He's an academic economist. He was Greece's finance minister in 2015 when he sort of burst onto the global stage. Absolutely brilliant interviewee, always good fun to interview. Author of best-selling books, among them Techno-Feudalism, Talking to My Daughter, and The Weak Suffer What They Must. He, of course, is the undoubted left-winger on our panel. Konstantin Kisin became famous for his defense of free speech. He's a Sunday Times best-selling author, comedian, satirist, social commentator, and of course, host of Trigonometry. Born in the Soviet Union, raised in Britain, he wrote An Immigrant's Love Letter to the West, and he's talked widely on topics such as tolerance, cancel culture, immigration, and multiculturalism. And finally, Dr. Cynthia Miller-Idriss, professor in the School of Public Affairs and School of Education at the American University in Washington. Much of her research is around the prevention of hate-fueled violence, which is why she was involved in founding, well, what's called PERIL. It's the Polarization and Extremism Research and Innovation Lab. She's testified regularly in front of the US Congress and written books, among them, perhaps most famous, Hate in the Homeland, The New Global Far Right. So let's start with Cynthia. Would you like to take the stage, Cynthia? The floor is yours for a while, and then I'll hop back up.
Thank you. Thank you all. I want to thank the Holberg Prize Committee, the organization for hosting us, for having us, the university for having us here, my fellow panelists for whom it's a real honor for me to be on the stage with you both, and Sarah for moderating this debate as well. I thought, since I go first, I might start with a bit of a definition of what the West is, since I know some questions exist about that. How do we define it? How do we understand it? We may not all agree on that. To some extent, it's usually used to refer geographically to Western Europe, North America, New Zealand, Australia. But then, of course, there's contested countries that straddle Eastern Europe, Turkey, Mexico, sometimes referred to as part of the West as well, sometimes not, because they fit in other regions. But I think what we're really here to debate today is not the geography, but what's usually associated with those geographies, which are something sort of distinct culturally, politically, economically, a set of norms, values, and principles that have historically included things like democracy, I'm sure we'll talk about that, capitalism, I know we'll talk about that, individualism, liberty, equality, the safeguarding of human rights, the belief in scientific or rational knowledge over superstition and conspiracies, which is what I will focus on today, and the protection of the rule of law. All of that, in theory, has been guided by a Western principle of universalism, which means that all those ideals, individualism, liberty, equality, and human rights, are supposed to apply to everyone, all human beings without exception.
Funny that she points out science over conspiracies, and then she leans so heavily on the patriarchy conspiracy.
Yeah, well, that's what the irony, yeah. The irony of all this stuff is because, you know, she says that she does talk about the patriarchy. She, I'm sure, does not track the scientific arguments on a lot of the trans conversation.
Oh, of course
all,
not. Yeah.
Or, you know, moral foundations or any of that stuff. But then also just the whole, like, I mean, I'm glad to hear her talk about, yeah, we should have universal principles where, you know, the rules should apply to everyone equally. But, you know, if, like, I would believe that she stood for that if she, I mean, I don't know if she does. I'm guessing not from her the way that she handles herself in this conversation. But if you would call out the far left and the woke left, the communist left, whatever you want to call them, who have abandoned the principles of universalism for saying, well, no, we got to treat people as how they are from their group. So if you're white and you're male, you know, you get less privileges, you get less things in life. And if you're part of an underprivileged class, or what we've deemed as an underprivileged class, and you get special privileges.
Yeah. That's not universalism, is it?
No, it's the exact opposite.
But of course, that's the rub. That principle of universalism, the one that should be a liberating and equalizing force, has also helped perpetuate some of the most vile hierarchies of superiority and inferiority and human rights abuses in history, as Western explorers, leaders, and powers have sought to control, exploit, and conquer huge swaths of the globe in the name of a supposedly universally preferable and superior system. I'm not saying that other civilizations or regions of the world have not done horrific things. They have. The abuses of slavery, conquests, wars, genocides, the brutality of patriarchy itself is by no means a Western innovation or an exception. But the messianic colonialist effort to spread its principles and norms universally, often through force, is a distinguishing feature of the West, even if it's not a unique one.
It's so funny because the West is like so, I mean, we're the least patriarchal of all the societies you can point to.
The least patriarchal, least racist, least oppressive. I know. It's
ridiculous. It's not even close.
Like, because it's annoying because she's like halfway there where she's like, yeah, I'm not going to just say it's Western societies that do all these things. But then she like throws colonialism and this oppression at the feet of the West. And it's like, okay, hold on. You understand that there was nothing intrinsic in Western liberal democracies from the 1600 and upward is what she's talking about. There's nothing intrinsic in those ideologies that manifested in colonialism or oppressing other countries or anything like that. That's like if you had communism or fascism or just the monarchies were still running on, whatever system you had back at, you know, in the 1600s to now, if they were the dominant countries that had the wealth and the influence, they would have gone through the exact same or a very similar trajectory as all the Western powers did, where they started using slavery. And they said, oh, we shouldn't use slavery. Slavery's bad. Oh, we're going to do colonialism. Oh, we shouldn't do colonialism. Bad. Like, that's just the natural progression of countries, like, you know, kind of going through their stages of growing up. And in fact, if it wasn't for Western liberalism, like that, it was the philosophy of Western liberalism that said, okay, you can't have slaves because that goes against the philosophy of Western liberalism that every person is deserving of individual rights. That's what got us to stop slavery. That's what got us to stop, you know, taking advantage of other countries through colonialism and things like that.
Well, and you can't treat women like second-class citizens. It's funny that she's talking about spreading by force our philosophy, but our philosophy is very anti-patriarchal.
Right.
Like, what the fuck?
Right. And that's why
You
it's just
dumbass.
I can't take these people seriously because they have a worldview that's completely incoherent. It doesn't make any logical sense.
It doesn't. No, not at all. Look at you. You talk about Afghanistan, which we were there forever. Like immediately, as soon as we pulled out, women became second-class citizens again. Yet she wants to shake a finger at the West being patriarchal.
Right.
What the fuck, lady?
It does make sense if you adopt my left-right framing. See, if she's on the left and she views.
Oh no, please, no.
And she
stop.
views the problems are coming from inside the house. Whatever the current system is, that's what creates the problem.
Yeah, I think
that's her intuition.
The problem is inside her bubble. She just can't see clearly, obviously. She's
no, but
like,
that's
well, people at work. Oh, all the guys are assholes.
right.
It must be the patriarchy.
Well, number one, part of it is just because I don't know if she's lived in a country that was not a Western country for an extended period of time and had to go, okay, this sucks comparatively, number one. Number two is, as I said, the left intuition is to say, if there's a widespread societal problem, it must be coming from within the system. The system is the problem that's causing this issue.
This is like such a self-fulfilling prophecy because I could see this lady being a complete like man hater at work, which is just going to inspire every man around her to be constantly rolling their eyes behind her back, which I'm sure she can sense. So it's just like this vicious cycle where, you know, she hates men, men roll their eyes, she hates men even more. And then the next thing you know, the whole world is suffering under this patriarchy, this conspiracy theory she's made up in her mind.
Well, listen, we don't know enough about her to make those sorts of judgments.
No, I'm putting my foot down.
She does not listen. She comes off as like kind of in an ivory tower bubble in the conversation. She does not come off to me in the conversation as like,
of course,
someone walking around and being an asshole to men in her daily lives or white people in her daily lives. That's not how she comes off to me, at least in this conversation. So,
oh, okay. Sitch already cutting her some slack. Look at this.
Yes,
just like it's insane.
And the increasing backlash we've seen within Western democracies against minorities and women who are simply asserting their claims to those universal rights and principles.
Okay, I take it. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, what the heck? What the heck? Talk to me about Afghanistan.
Right.
Talk to me about Saudi Arabia.
Well, and I don't know
Turkey.
I don't know what she means by that. What is the rights and privileges in the Western world that women are lacking exactly? I have no clue what that's even in reference to.
Their ability to participate in it, backlash in the form of rising hate crimes, white supremacist extremism, the kinds of things that I study, spikes in misogyny.
Spikes in misogyny.
The thing she studies. She's out there looking for those white supremacy hate crimes.
Well, that's the thing that, again, it annoys me because it's the same thing. Like I said, listen, Twitter's not real life. All these people, it's like your job is not real life. You go out there and you look for extremists, you're going to find them. They exist, obviously.
Of course.
But then you're going to be like, oh my God, it's everywhere. It's like, well, you're looking for it. So yeah, it's going to seem like it's everywhere.
Of course, yeah.
Anti-Semitism and other forms of hate, and in the form of a dismissal of complaints from minorities and women, that those complaints come from overly woke, triggered snowflakes who don't know real hardships, dismissals that notably...
I mean, that really changed around the whole October 7th thing, though. Obviously, all that's been inverted.
Almost always come from white men is striking. And it raises the question of whether those principles and norms were ever really intended to be universal. Or were they simply a fig leaf used to justify colonial expansion and external pillaging and internal hierarchies that secured the dominance of white men?
All those Hamas-loving, anti-Israel, anti-Zionist white men that we're talking about, Sitch, right? It's all that is driven by white men, by the patriarchy.
Well, what she just laid out is the critical theory communist rationale, saying all these promises of colorblindness and universalism, all that's a lie to just give rich white men power, which
Yeah.
doesn't make actually any sense logically. If you kind of break it down, you're like, wait a minute. If you had a system in place of like a caste system and monarchy and elites and nobles and whatever, why would they have to like adopt this system of liberalism to basically trick everyone into the same system? Why wouldn't they just adhere to the same system and not let people switch in the first place?
Yeah.
So
if they have all the power, why not just exert it through force?
Right. And you don't even have a situation like in America, you had, when they came over here, they chose this system. It's not like, oh, America was a monarchy and a bunch of people rebelled, so they were forced into adopting the system and they had to play this trick on everyone. It's like, no, no, no. When like they could have made any system they wanted, and this was the system they chose and the system people wanted at the time.
Yeah. Freedom. It's a powerful word.
Yes.
The growing disillusionment of those inside and outside the West who look at these contradictions and see at best a set of founding principles and norms that have gone awry, and at worst, ones that are working as intended, is understandably intense. So I would argue that it's the West's inability to reconcile those contradictions, the incomplete fulfillment of so many promises of liberty and equality, the tension between universalism's ambitions and its reality, that's left us so vulnerable to the multiple threats we face today, most of which I think come from within, and I suspect we're going to hear that from my fellow panelists too.
Ooh, she said come from within.
What did I say?
Loves that.
What did I say? What did I say?
Just an anecdote, though.
So is the West thus defined in decline? And if so, is it reversible? To answer the first question.
Yes, we can reverse it. We just need to make sure that women can no longer vote, right, Sitch? That's
there
it.
You go.
What is it? Repeal the 19th?
I know, it's so stupid. Yeah.
By all accounts, it's pretty clear that the West is in decline, or at the very least is in the midst of a protracted existential crisis. No democracy across the West could currently be described as thriving. We have rising authoritarianism, xenophobia, terrorist violence, conspiracy theories, the widespread rejection of science and authority, anti-government mobilization, and horrific inequality in place across the West. To take my own country as an example, a country that likes to refer to itself as the longest continuous democracy and the so-called leader of the free world, we landed on a list of backsliding democracies 3 years ago because of declining civil liberties, challenges to free speech and right of association, challenges to election integrity and trust in elections, and runaway polarization. But it's not just democracy that's failing in the West, and this is really what I want to talk about today, because communities and families are struggling too in a backsliding on social well-being. Social connection to and trust in others has been declining for decades. 50 years ago, nearly half of Americans reported feeling that they could trust fellow citizens. That's less than a third today. Polarization is at near historic highs. We have rising numbers of people diagnosed with depression and a rising use of antidepressants, with particularly striking data coming from the UK, but also across other Western countries, along with spikes in suicide rates, deaths of despair, which are overdoses, alcohol-fueled deaths, reports of isolation and depression and anxiety, especially for men and boys. And perhaps ironically, on that point, the West's insistence on a rigid gender binary and strict rules for masculine and feminine behavior exacerbates those trends. So
what the fuck? Citation needed. What is she even talking about? What Western countries like, listen, we have very strict gender norms, okay? And if you don't adhere to these gender norms, we're going to throw you in jail or you're going to get in cultural trouble. What Western country is she fucking talking about?
Yeah. Completely ridiculous.
We have an all-time high of people of a generation identifying as non-binary, queer. Like this is it. Oh my God. I don't know. Her worldview is insane. And I don't think she ever really explains any of this throughout the course of this super long conversation.
No, she just asserts it. Well, a bunch of people believe this as well, so it's kind of crazy.
Out of Switzerland, we have new data showing that men who strongly adhere to traditional masculine ideals around suppressing their emotions and refusing to be vulnerable are twice as likely to attempt suicide as other men.
This is, I hate this. I totally hate this. Like, we train men to suppress their emotions because men can be physically dangerous.
Right.
And a man who can't control his emotions is dangerous. Dangerous for society, okay? So that actually serves a purpose. Looking at men as failed women is just completely incompetent.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's easy for you. Nobody's worried about you.
It doesn't help that people spend less and less time in the company of other human beings. And that's worse for 15 to 24-year-olds who spend 70% less time in person today with friends than they did 2 decades ago. That's particularly meaningful given that the strength of adolescent friendships predicts a whole host of well-being measures into adulthood, from healthy romantic relationships to lower anxiety, aggression, and improved adult mental health overall. It's that last point where I want to spend the rest of my time today on how our unrelentingly online lives are undermining not only our social well-being, but our democracies themselves. If the West is headed for collapse, I will argue, it will be in no small part at the hands of the crisis of information that online ecosystems have introduced, including widespread and unrelenting exposure to, and increasing beliefs in conspiracy theories, propaganda, mis- and malinformation, and the rejection of science, academic expertise, and traditional sources of knowledge and information.
A moment of silence for the extreme irony in that last statement, because she is completely guilty of everything she's accusing everyone else of.
So I went and I found the study that she just talked about, the suicide study.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Look at this.
And I was like,
it's just like, fucking, I'm not taking this.
well,
Bullshit.
I'm curious because what she said was that basically, like, if men are more classically masculine and being stoic and not, discussing their feelings and all this other stuff, which again, there's a time and place for both of these things, that she was saying that would make them more, likely to engage
Suicidal,
in self-harm. Yeah. And so just reading the results part at the top, it says they made 3 groups, okay, to determine like what they call conformity to masculine norms. All right. There was the egalitarians, which they said 58.6% of the 488 men were characterized as overall low in conformity to masculine norms. Okay, so even by their own study, they're saying 58.6, the majority of men, they say were low in conformity to masculine norms. Now, I haven't seen how they classify the conformity to masculine norms.
And look, this is 488 men, I think you said.
Yes.
That's such a small sample size to be making these kind of broad assertions about fucking society.
Right.
They're probably all literally college students from like one university.
Yeah, I'm curious as to what the age range is. And then it says, so then the second group is called players, 16%. And they said characterized by patriarchal beliefs, endorsement of sexual promiscuity, and heterosexual self-presentation.
Okay. Only 16%?
Only 16% are the players. All right.
The patriarchy's dying.
And then, yeah, there you go. And then it said the last category is stoics, 25%, characterized by restrictive emotionality, self-reliance, and engagement in risky behavior. Now, when I think of someone stoic, I do think of someone who is self-reliant. I do think of someone who's restricted emotionality. Never in my life, if you said, Sitch, I want you to write a stoic character, would I be like, oh, engages in risky behavior? That's what I classically associate with a stoic.
It is a bit off type, isn't it?
It is. And then it says the results were that the stoics showed a 2.3 times higher risk of lifetime, suicide attempt and stronger, depressive symptoms. And I'm like, okay, now I've gotten to look into this because I'm like, why is risky behavior included in the stoic category? That seems very, like, you would assume risky behavior, that should be in the quote player category, shouldn't it? Like, that's a classical player behavior. I'm going to engage in a more risky outward behavior socially.
Of course. Well, I wonder if they're in the stoic category because they have things to be stoic about, like
that's
their lives
right.
are are
Not great.
painful, right?
Yes.
Yeah, exactly. So they're
Right.
probably committing suicide at a higher rate because of those other factors. And they're
Right.
using stoicism as a way to battle those other factors.
Right.
So,
Right.
but I know this lady would probably just say, "Oh, get yourself a gender studies degree. That's the way to combat your shitty life."
Right.
Like, what a
Right.
fucking retard.
Including the media. So disinformation and conspiracy theories are powerful mobilizers of mass violence, including some of the worst examples of anti-democratic violence we've seen in recent history.
Uh-oh.
The US Capitol attackers were so far down disinformation rabbit holes that they fervently believed they were the courageous revolutionary actors who were saving democracy.
I mean, you knew she had to throw January 6th in here, right?
Right. I mean, listen, she's right about that. Okay. It's like,
Of course. Oh, yeah. I just said, get over it already, okay? Let's move
wow,
on.
look
I'm
at
ready
this
to
guy.
I'm ready to move on.
Okay. Good for you.
Why are you bringing up old shit? That's the way
Uh-huh.
I'm always like, look at this. This woman's an archaeologist, obviously, because she's digging up the old shit.
Wow.
Similar momentum mobilized the storming of the German parliament just a few months earlier. And in
Oh, and then obviously got to compare it to Germany.
Well, I
Wink,
think she
wink.
like lived in Germany or studied Germany or something.
Oh, okay.
So
Former Nazi.
there maybe.
attack on the Canadian Prime Minister's residence by an armed conspiracy theorist just weeks before that. Conspiracy theories about a great replacement or Eurabia have mobilized terrorist actors right here in Norway, in Germany, in New Zealand, across the US, and elsewhere. It's hard to overstate the ease with which ordinary people have embraced harmful online content in a wide variety of range of categories.
Yeah, some people still believe in the patriarchy.
Conspiracy theories, propaganda, disinformation, just to name three. So there's several ways this has evolved, I would argue, into a crisis from which we might not return, and I just want to touch on three here. First, we're on the heels of a successful, decades-long campaign by the conservative and far right across the West to attack mainstream expertise in general and higher educational institutions in particular as bastions of leftist brainwashing that seek to undermine and dismantle Western societies from within.
True!
I was about to say that. I was about to say, that's true though. That's actually happening.
Yeah, of course. Look, she's in the fish tank, so she doesn't perceive it.
Mhm.
She's like, what? So we're winning. Look the other way.
Let's be clear, professors do skew left. But there's plentiful evidence showing that liberal professors do not produce more liberal students. There's no mass brainwashing effort on campus. There's no global project to use universities as a tool of thought control in the so-called cultural Marxist revolution.
Okay, people do this thing. It's like a very dishonest way of framing the conversation where they take an idea and they'll like criticize or try to debunk the most extreme version of the idea. So it's like, yes, I don't think that there's a global conspiracy of communists sitting around in shadowy, smoke-filled rooms, discussing strategies for how they're going to infiltrate and take over all the campuses in the world, right? I don't think that there's like some sort of planned coordination. But if you just have a bunch of very far left people or socialists who teach people you have to go out there and you need to revolutionize and educate the population and the youth to adhere to this specific value or this specific set of values and have this specific lens of the world, and you should go be a teacher at a college. That's going to be a self-replicating program, and it's going to increase. It doesn't require a bunch of people to sit around coordinated in a shadowy room somewhere, and that is 100% has already happened. And you have to just be completely dishonest or just completely delusional to not see that happened already.
Yeah, of course. It's a decentralized process. The ideology does the thinking for people. They don't need to communicate with one another. They all are on the same page. Look, even her entire presentation just screams, this is the ideology that I believe is true. We're laughing at it because we're not embedded in this ideology. We see all kinds of problems with it. But a lot of people do opt into this ideology completely unthinkingly. Mm-hmm. That's their view of reality.
which is a conspiracy theory that puts universities at the helm of an orchestrated effort by global communists to overthrow capitalist and Western societies from the inside.
If she spins it as some sort of conspiracy theory just to completely
to undermine the concept,
to put you on the back foot. Exactly. You just even talking about it, you're like, oh, look, a conspiracy theorist.
Once a fringe conspiracy theory, the phrase cultural Marxism edged its way into the mainstream as part.
I know she's going full.
Oh my God.
She's going full. The cultural Marxism is like a Nazi dog whistle.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. It's like she's a parody, like a complete. She is the stereotype of the Marxist professor.
She is. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm just waiting for her to say late stage capitalism.
Part of a set of arguments that warn the left is trying to destroy Western society through things like feminism, a disrupted gender binary, multiculturalism, Muslim immigration, and gay rights, which will supposedly undermine the West, the nation, capitalism, and traditional Judeo-Christian values all at once. Putting universities at the center of this plot made higher education the predominant site of the culture wars that the conservative and far right have claimed are undermining Western civilization. In and of itself, I wouldn't see that as particularly problematic. We can debate those issues all you want, and I'm sure we will today. But years of attacks on higher education that now increasingly take place within an online ecosystem that offers plenty of alternative facts as sources of information have done real damage. The far right's attacks on higher education.
That basically means everyone knows your patriarchy bullshit is untrue. That's terrible for her.
Ultimately anchored a broad.
Her study of 488 people is not what it once was.
Broad assault on specialized knowledge and expertise more generally in ways that have undermined the credibility of expert scholars, facts, and arguments. Public health experts, the free press, scientists, and others have increasingly become suspect, accused of partisan bias, or disregarded entirely. The overall effect has been a weakening of the legitimacy of sources of knowledge and trust in the kinds of expertise that have historically helped build shared ways of explaining and understanding our worlds.
She's like, nobody believes my bullshit anymore.
Consequences of this, from anti-vax movements that have broad public health consequences, to lost trust in the courts, vulnerability to disinformation about stolen elections, are clear. By undermining the public's sources of factual information, attacks on higher education and expertise have created broader receptivity to propaganda and conspiracy theories. Second, this is all made worse by the fact that we spend most of our time now, or much of our days, in an online ecosystem that's vast and ever-expanding and full of harmful content, including massive amounts of fake and false and disinformation content that are sometimes hard to distinguish from reality, including because of AI-generated images and videos that are realistic enough to fool expert analysts, let alone ordinary citizens. Added to that is the problem that most people now get their news not from traditional media, but from social media, which has created immense risks as disinformation, propaganda, and conspiracy theories spread quickly online. Not least because even in the best of circumstances, tech companies' trust and safety policies are necessarily reactive. They're a Band-Aid solution focused on content moderation and removal of harmful information that's often been viewed and downloaded millions and millions of times before removal.
This narrative is so old. It's like so worn out in my estimation. This like alt-right pipeline narrative. It's just, God, I'm getting sick of it. Every time they try to present any kind of evidence for this narrative, it always falls apart. But they cling to it. They can't help themselves. They're like, oh my God. And all the dum-dums are falling for all this bullshit online. And nobody wants to be a gender studies major anymore. We used to all agree gender was a spectrum. There were 72 genders. What happened?
No one ever agreed to this nonsense.
I know no one ever agreed, but she's making the argument that, oh, we all had this shared reality together.
You know, and I found this masculinity norms inventory questionnaire, and oh my God, some of these questions are just gonna like so insane. So ridiculous. Like you're like reading this, you're like, okay, like what? Like is this supposed to be bad? It's supposed to be good? Is this? I mean, I guess if it's just supposed to be masculine, that's fine. I mean, there are just describing masculine behavior, but her study that she's or the study that she was talking about, sort of like posing them as a negative thing. So
right. Yeah, masculinity is terrible in her eyes. It's like men need to express themselves. Men express themselves through violence, lady. Are you sure you want them to express themselves? So dumb.
Is easily uploaded and shared again on mainstream and dark web platforms alike. And we've seen that with terrorist livestream videos over the past several years. Perhaps even worse, algorithmic recommendations actually feed harmful content directly to users even when they're not searching for it.
I'm just like fucking so bored of this nonsense. It's like such fucking bullshit. Oh my God, everything is the algorithms.
An Australian study recently replicated in Ireland found that teenage boys' accounts encounter toxic male supremacist content within minutes on YouTube Shorts and TikTok, even when they're not looking for it.
Yeah, welcome, guys. This is the toxic male content you guys have been looking for. Thank you for showing up. Thank you for coming.
And that if an account shows any interest by watching that content, within 2 to 3 hours, the vast majority of content that is recommended to them is anti-feminist, misogynistic, and male supremacist. That content comes to boys and men no matter what they do. In particular, wherever they are online, subtly and not so subtly shaping their views of gender, hierarchies of superiority and inferiority, and ideas about power, control, and the acceptability of violence. Third, and finally, and I won't have time to get into this, but maybe we will in discussion, our time in those online ecosystems is even riskier, it's worth saying, because of fake news and disinformation that's propagated by hostile foreign actors intending to disrupt the West, further polarize us, and explicitly weaken kind of social cohesion and trust across identities. And so a new EU report on foreign interference, for example, that I just read, has documented systematic meddling in elections and interference in democratic elections across the EU, and points to the need for more proactive measures to address it, but it's really just sort of scratching the surface. So what can we do about this? I promise I'm not going to leave you with just the bad news, but I'm not going to come back to the good news until the very end. So we have 3 minutes at the end to wrap up, and I'm going to tell you about what works to prevent people from going down these rabbit holes, and that is the good news. We do have really good evidence that it
trans all the men
can be prevented. The question is do we have time to prevent it further? But for now, I'll just wrap up to say, to sum up, my answer to the framing question is yes, the West is in decline, and my argument to justify that answer is that this decline is rooted in large part in a crisis in how we encounter, receive, and evaluate information in an increasingly online world. Attacks on higher education and specialized expertise, including in the media, combined with relentless exposure to bad, false, harmful, and fake content online, has weakened the legitimacy of what are supposed to be our most trusted sources of knowledge and expertise. And this means we now lack shared ways of explaining, interpreting, and understanding our worlds.
If only people were just more woke, it would solve everything.
Yeah.
That's obviously that's the problem. Okay. That's the issue here.
That they just accepted her ideology unthinkingly. Everything would be so much better.
So ridiculous.
Ways that have led far too many people to readily accept conspiracy theories, scapegoating, fear-mongering, and other authoritarian tactics
scapegoating, conspiracy theories, like white men are engaged in a conspiracy to retain power and influence away from women and minorities.
Yeah, exactly.
Even
That's
though
not fear-mongering.
Right. Even though basically every single stat shows the exact opposite of that truth. Shows that white people are the least racist, least sexist group in America. You know, not even the highest, white people are not even the highest earning group in America, which shouldn't be possible if there is this racist, sexist system in place.
Women are getting all the degrees, becoming all the doctors, becoming all the attorneys.
Yes. Yeah, I know. It's insane. It is so, it's the there's like this idea, and I think it's more and more true, and it's disturbing, which is that a lot of people literally stop learning in college, like after they get out of college. Whatever they learned in college or high school, they just never progress. So I don't know how old this woman is, but it's like she learned a bunch of feminist gobbledygook in college, 20, 30, 40 years ago. And it's like, I'm never going to update my software. I'm never going to look around at what else is going on in the world and reevaluate to see if this is still happening.
Yeah, it's super sad.
That stoke violence and erode democracies across the West and around the world. So I will return at the end to the good news about ways to prevent people from being persuaded by harmful and manipulative content, including at scale from recent evidence. But for now, I really want to hear what my colleagues have to say.
At scale, oh, that's terrifying. That's so terrifying. At scale. She's going to turn herself into the arbiter of truth. She's going to make sure that you only see the studies that she wants you to see.
Right.
That's how you have a healthy scientific debate, Sitch, obviously. You undercut all the scientists that disagree with your philosophy.
Of course.
There is going to be so much to dive into here. Let's get our next speaker up, Yanis Varoufakis.
Yes, so that was the less leftist person.
Yeah, yeah, I know, right?
Keep that in mind. Keep that in mind.
Crazy.
Yeah.
I know. It's like, oh no.
That's a moderate that she's. That's a moderate left.
Yeah.
Now it's coming up the far left.
Thank you.
What is this accent too? It's like he's got a thick French accent or something.
I don't know where he's from.
It screams like Marcuse or.
Thank you, Cynthia. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you to the Holberg Prize for giving me an opportunity to engage with the question. So, is the West in decline? Most definitely not. But don't get your hopes high. This is no reason to rejoice, especially if.
Oh yeah, he's Greek. That's it.
He is Greek. He was a former minister of finance for Greece.
So he's a banker. Holy fucking shit.
It says let's see. He was a member of Syriza, the coalition of radical left progressive alliance, and was Greece's minister of finance between January 2015 and July 2015, negotiating on behalf of the Greek government during the 2009 to 2018 Greek government debt crisis.
Right. Yeah.
Oh, big socialist.
If you treasure, as I do, the values that have come to be espoused by the West over the last 50, 60, 70 years. Now, who is it that is truly worried and has surrendered to the thought that the West is declining? Starting from this continent, a motley of European conservatives, centrists, leftists, beyond Europe, intellectuals from the global south, and more recently, after their recent trouncing in the hands of a resurgent Donald Trump, US Democrats. I think they're all wrong. Never before has so much power been concentrated in the hands of so few, both persons and postcodes, in the West. So why all this navel-gazing in the West? Why have so many good people in the West and beyond the West, around the world, surrendered themselves to this conviction or feeling that the West is fading, it is declining? In Europe, there is good cause.
Because people are unhappy and the wealth inequality is growing and bad stuff is going on. What's the answer to the question?
Yeah, that's all true. That's exactly right. People's economic situation seems dire.
Birth rates are declining. Okay, I'm curious to see. I'm curious to see what is the answer. He's going to tell us the answer. Okay.
I gotcha.
Just as the Roman Empire had to shift its capital from Rome to Constantinople in order to gain another 1,000 years of hegemony. So too, the center of the West's gravity shifted from Britain and Europe to the United States of America in exactly the same way that Emperor Constantine...
Wait a minute, isn't it? Okay, hold on. How does it make sense to compare an empire shifting its capital intentionally, directly, it's still the same empire, to different countries becoming completely different countries, just operating under a similar political ideology, becoming dominant forces throughout the years? Does that make any sense to compare those at all?
Not really. And to say like this was Europe doing this of their own volition, it's just, I mean, ridiculous. Obviously, America became a world power. We've talked about it before because we won the race to nuclear weapons and fucking destroyed the Nazis in World War II because of it. They didn't fucking voluntarily cede power to the United States so that they could create Western hegemony for another 100 years, 200 years. No, that's fucking bullshit. Like, America wasn't even like a major player until after we achieved nuclear weapons in World War II. That's when we've achieved superpower status. Fucking nobody cared about us in the 1600s, 1700s. What the fuck? We're doing our own thing.
Right.
Effectively surrendered or abandoned Rome to the barbarians. Europe, too, has been abandoned to the forces of stagnation, which are rendering, as we speak, the European Union inert, backward, and increasingly irrelevant. But there is a second reason. One is Eurocentric. It is the reason, I just mentioned it, why the European bourgeoisie is in such a state of moral panic.
Okay, it's not good when someone says the bourgeoisie.
European bourgeoisie.
Yeah, that's not a good sign. Okay, we're at a bad start here already.
Well, I don't mind talking about the bourgeoisie.
Right.
The fucking elitist scum.
So eager to confuse its own decline for the decline of the West. But the second reason is far more delicious, and it is a paradox. Like a snake sheds old skin, the West has shed its own value system over the last few decades. A value system which was utterly necessary to the West to maintain its ascendancy during the 20th century, which, however, during the 21st century, is surplus to requirements. It is holding the West's triumphant march back.
So I hate the snake metaphor, obviously, because it makes absolutely no sense. Snakes shed their skin, and they obviously have another skin underneath that hardens and becomes their new skin. So supposedly the West has shed its value system, and now we're like a snake with a new value system, or?
Well, I guess he's going to tell us what the new value system is. Though it's funny because obviously when you talk about snakes, that's usually like a negative, context there.
Right.
So it's like, oh, the West is like a big, gross snake shedding its skin.
The West has lost it.
Yeah, it's an evil, slippery snake. It's like, okay.
Well, this is a very, obviously, it's weird he's making it because it's people on the right tend to make this argument that the Western values have fallen. So
Right.
If you think about this from the perspective of, the manner in which the West rose up. How did the West rise up? In precisely the same way that capitalism did not need democracy in order to rise. It is a mistake to think that democracy is a prerequisite for capitalism. There was no democracy in the 18th and 19th centuries. In Europe, there's no democracy in China, and you have a capitalist explosion in China. Similarly, the Western value system was not functional to the rise of the West. Indeed, precisely the opposite. It was brutal exploitation at home, along with the opium trade, the slave trade, and a number of genocides in the Americas, in Australia, in Africa, which created the power base of the West. We had that already from Cynthia. That was the foundation for the great trading empires, the Dutch Empire, the British Empire, the French, the Portuguese. That was the foundation. Come to think of it, the great mansions, the estates, the magnificent opera houses and museums, like this one, were initially founded not on wishy-washy principles like, the rule of law, or equality before the law, or democracy, or human solidarity. They were founded on sheer, brutal, naked exploitation and extraction. So, what is the origin of the Western value system that I personally treasure, and which, in the end, was espoused and embraced by most of us in the West? What is the origin of that? Well, for a long, long while, the power of the West outside the strict borders and confines of the West was unassailable. Europe sent millions of usually armed colonists to the four corners of the world.
Oh my God, this guy is never. Is there a point? Like,
I know it's getting.
It is the point just.
Troubling.
It's so weird. It's almost like he's making the inverse argument that Sargon always makes, where he's like, well, because hundreds of years ago these countries exploited other countries, then that means it's inherent in their value system. And I guess what? That it's still inherent today, even though all those countries act and behave and have completely different political, ideological structures as they had when they were exploiting other people and had slaves and all this other shit, which, by the way, every other fucking country on the face of the planet did.
Yeah, we excelled because we shed those. We developed more pluralistic institutions and less extractive institutions. So
yes.
The fuck is he talking about?
Everyone in the world was using highly exploitative, horrible systems, and Western liberal capitalist democracy said, let's find a better way. And we did. And he's like, well, but back then you had exploitative practices. It's like, okay, everyone did. What's your point? That's how reality was. And then we said, no, let's do something better. Let's do something different.
Yeah, people will work harder if they can profit off the fruits of their own labor. That was a basic idea. Now, I think society is sort of breaking down because that compact, people don't believe it anymore. People are like, I'm going to work my fucking fingers to the bone for my entire life, and I'm not even going to be able to afford a house. What the fuck is wrong with this system?
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
So maybe we're leaning more towards those extractive economic institutions that didn't serve us well. But I don't see him here making an argument in favor of doing something about them. I mean, he's talking about 100 years ago, 200 years ago.
Right.
Talk about
As
now,
I said,
buddy.
They extracted and they subjugated. And they took one look at natives and chose not to see them as human beings.
Look at this guy. We got a huge problem in America, and he wants to talk about the fucking natives.
It's like so insane.
It's weird. It's so weird to me. It's so like ivory tower fucking academic nonsense.
Yeah.
He doesn't want to talk about it because he's at the 1%, man. He is in the elite power structure. So while he sits around extracting all the fucking assets, all the wealth out of society, and he just wants to sit there and wag the finger at you about the natives 100 years ago.
Oh my God.
You right-wing racist. That's what he wants to do. He's worried about the pitchforks coming for him. That's what he's worried about.
Maybe this is the argument he's going to make. The West is in decline because, hundreds of years ago, we exploited the natives and they cursed the white man's for doing so. What does that have to do with the West being in decline now? Like, what the fuck?
We're under the native curse.
I don't know. Where's this argument? Let's see where this goes.
I think we need some good old-fashioned populism here.
Yes.
I'm leaning heavily towards tax the rich.
Deciding that or declaring that their land was terra nullius, a land without a people for settlers craving that particular land. The first move in every genocide, whether it happened in the Americas, in Australia, in Africa, or in today's Palestine. But however unassailable the power of the West was,
you got to throw the Palestine in there.
I know. I was going to say take a shot. Yeah.
Outside the West, at home, Western power met very significant resistance, substantial challenges, primarily from its own wretched working classes, but also from the petty bourgeoisie. Western power was shaken.
If anyone ever says petty bourgeoisie, you should ignore them forever. They're not a person who's serious or whatsoever.
This guy is bourgeoisie. Yeah. What the fuck is he talking about?
Well, you know, he's probably I don't know what his job was before he was the finance, where he's doing finance minister stuff. So
he's a finance minister of Greece.
Right.
Petty bourgeoisie.
Petty bourgeoisie just means that, you know, you tried to start a small business, essentially, or participate in capitalism and you had some amount of success. That's all that means.
Oh, okay.
It's ridiculous.
I have far more respect for some business owner who runs a restaurant or a shop or something than this guy.
Jagoff. Yeah.
Yeah. Fucking banker.
By economic crisis at home, at the home front, which were primarily due to the fact that the many were too impecunious to be able to afford the products that they were producing in the factories of the few. These tensions spilled over into massive industrial strength wars between Western powers. Western powers competing for market share, some called it vital space, culminating into two lethal world wars. These, let's call them setbacks, forced the powers that be in the West.
Did he just describe World War I and World War II as European powers competing for market space?
He did, and he called World War II a setback. I mean, we won World War II and reshaped the world for the better after World War II, obviously.
That's a retarded interpretation, but okay. I've never heard that interpretation of World War I and World War II. So,
I mean, imagine calling the Civil War a setback.
Right, right.
I mean, we only freed the slaves.
That's true.
Yeah. We stopped a Holocaust.
Yeah, but if they hadn't stopped the Holocaust, then there wouldn't be a Holocaust going on right now in Palestine.
Okay, is that it?
Okay.
To make concessions. Domestically, we know what form the concessions took. They took the form of more democratization, of health systems, public health systems, of social security, of pensions. But internationally, the outrage at the lethality of the Western wars, the Western civil wars within the West, as well as the genocides, especially after the Second World War, led to the scripting of universal declarations of human rights, of the UN Charter, of even the foundation of international courts of justice and international criminal courts. For 2 decades after the Second World War, at least 2 decades, maybe a little bit more, the West basked in the warm glow of the Western value system that we had created after World War II. It was a magnificent period. And it coincided with the shift of the Western center of gravity from Europe to the United States. And it was a period, the 1950s and 1960s, during which we created, well, the West created, or to be more precise, the United States created, an audacious, magnificent, globally planned, centrally planned, international monetary system known as the Bretton Woods system, which allowed the United States to recycle its own surpluses in Europe and in Japan, effectively guaranteeing its own net exports to Europe and to Japan by dollarizing America's allies. But then 1971 comes, the 15th of August, the Nixon shock. And all bets are off. What had happened, of course, was that the United States had become a deficit country. But instead of tightening its belt, Washington, D.C., the powers that be in Washington, instead of doing that which Germany would do, or impose on everybody else to do, which is austerity, tightening belts, to eliminate the deficit, they did exactly the opposite. They said, okay, now we are a deficit country. Now we have a 2-3% trade deficit of GDP. So what are we going to do? We're going to step on the accelerator and max out the trade deficit. This is precisely what has been happening since 1971. And it was not an accident. It was a wild beauty to behold, because this expanding trade deficit of the United States started functioning like a gigantic vacuum cleaner that was sucking out of Germany, Japan, later China, the net exports of those factories, of their factories, into the United States.
1971 is when we got rid of the gold standard, which he never really mentions, but that's what he's talking about with Nixon.
Yes.
And what did the German, the Japanese, the Indonesian, the Vietnamese, and of course, ultimately, the Chinese capitalists do with all the dollars that they were receiving for all the stuff that they were exporting to the United States? What can you do with these torrents of dollars? But take them back to New York City and to Wall Street. To do what? To buy US treasuries. In other words, think about this. This is remarkable. This is the first time in human history that the hegemon gets stronger the more into the red its trade and government budget balance goes. This has never happened before.
They didn't just buy treasuries, though. They bought stocks and houses, all kinds of assets. Foreigners own all kinds of American assets.
I mean, I remember when, Mark Blythe was talking about the shock that he was talking about. He was saying a lot of it, if I recall correctly, he was saying a lot of it was caused because France and other countries were starting to they wanted gold. They started, really trying to dip deep into America's gold reserves. And that's why they said, okay, we're not going to have the gold standard anymore.
Yeah.
Like, get fucked.
Every other hegemon who went into the red collapsed. The United States became stronger as a result of expanding, of the burgeoning trade deficit. Because the trade deficit, through this recycling system, through the capitalist profits outside the United States, which is then brought back to Wall Street, and they use this money to fund the American government, which can then afford not to tax the rich or the middle class.
So wait a minute, hold on. Okay. So this guy's argument is he's saying, he hasn't really said why this is I guess he's trying to say that why it's a problem, but he's saying the issue is that the American empire, okay, is the first empire to figure out how to actually benefit from having a deficit, essentially. And the reason for that, which he's not really explaining, is because, before we had currencies that would be pegged to precious metals like gold. So if you had an empire like the Roman Empire and they needed to expand their money supply, they literally had to go and conquer their neighbors and steal their fucking precious minerals and resources. Okay.
Right.
And now that we don't have in America and in most of the Western world, the currency is not pegged to a resource whatsoever. It's just pegged to people's faith to the government and faith in the system. You no longer have to go out there and conquer your neighbors and steal their resources in order to increase your money supply. So why is he saying this like it's a bad thing? Isn't that a good thing?
What is pegged to taxes, obviously?
Of course.
Taxes create artificial demand for the currency.
Right. But this should be, if he's this big softy socialist guy and he's all like colonialism is bad and exploiting your neighbors is bad, this is better than the alternative. This is what prevents you from going over and stealing all their shit because you don't need to do it anymore, at least to the extent that you had to do it back in the day when you needed like literal gold in your coffers.
Right. Yeah.
Like, because now the US, and he's even saying this, now the US can increase its power by just saying, okay, we're a very stable country. And if you want, you can like have, a bunch of our bonds and you can invest in our markets and that we can make money that way just by being a stable country that people are confident isn't going to collapse.
Yeah.
That's better than the fucking alternative.
Most people don't understand how the monetary system works, that the monetary system mirrors assets in society. So, like, if you double the economy, you double the output, you double the assets, you need more money to buy and sell those assets.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
people
this guy
just don't get
understands that. I mean, he's like a fucking
Of course
finance minister at some point.
Well, he hasn't really made a point here. If he's going to go into the deficit.
Well, he's just making it sound like it's all like this is all so bad that America's doing all this stuff. That's the point he seems to be making.
It appears to be that he's saying America's deep in the red and that's why we're in decline.
Okay.
Right.
To the level that we tax the rich and the middle class in Europe, they could afford to have an army that has bases in 170 countries. And what else did the foreign capitalists do with the money that they brought to Wall Street? Well, they bought real estate, to the great joy of the Donald Trump types. And they bought a few shares, whatever shares the American authorities allowed foreigners to purchase, usually in second-rate companies, because of protectionism. Yeah. Now, at some point, the ruling class in the United States had an epiphany. Since we're trusting the foreign capitalists to send their dollars back to us, why don't we trust them to send the manufacturers back to us? So why don't we export whole production lines to Vietnam, to China, to Indonesia, to India, to all sorts of places? And that is the cause of the deindustrialization. Now, for this recycling mechanism to work, remember, Wall Street is at the heart of it. This is why you had deregulation of Wall Street under the Clinton administration. Larry Summers and Tim Geithner, the usual, handmaidens of Wall Street. And of course, to deregulate, to bin all the great regulations, the Glass-Steagall Act, all the remnants of the magnificence of what was the New Deal once and the Bretton Woods system, you need an ideology. You need a cloak of respectability. You need a theory, a political economy. Thus, the rise of what is called neoliberalism, which, by the way, is neither new nor liberal. With this cloak of respectability and the political philosophy and political economy and helpful handmaidens in government, I mentioned, Larry Summers and the rest, Wall Street was allowed to go gangbusters. They minted mountain ranges of derivatives on the back of the tsunami of capital that was coming from Europe, from Japan, later from China, into the books of the Wall Street bankers. Do you remember the Brothers Grimm story featuring a pot which apparently incessantly produces whatever its owner commanded it to? And do you remember how, the moral of the story, how it ends? The village is flooded with porridge. Well, this is exactly what Wall Street did. It flooded the West's financial circuits with these Amazons of what Warren Buffett so aptly described as weapons of mass financial destruction, which at some point self-ignited in 2007 and exploded in 2008. And then, immediately, in a state of utter panic, the great and good leaders of the West gathered in London in April 2009, under the auspices and the chairmanship of a certain Mr. Gordon Brown. And what they decided to do was to save the financiers by printing, and then printing some more. Between then and today, they printed $35,000 billion on behalf of the financiers. That's 35 trillion. While at the same time practicing rather harsh austerity on their own populations. So you have socialism for the financiers and austerity, harsh austerity for the demos. The result? Grand celebrations in the leafy suburbs and, of course, the gated communities where the haves hide from the have-nots. This is the process by which the West jettisoned its values. The only ones who invested a small part, or a large part, but in proportional terms, a small part of the minted trillions was big tech. And that gave them the cloud capital with which they can now pollute our minds, control our minds, and control and poison the conversation. So, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to finish by saying that the West is not declining. It is going, as I said, along with Wall Street, gangbusters. But it is shedding the value system. As we are moving towards the natural, mathematical, logical conclusion of this process, I'm very much afraid that the West is not going to end with a whimper, but it will most probably end with a bang, given the escalating new Cold War with China, a bang after which I don't think China or anyone else or any other bloc is going to dominate, but rather we are going to be in a kind of post-apocalyptic aftermath where the Mad Max movies will be a sort of a documentary. Thank you.
They're so weird. This guy's such a weirdo.
So, okay, I understand the ridiculous thing he's trying to bring forward here, and the problem, the argumentation he's trying to bring forward, because he wants to say that late stage capitalism, that neoliberal economic policies, that this is the problems that a lot of people are dealing with right now, which I think a lot of people would agree with that. I would even agree that we talk about this. There's a lot of wealth inequality problems. We definitely do have a lot of those problems in America, and I assume in a lot of other European countries. So I agree with that part of it, but he doesn't want to say, this is why he uses the snake shedding the skin metaphor, because if he were to say, well, that's the problem, then that's why the West is declining, that'd be an acknowledgement that Western liberal democracies don't want that, and that's not the intention of the system. That what's going on right now is a corruption of the system. But he doesn't want to say that because this guy, I mean, from what he's saying, I'm assuming he's a fucking communist, and he wants to advocate for communism. So instead, it's funny because he's kind of making the Karl argument only in reverse. He's saying, no, this is the intentional design of the system. This is the logical endpoint of the system. This is what the West will become. The West started as exploiting people, and the West will end as exploiting people. That's why he uses that sheds that skin metaphor.
That's why he does a long setup. It's exploitative.
Yes.
There is some level of exploitation going on, obviously, but I would classify that as a corruption, just like you did. So, but he wouldn't call it that. Obviously, if you're talking about representative democracy, I don't think people are down with being completely taken advantage of economically, which is what's going on, basically. So,
of course,
this is why people keep voting for change, right? They're going to keep voting one-term presidents in until they get some fucking change, until the economic system changes.
But if he acknowledges that what people are experiencing right now is a corruption of the system, then that's an acknowledgement that it's an unintentional consequence of something and that there's a fix for it. Where since this guy, I'm assuming, is a socialist, he doesn't want there to be a fix. He just wants this completely removed. He wants
He wants to say capitalism is the problem.
Yes, right.
I don't know how you deliver, how you decide. I mean, capitalism is just like an information processing system. Capitalism is great. But it works exactly as intended. So
they never acknowledge that. So
yeah. And then he ends it all on, it's just going to become Mad Max.
Yeah, right.
Which, like, what?
Yeah.
Way to go with a non sequitur. How's that work out?
Yeah.
Who's gonna? I mean, I've heard lots of talks about how, the pitchforks are coming. We as the 1% need to be conscious of that.
Mm-hmm.
So, but I don't think he's got some kind of identity crisis. Like, he is in the 1%, definitely.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure I'm looking forward to this debate. Trust Yanis to throw another sort of bomb in. Goodness, what a coherent path we're going to try to challenge, to weave, after we've heard from our final speaker, Konstantin Kisin.
I'm going to stand behind the podium, otherwise I feel I'll blend into the chairs with my suit. It's great to be here, ladies and gentlemen. What a pleasure it is to have been invited. And of course, it's wonderful to be in the beautiful city of Bergen, one of the very few places in the world where the weather is even worse than London. It's great to be here. I'm afraid, being British, I will begin with an apology. Unlike our distinguished speakers, I'm not a professor of anything, and unlike Yanis, I've never been charged with saving the Greek economy from collapse, a task whose achievability I regard with some skepticism. But the one thing I can offer, perhaps, is that I have a very different perspective on things to most Westerners, despite being one. I am both an insider and an outsider. I was born in the Soviet Union and grew up there, and then early 1990s Russia, before moving to England as a teenager. And being Russian, I must also begin with a warning, I'm afraid. Many of you will be familiar with the story of the boiling frog, a frog that sits in water that gets increasingly warmer without noticing the frog is cooked. Well, those of us who come from Eastern Europe have been cooked before. And my warning is that it's getting really hot in here, I'm afraid. So, by the way, I loved Yanis's present, and Cynthia's too, of course, but Yanis's present, I mean, if he's arguing that the West is not in decline, I'm really terrified of what decline is going to look like by comparison. Now, the subject of tonight's debate is whether the West is in decline, but to answer it, I must address an obvious question, at least to me, that sits underneath this entire discussion, which is the fact that many people in our societies, including many intellectuals, journalists, and academics, would like our society to be in decline, because it validates the worldview that they have of the rich imperial white colonialists who must be finally stripped of their ill-gotten gains of the kind that we've just heard described on stage. And I say that this sits underneath our discussion because once a society has sufficiently imbibed this mind virus, it is inevitably going to question its own survival. If enough people believe that their society is bad, how could they not bring about its decline? Now, let me be clear, I don't think decline is inevitable. On the contrary, I think it's extremely avoidable. We just have to choose to avoid it. And my warning is not intended to provoke paralysis, it's intended to provoke action. Incidentally, before we go on, the question about whether the West is good and worth preserving has an easy, obvious, and uncontestable answer. That answer is Australia. Australia is a Western country in a non-Western part of the world, surrounded by non-Western countries. I was there earlier this year. And in Australia, there are precisely 0 people who get onto rickety boats every year to brave shark-infested waters in search of a better life elsewhere. 0 people. The traffic is all one way, in the opposite direction. The same is true on the southern border of the United States. The same is true in the Mediterranean. The same is true in the English Channel, where tens of thousands of people cross over from Calais into Britain illegally every year. And I'm not blaming the people. I wouldn't want to stay in France either. My point is, if you look at how people vote with their feet, Western civilization blows the competition out of the water. I know this is politically incorrect to say nowadays, but our civilization is better. I know you don't like to hear it, but it is. That's not just my opinion, that's the opinion of millions of people who come every year, and the hundreds of millions who would if they could. And that is despite the fact that we are undoubtedly going through a period of decline. Now, what do I mean by decline? I think we do owe an explanation and a definition, and each of us probably has our own. In 1978, my countryman Alexander Solzhenitsyn, who had just left the Soviet Union after many years in the gulags, came to the United States and gave an address to the Harvard students on their commencement address. And here's what he said. Let me quote him briefly. "A decline in courage may be the most striking feature which an outside observer notices in the West in our days. The Western world has lost its civil courage, both as a whole and separately, in each country, in each government, in each political party, and of course in the United Nations. Such a decline in courage is particularly noticeable among the ruling groups and the intellectual elite, causing an impression of loss of courage by the entire society. Of course, there are many courageous individuals, but they have no determining influence on public life. Political and intellectual bureaucrats show depression, passivity, and perplexity in their actions and in their statements, and even more so in theoretical reflections to explain how realistic, reasonable, and intellectually, and even morally warranted it is to base state policies on weakness and cowardice. And decline in courage is ironically emphasized by occasional explosions of anger and inflexibility on the part of those same bureaucrats when dealing with weak governments and weak countries not supported by anyone, or with currents which cannot offer any resistance. But they get tongue-tied and paralyzed when they deal with powerful governments and threatening forces, with aggressors and international terrorists. Should one point out that from ancient times, decline in courage has been considered the beginning of the end? I'm sad to say that his message has aged excruciatingly well. Not only is it still true, it's more true today than it was 50 years ago. But forget Solzhenitsyn, how about we listen to our fellow citizens? In Britain, 68% of people, when polled in a recent Ipsos poll, said that Britain is in decline. Why do British people feel this way? Well, we're inherently miserable. That's part of it, but in case it's just not the only explanation, let's look at the facts. In Britain, GDP per capita fell very sharply in 2007 during the financial crisis, and has still not recovered. Put simply, on average, British people are poorer today than they were in 2007. And I'm afraid to say, this is true here in Norway, too. It's true in Sweden, in Iceland, in Finland, in France, in Italy, Spain, Portugal, and in Ireland. I'm afraid it's true in Greece, where the GDP fell from $32,000 in 2008 to just $23,000 today. And this is not an accident. Because politicians are judged on whether they grow GDP, not GDP per capita, they don't actually care about whether we are getting richer or poorer. The easiest way to deliver GDP growth is to increase the number of bodies in the country, the number of people. That's the way you do it. And the way they've done it, by importing low-skill, low-wage people from other parts of the world, has made us poorer in a way that we can't blame them for it. Economic growth in Britain is not just anemic, it's fake. It's an accounting trick. As for Europe, it's been an economic decline for at least a decade. That's not me telling you that or Yanis telling you that. Those are the words of José Manuel Barroso, the former president of the European Commission, writing earlier this week. Now look, money isn't everything. It can't buy you happiness, although it can buy you cars with heated seats, which is the closest thing to happiness that I've discovered in Norway. But the absence of money does make misery a lot more probable. I'm going to talk about Britain for a moment, but wherever you've come from or wherever you're watching this on the internet, see if this rings a bell. We release dangerous criminals from prison because of overcrowding. The police do not investigate crimes like burglaries and car breaks. We have growing NHS waiting lists, and even the anger we saw spill out on the streets of Britain during the summer is in large part a product of a stagnating economy. The average age for somebody buying their first apartment or house in Britain is 34. In London, where all the good jobs are, it's 37, which means that even the small fraction of our young people who can afford to buy their own house will probably do it when it's too late for them to have children for purely biological reasons.
That's a devastating stat. That's totally devastating.
That is.
And while expensive housing and a stagnating economy are not the only explanation for this, they are a significant contributor to the fact that Britain's total fertility rate has fallen massively in the last 60 years. In 1964, the average British woman had 3 children. Today, we are way below replacement. As with other troubles of this kind, Britain is not alone. From the US to the entire European Union to Canada, New Zealand, and Australia, we are not even close to having enough children. This is not a uniquely Western phenomenon, but it is particularly bad in the West. Now look, I don't claim to know what the right number of human beings on planet Earth is. And when I spend an hour on doom scrolling on social media, I increasingly think that number is 0. But what I do know is that if you were a zoologist studying an animal species which was failing to reproduce, you would hardly conclude that everything is going swimmingly. Have you ever heard the expression, it's like getting pandas to mate? It's used to say that something is very difficult because zoos and conservationists are struggling to maintain the panda population. Well, the average female panda will have 5 to 6 children over the course of her lifetime. The average Western female human will have 1.5. This phenomenon has cultural, economic, and even spiritual dimensions. But the fact is that a society which is not having enough children to replace its population is not only doomed to decline, it's also doomed to the mass, uncontrolled immigration of the kind that the entire Western world has seen in recent years. And the reason I bring up mass immigration is that a nation can endure and bounce back from periods of stagnation and even decline, provided there's a sense of common purpose and a willingness to be honest about the problems that society faces. In Britain, we have neither. The nation and the common purpose that came with it is rapidly becoming a thing of the past, to be replaced by the much celebrated communities we hear so much about. Instead of seeing ourselves as British first and everything else second, we increasingly see ourselves as Asian, black, white, Jewish, Christian, Muslim, LGBTQI+ first, and little else second. As for honesty, well, we shun, ostracize, and in Britain increasingly set the police on people who express widely held views about illegal immigration, Islamist terrorism, and the failure of multiculturalism. Especially if they come from the working class, whose crass ways and ugly sentiments offend the chattering classes. And yet, despite all of this, I see no urgency. When I listen to the people who run my country, of all political persuasions, they all think that this is normal, a problem to be managed. I assumed this was the case, that they were putting this face on for public consumption, but I'm afraid behind closed doors, they're all exactly the same. And people say that if we were attacked, we'd struggle to get people to enlist. I think that's complete nonsense. I think if we suffered what the people of Ukraine have suffered, or what the people of Israel suffered on October 7th, there would be millions of people in our countries that would rise to defend it, and millions of others to support the war effort. But the problem is, we're not in a war. There is no enemy to fight. And so nobody knows what to do, which is why what we have is just a creeping, unstoppable malaise. Even now, with the wave of enthusiasm that has swept Argentina and the United States, because the problem is not our politicians, it's us. Milei won in Argentina because he promised to cut red tape, taxes, and bureaucrats with his chainsaw of freedom. Trump won in America because he promised to cut regulation, taxes, and waste. Europeans, on the other hand, are very clear. We want higher taxes and more government. This is why no politician in Britain or in Europe talks about unleashing the talents of our people. We don't want to be unleashed. We want to be looked after. We need to recognize that the answer to our problems is to create a vibrant and growing economy, not to hike up tax rates and energy prices to chase industrial, creative, and wealthy people out of our countries. Britain, if you don't know, has lost more millionaires in recent years than any country in the world except China. We need to spend more time focusing on building wealth instead of arguing about how to divide it. We need to aspire to do things, to make things, to create things. I know that many of you don't like him, but if you're even remotely curious or intellectually honest, you have to ask yourself, why has Elon Musk become an icon to hundreds of millions of people around the world? It's not his charismatic speeches and stunning good looks. It's the fact that he builds big things, and in doing so, reminds us who we're supposed to be. We're supposed to reach for the stars, not into our neighbors' pockets. I know that to the British ear, and by the judging by your faces, also to the Norwegian ear, this sounds like immense cringe. I understand.
It's just, there's such a disconnect here, because the argument he lays out in the beginning is that there's just this massive income inequality that's really wrecking the middle class.
Mm-hmm.
And then he wants to go back to, we got to keep our hands out of each other's pockets. Well, how do you deal with the inequality? The inequality is just going to get worse and worse and worse.
Right. That
So
is
it's like a
true.
massive disconnect here. I'm like, okay. I mean, to some extent, there is a zero-sum game in housing, right?
Well,
Like what like if you're basically, you own like 25 houses and you're constantly making money off those, what incentive do you have to sell those, to return those assets to someone who's gonna be owner occupied?
yeah, there is
Like you got to build new houses, or you got to find some sort of way to incentivize people to give up the assets that they're holding, and there's nothing that's going to happen. Yeah. But he's framing that as dipping your hand into somebody else's pocket.
Yeah, but there is a balance, that there's this difficult balancing game, because, I mean, I didn't know that stat. That is pretty crazy that, besides China, more, I don't know if you said millionaires or billionaires or whatever, are leaving the UK. Like I did not know that. And so there is this balancing act between, okay, like we do need to figure out a way to make it so housing is affordable, so that the middle class is getting a much bigger piece of the pie. There definitely is too much income/wealth inequality in America. But you can't just be like, oh, well, we're just going to start, taxing the rich at 99%, like we did in 1939 or whatever, 1941.
Yeah.
And just start, saying, okay, well, now, we're going to start taking, all of Elon's money away and just giving it to everyone else.
Well, look, I'm always talking about separating innovators from rent seekers, because I do think it's a huge problem if the entire economy is running on people rent seeking, right? Like you've just got a bunch of wealthy people that are like, I'm going to buy up all the housing stock and make sure nobody builds any more houses, because then I have leverage in the marketplace and I just want a bunch of renters. That is literally rent seeking. So
Right.
if you're talking about developing new products and services, and I don't understand why we can't. I mean, we have a justice system. I'm assuming judges look at like evidence and shit like that. Like, why can't we just have people look and say, this person is obviously a rent seeker and this person is obviously some sort of innovator, right? Like if you're developing new products and services for a market, that is like the magic of capitalism. The corruption, I think, is the rent seeking. The people that are like, I'm going to find a monopoly and I'm going to basically just charge people and not tangibly improve anybody's life. I'm just going to have them working for me. It's like an indentured servitude / economic extraction / slavery. The same thing that people have been doing to other people forever, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's more difficult to suss. First of all, I think it is more difficult to suss out exactly what is a pro-social economic move versus an anti-social economic move. I mean, a lot of people, again, would say, oh, Tesla having all this money, that is, that's the rent-seeking behavior, right? And then even if you
wait, they're trying to basically deal with climate change by electrifying the
but then so then you get into a situation
like you can argue over whether or not that's a good strategy or not, but they're not rent seeking.
No, not like the company's existence, but like the behavior. Like, is it rent seeking behavior for a company to, blow a bunch of money on stock buybacks, right? It's like a very contentious topic that people, go back and forth on, like whether that should even be allowed or not. So I'm saying it's not so simple as like, oh, well, we, know definitively what is like a good thing and what is a bad thing. And then even if you could theoretically identify, what's a pro-social versus what is maybe a little bit more self-serving or is a self-serving, economic behavior. I mean, I don't think it'd be very difficult. Maybe not now, maybe because the populism will change, but it would be very difficult in the past to get a voting coalition to say, okay, well, we're just going to start making it illegal. Like, for example, it's illegal for someone to buy a residential house unless they're going to live in it, right? It's illegal for them to buy it to rent it out to another person or buy it as investment property. Like, I don't know. It'd be very difficult, I think, to get a coalition.
If it's standing in the way from people who actually want to buy homes,
right,
so that they can live in them, that's the problem. And the bottleneck is the production of homes.
Of
But I
course.
mean, if you find companies, home builders are not building homes so that they can inflate the prices of the homes that they do build, like suffocating supply for their own economic benefit, obviously at the expense of people who want homes and to want to live in homes. Obviously, that's fucking rent-seeking bullshit.
Sure.
I mean, it's so obvious. It's so obvious.
But are you going to get, are we able to get a voting coalition to make that behavior illegal in this country? I don't think so. I'm very skeptical. Unless the Republican Party does a complete, goes even further down the populist direction, which, I mean, we'll see what happens with Trump. I'm kind of skeptical.
Yeah, we have two parties. We have the Democrats, who are basically the coalition for wealthy academics. And then you have the Republican Party, which is a coalition for wealthy business interests. It's like,
right.
Nobody's representing the middle class, which is what people elected Trump to do. We'll see if he actually does it, though. Anyway, I just see a huge disconnect. Obviously, I'm with Konstantin when he's outlining the problem. But then he just sort of, the solution is we need people to be inspired, which, call me old fashioned, but I think society needs to be structured so that people who are not inspired, not very bright, don't have a lot going for them, can succeed, can buy a home, have a family, and have a life. Society can't be structured. So every single person needs to be inspired by Elon Musk so that they can be economically viable. We're not talking about success. We're talking about just viability.
Right. I don't think the issue is inspiration. I think the issue is people have to have faith and belief that they live in a system that if they work hard, they will be rewarded with happiness and success. And we don't live in that system. People don't believe that exists for them anymore.
Because it doesn't.
I know.
Yes.
I agree. Right.
It's not just about the belief. It actually, the system has to function that way.
So the way to fix that is you have to change the system so that actually it does deliver those results and people can see it. And part of the difficulty is that no one can ever, it's very difficult to actually find the answer to that question, but no one can even agree on what's causing it. Is it just economics? Is it the fact that people aren't having children? Is it the fact that people are having children because they don't have houses? Why aren't people having children? Because it's actually like one of the most complicated issues that our society has to deal with, and no one knows. Yeah. There's not a clear answer for it, at least that we can all agree upon. Say, okay, this is how you fix this problem. Let's get to it.
Yeah. Who owns all the stuff?
I do. This mindset shift we need is going to be very difficult. It's like getting Westerners to mate.
Well, I just want to say one more thing. This is why, I know you don't like it, but this is why the sort of left-right intuition exists. People, and I've said this a lot, and I'll say it again, and people really have to just like drill this in their minds forever. People are very good at sensing whether something is in a good place or a bad place, but they're not good at understanding why and how to fix it. Okay. And so this is how you get into that situation where the less intuition is to say, okay, well, we're in a bad place. So obviously we need to, the problem exists because of our system and our pre-existing hierarchies and structures and all the baggage of our society. That's created all the problems. This is like that guy that just spoke. That Greek guy, he literally laid that out. He said, all of the problems that the West is facing right now is because of the baggage of their history, because of colonialism, because of oppression, and all those ideas are still inherent in the system. And it's just a, kind of existing in a slightly different form. And so the only way to solve all that problem is to shed, like the snake, to shed all that old baggage and adopt to something entirely new. And then you have the right intuition is to say, well, the reason that things are bad now is they didn't used to be bad. So therefore we need to stop whatever new thing occurred whatever, we have to go and find the magic part in history where things were good, and we just need to replicate those behaviors. I don't know which one of those behaviors is what caused the good thing, but if we replicate all of them, we'll reproduce the good thing once again, right? And that's the right-wing intuition. And that's how we're in the kind of the situation we're in right now.
We're still all just talking about it from a philosophical point of view and not an economic point of view.
That's how people don't look beyond the fact that people say, yes, I want more money and to be able to, provide for myself. That's people don't look at the world through an economic theoretical lens.
Right.
Beyond their own bank account, obviously.
Right. But if your philosophy is enforcing an economic system that is unfair and people can just see that it's unfair.
No. Okay. Everything I said is entirely tied into the economics, because the left-wing intuition is to say the economic situation we exist in has always existed and is inherent within the system. This evil system of capitalism is what creates it. And then the right-wing intuition is to say, no. It was working at some time in the past. Something new has occurred. What is it? Well, it's foreign labor. It's outsourcing jobs. It's this new thing. So we need to strip that away and go back to the older economic system.
Right. Adopt the old regulation.
Right.
We deregulated too much somewhere.
I mean, that's part of what's interesting about the divide now between the right-wing business coalition and the right-wing populist movement, which are at odds with each other.
Yeah. And it's only going to get worse.
It will.
But I'm here to tell you something that you already know. Until we decide to become a civilization that wants to succeed, we will not. Thank you very much.
I think that is the most important part of this entire conversation, is that right now, and this is the left's fault, is that, well, it's mostly the left's fault. The far right does echo this, but I don't think they have much pull in the broader society. And it's right now, the left has sort of, for the last 15 to 20 years, has been pushing this idea of demoralization, of West bad, America bad, West bad, Europe bad. And yeah, if people have this idea, then who's going to be motivated to fix anything, to fix their society, as opposed to letting it just burn?
Yeah.
So, where to start with this? Yanis and Cynthia, come on stage. Konstantin, do sit down. Thank you so much. I think I should start with what the ideal is. What is the dream? Because, in a way, the question is the West in decline and it will come on to whether, the very fact that we're asking this question when you think everyone wants the world to be in decline would suggest...
Not everyone.
Okay, well, come on to that. What I want to know, though, in a way, from a starting point, is what's the dream? Presumably, first of all, the dream is that other nations become wealthier.
Whose dream?
Sorry?
Whose dream are you asking us?
I'm asking each of your dreams.
Each of us.
I'm asking for you to paint, and it's a kind of naive idea because, of course, it'll never happen. But let's just, if you could control things, would you want every other nation to become as wealthy as the West? Would you want them to become as democratic as the West? Yanis.
Oh, me?
Why not?
Well, allow me to answer by means of an example, which touches upon something Konstantin said, that, the riffraff out there, outside the West, are dying to come to our shores, and therefore it means that we're civilized and we're better. Well, take the Democratic Republic of Congo. The King of Belgium created a slave colony there for 30 years, then it was taken over by the state of Belgium for 40 years. Then, as they were gaining independence, the CIA murdered their first president. And now today, Glencore, one of our great corporations, is mining all sorts of cobalt derivatives and so on, giving zero to the people of the Republic of Congo. I'd like to live in a West which is not a parasite on people that it then denigrates by saying that you are the riffraff and you want to come to a beautiful garden and this is why, and therefore our dream is to stop you from coming. which is your dream.
Okay, no, but
Their elites subjugate their people, and it's fucking America's fault. I fucking hate that argument.
Well, that's the whole thing. First of all, I mean, Konstantin never said the riffraff, right? So this is just pure projection of his own, racism, right? Or they just try to label you as racist. But then secondly, the problem is institutions. Is if in a lot of these countries, and yeah, all these countries were, subjugated by the West. A lot of them were not subjugated by the West. So it's totally bullshit to cherry pick it. But they don't have institutions that are built upon trust and, liberal democratic principles of trying to make everyone's lives better. A lot of it's based on people. It's funny because, there's a lot of corrupt dealing that goes on in this country. There's a lot of sort of legal bribing that goes on in this country. But if you go to some of these, riffraff countries, some of these third world countries, that shit is like off the fucking chain.
Yeah, rampant.
It's just rampant. It's just so rampant, it's expected.
Yeah, no. Man is a wolf to man, and that's just the structure of society. And blaming that structure on the West, who's done a better job of policing that behavior than most other places, it's just fucking pull your head out of your ass, dude.
Yep.
That's a normal state of the world.
Yep.
To say that it's our fault because we need some kind of natural resource, and we go to the nation and say, hey, you guys have a natural resource we'd like to have, and the elites basically subjugate the population in some sort of slave or indentured servitude system to extract those resources and sell them to America. Wow, it's fucking our fault. How's that fucking our fault? They could construct a society where everyone in society benefits from the natural resources, right? They're all split evenly among the population. They don't do that.
Right.
Fucking most likely because they don't have any sort of democratic institutions, and nobody in those places has any political power. But that's somehow the West's fault.
Yep.
In a way.
Political power is often turned into economic power. It begins with political power. It really does. Political power is what aligns the interests of the elites and the interests of the population, because every so often the elites have to do this trick. They have to get 70 million people to show up and say, I want you to be in charge, right? Mm-hmm. So it just completely flips a switch. You need to focus on public policy that's going to make at least half the population a believer in the economic system. So look, and when you don't have that, when you don't have democracy, when you have just fake democracy where it's all just a sham, the elites don't need to make 70 million people happy. They don't need to make 15 people happy. They need to make just the people that are going to keep them in power, the generals of the military who are going to fucking put down any sort of rebellion or any sort of backtalk about the situation. Political power is the base of developing economic power. And in so many of these places, they don't have political power. So they're never going to have economic power. And it's funny when America steps in and says, hey, we don't necessarily like you subjugating your people. Like, our American citizens think it's kind of sucks that you have child labor making our t-shirts. Okay. Our people are upset about it. Then all of a sudden they want to say, oh, look at America spreading its values by force. Oh my God. Right. It's we opened up a military base because we don't want fucking 10-year-olds sewing our clothes. Yeah. Go fuck yourself. We don't like child labor. That's part of our values.
Right.
Sorry.
But is the ultimate aim, I mean, if you could do it, that yes, you don't have whatever the mining companies doing whatever.
I like that how she has this listen, you motherfucker, you dodged, okay? You didn't even answer the fucking question. I'm sick of you going back 200 years. Answer the fucking question. Mm-hmm. If Congo could be democratic and actually have real democratic institutions that were modeled off the West that you fucking hate, wouldn't that be a good thing? He can't say it, though. He can't admit that. He'd be like, oh, my God, if it's not America's fault, Jesus Christ.
Whatever they do in other nations, but those nations build up. I'm just wondering if the dream is a multipolar world.
Well, very briefly, the dream is to have cooperation, solidarity, and genuine development of everyone that lives on this planet.
And the land of milk and honey too. We must have that.
So, Konstantin, is that what you would also say?
Well, we only have an hour and 40 minutes, so let me be brief.
The multipolar world, is that something that you should say?
No, the multipolar world is an atrocious idea whose consequences will be exactly the consequences we have when you see a multipolar world within one country. That country is Mexico. Mexico is controlled by a large number of cartels. And when one of them is taken out, what ensues is a chaotic fight for dominance again. And the multipolar world will lead to conflagration, inevitably, because somebody has to be on top. It's unavoidable. And
somebody has to be on top.
Of course. Now, Yanis's point about cooperation is entirely wonderful, but the best way to predict human behavior is to look at human behavior in the past. When is this great age in which everyone just sat together?
So that is a good argument to bring back slavery, because almost every society until 200 years ago had slavery.
May I address?
They always do the fucking slavery thing. It drives me insane. Well, you like slavery. No, dude, you like slavery. You're the one in favor. You're the one stopping America from ending slavery.
Mm-hmm.
Bastard.
What Yanis has said repeatedly, actually. I think it's important to do so. What he said on stage during his presentation is entirely true, which is that many of the riches of Western societies are the product of the resources that were taken from other parts of the world. What I'm afraid this analysis is missing is the fact that during that time, as during the present time, the entire world was competing on that very same model. The only reason that the European powers were able to be as effective as they were is that they had superior technology. And superior technology.
Far more superior technology, and they were not imperialists.
May I
Yanis,
finish?
1 second. Okay. I will come to you to respond, but let's let Konstantin make the point.
Let's be factually correct.
Who did he say had superior technology but wasn't imperialistic?
He said China.
China?
Yeah.
China?
Right. I don't know. Now, my Chinese history is a little spotty. I don't know what China was doing from the 1600s to the 1900s, but I'm skeptical that they were just sitting there minding their own business. Like, we're living in peaceful harmony as a imperial dynasty, that whole, 400, 500 time span. So
they might not have tried to cross the Pacific Ocean, but they definitely did encroach on their neighbors' territory, right?
I don't know. As I said, I don't know what they were doing. I'm very skeptical that China became the large, gigantic country that it is by just, loving everyone with peace, right? Yes, and harmony.
We've got an hour and 40. Well, we're good.
I think it was only Europe that set out to destroy
Yanis. Right, we've only just started. Konstantin.
That's only Europe. Only Europe. We're the only ones.
It's only the evil Europeans. Yep.
What about the Vikings?
I'm also
in Europe. I guess they're European.
They're European. They're the most white of all. The most evil whites.
They started it.
Slightly Greek, so this is Greek on Greek violence here.
Get to the point, because otherwise...
Well, I'm afraid I'm going to need a little time to get to the point, especially if I'm interrupted. So, every other civilization in human history has practiced slavery in one form or another. Every other civilization, including the Native Americans, who were enslaving each other and anyone they could find, the Middle Eastern Arab slave trade across the Saharan desert was worse and lasted longer than the transatlantic slave trade. And every other great empire in history attempted to practice slavery to the very best of its ability to do the very thing that Yanis rightly accuses Western powers of doing. Now, the reason the West was more successful at this is it was more technologically advanced and was able to transport people across oceans in a way that at that time no other civilization could. So yes, it is true that the Western history is one of colonialism and enslavement, but that is only because we were better at it than other people. That's the only reason that we are where we are.
So just to go, I will come to you in a minute, but just to go back to the specific question.
Yes.
Should we be aiming towards a multipolar world? You would say, look, we're a competitive world. Let's just compete against everyone else.
I would say that the best world is a stable one, and the construction we have had for some time now has been one of the best periods in human history since the end of World War II. Now, why has that been?
For the West?
Well, I would argue for the billions of people around the world who've been lifted out of poverty during the same time, in addition to for the West. Now, is that maintainable? Well, that's, I think, the issue that we're in discussions about. I don't know if that's maintainable, but my argument, the argument I made, and the reason that we're having this debate about slavery, is that I consider Western values, I don't think we should bomb them into the people of Iraq and Afghanistan, as some of our leaders have been attempting to do, but they are the best values, at least for those of us who want to live in the West, and we should maintain them as much as we possibly can, and then other people may wish to buy into that worldview as well.
Okay, Cynthia, where are you on this?
Well, I think it's really important to point out that when you're talking about refugees at least, most refugees are not running towards something, they're running from something. I mean, we've sort of skipping the safety bit. And people want to be at home, right? People want to be home in their culture, in their language, with their family. We know that, and I think nobody wants to get into a rickety boat with their infant and cross and make a risky crossing. They're doing that because they have no choice.
So let me interrupt for a second here. I was curious. I was like, what was China doing in like the 1700s? Okay. So there's this thing called the 10 Great Campaigns, which was a series of military expeditions conducted by the Qianlong Emperor of the Qing Dynasty from 1736 to 1796. This was 10 military campaigns. The estimated total death was between 10 to 20 million people over this 60-year period. Each of these campaigns was an effort by the Chinese to either control or pacify the regions to exert its influence on its neighbors. And then it talks about all the different regions of Asia that essentially they invaded and took over or fought to take over, essentially. So I don't know what the fuck this guy's talking about, unless he just means that like China was too busy fighting its surrounding neighbors. It didn't have, time to go, colonize the New World the way that Europe did or something. Is that, I don't know. Maybe that's the Great Enlightenment. China was too busy trying to conquer its neighbors. It didn't have time to go to the New World and try to take that over. So, good
it's
on
such
China.
Bullshit.
Right.
It's such bullshit. Man is a wolf to man. That's like central to all the understanding of the world, all the understanding of politics.
Well, I mean, this guy, because again, I'm assuming he's a socialist. He's a total China simp. Because later in this conversation, he keeps saying repeatedly, like, I don't know why America was so concerned with China. China just wants to sell you things. They don't want to do anything bad. They just want to sell you nice little trinkets.
No, they want to rip you off.
I know. It's like insane. It's like the country that's the most closely aligned to mirror, the Orwellian 1984 dystopia, and is going to try to take over Taiwan, which is, the largest high-tech chip manufacturer in the world, and wants to put spyware in literally everything and control all of its people, doesn't have a fucking democracy, has a lifelong leader who, by the way, if you go out and you accuse someone in the party of sexual assault, you get disappeared for weeks at a time. Then you come back and go, oh, my mistake. That person actually didn't assault me. I had a dream and I'm so mistaken, right? And this guy's like, oh yeah, it's totally fine if that country, takes over everything. They just want to sell you some nice trinkets. Like, just ignore them. Like, this guy's so full of shit. He's insane.
Totally insane.
Choice but to do that. And I think if we want to change that pattern, you have to invest in regions of the world, safety, reduction of violence, reduction of gang. I mean, you look at what people are fleeing from, the kidnappings, the executions, the assaults, rapes in Central and South America, what people flee to the southern border, why they're doing that, I think, is also on us, to not pay attention to kind of investing in those regions.
Okay, so with an ultimate aim of a multipolar world.
I mean, I don't see any other alternative than a multipolar world, but I also think that it's important to remember that nations have never been only one thing. They're constantly reimagined. They've always been reimagined, and perhaps they should be. So, in Germany, where I spent many years doing research, you look at the history books, the Huguenots showed up, and everybody, is having a freak out about French, right? Like, there's always been immigration, migration, patterns of change. You just look at the Germanic tribes, the Romans, right? I mean, these things, there've always been flows. So maybe we have to reimagine what it is to be a nation as well.
Okay, now, Yanis, I know.
Okay, first of all, when you talk with people talk about this multipolar. Like, what do they think the other pole is going to be? Like, it's not like, oh, it's going to be, England or Germany, right? That's not what they're talking about. They're talking about like China,
Yeah.
or Russia or something, some country that's a dictatorship and does not have any of the fucking social, cultural norms that these people swear to profess by. They say, oh, the West is so bad because there's too much racism and sexism, and then they're like, oh, but it'd be totally fine to have this multipolar world where the other pole, the other secondary power that has its influence is like 100 times more racist and sexist than the country that we're complaining about.
It's so weird.
It's like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah. They're fucking idiots. They're total idiots.
It's insane.
It's cognitive dissonance.
I stopped you, and it wasn't
No,
always
that's okay.
clear
You did
to you.
well.
But was there something?
There is too much testosterone on the stage between the two of us.
I don't know. The estrogen is trying to match it.
It's a good thing you put me in the middle.
But was there something that you specifically objected to? I just wanted to give you a chance before I suspect the debate is.
Well, yes. I mean, factually, it's completely wrong. It's only the West that has created industrial-scale imperialism. If you look at the Arab lands, if you look at the Chinese had the technology. The Indians had the technology. The Indians had an industrial revolution before Britain. And they did not conquer the rest of the world. They did not do what the British and the Dutch and the French did. So it is, for me, just completely...
They were innocent little angels, Sitch. Nothing.
They were innocent baby angels. They did nothing wrong. Asia did nothing wrong. They were just so nice to each other.
How can you be this dumb?
Why was some of the literally the most horrific war crimes were taking place in like the World War II time period in like Asia, between China and Japan. Like all these countries are just so nice to each other that for some reason there's just like the most crazy, insane war crimes going on in that time period. It's so weird. Like it just came out of nowhere. Like no one could have ever suspected it.
How can you be this naive? I just don't get it.
Because this is the America bad brain rot lens. It just makes, this is how you see the world. There's some intrinsic evil quality to America.
Right.
Factually wrong, and therefore the conversation is not particularly interesting to say, oh, look, somebody would have transported, once they got the technology, hundreds of millions of Africans to their place in order to create sugar plantations or, cotton plantations. It's not true.
But that's exactly what the Islamic world did. The Islamic world expanded from a tiny part of land to conquer all of southern Europe and all of North Africa.
But this is a fake history of the Islamic world.
Hold on a second. And not only that, to transport more Africans from sub-Saharan Africa into the Arab world than the Western powers collectively did.
Look, we can't settle this now, but allow me to just make one point if I can, because of something else Konstantin said. Look, the crisis of 2008 did deplete per capita incomes across the West, but for the reasons that I put forward. Austerity for everyone, except for the financiers. It had nothing to do with migration. In your talk, you made it sound as if it was immigration that created the problems. No, immigration was utterly irrelevant to the crisis of 2008. It was the bankers that created that, and it was the combination of quantitative easing and austerity, which created some room for people to come in and fill the gaps.
Okay, pause. May I just very briefly to say, I actually agree with Yanis about, I was not suggesting remotely that the immigration had caused the 2007 financial crash. What I was suggesting is our failure to recover is a product of the fact that our politicians bring in people who work for low wages to pretend GDP is growing when it's not. However, may I just address this point about refugees? First of all, most of the people who are coming on small boats are not coming with the...
So according to ChatGPT, Konstantin is correct. The Middle East had more slaves over a longer period of time than Europe. So thank ChatGPT, the robots sided with Konstantin against the commie, who says, no, that's just not true. I'm not going to explain how it's not true. I'm just going to say it's not true. Take my word for it. The Middle East never did nothing wrong.
Have you seen that clip of Bobby Lee, who is Korean, talking about how Koreans never did slavery? And he's on this podcast saying, like, this is something Korea never did. Obviously this was done in the West. And was like, what? Fucking fact check that shit. And they immediately find out, oh yeah, Korea had the longest running slave trade in like human history. And he's like, oh wow,
Oh
I
my
guess we did do slavery.
Oh,
Like
no.
just slavery. That's like how the world ran. Oh my God, it's completely naive to think, oh, my people never did slavery.
I
Oh,
know.
sure, whatever. Like I said, man is a wolf to man. Look, everyone's out there trying to get their fucking slave on.
It's terrible.
Look, Western values are against that. That's a good thing. That's a good, even to the point where these people are so naive that they think, oh my God, nobody ever embraced slavery except for the West.
Well, I wish that he would ask this guy, like, okay, assuming that your bullshit, crazy worldview is correct, you know, it's just the evil Europeans that did, you know, all the slavery and all this other stuff. Why did they do it? Are white people just inherently evil? Like, because he's laying out this insanely racist, weird worldview where, well, the whites, they just did all the slavery, but all the other countries, right, even when they had the magic technology, you know, to do it, they just wanted to live in peace and harmony. They didn't enslave anyone. They didn't oppress anyone. They didn't take over anyone. Which, by the way, you say, well, wait a minute. If they all had like matching levels of technology, how did they get oppressed by Europe? How did they get taken over by Europe?
Yeah.
It doesn't make sense anyway. So
yeah, they didn't. Obviously.
Infants, they're mostly young men.
It's so funny. Look, reference, I'm actually calling out the Why Nations Fail book once again. It's so funny because in the Why Nations Fail book, he basically sets up the argument that it is the institutions and institutional drift that establishes a lot of how the world is and how the world will continue to be. He very clearly lays out like there's this colonialist boon where everybody's like, look, here's the game plan. We're going to get in a boat with a bunch of savage warriors, and we're going to go over and we're going to basically cut the heads off of all the elites, and we're going to take over their society. So the Spanish are doing this, the French are doing this, the English are doing this, right?
right.
But the English end up landing in what is going to become America. And you've got the Native Americans, which are a completely decentralized society. There are no elites. I mean, they have slaves, but they don't have a hierarchical society like they do in South America with Aztecs and Incans and stuff like that, where they've got just basically they can take over all of the institutions. They don't have those institutions.
Right. So they're like, oh,
so,
shit.
Yeah, they're like, oh, fucking shit. We're going to have to work. We're going to have to grow our own food. We're going to have to fucking toil to survive. And out of that, like Protestant work ethic evolves America. So the America actually became the superpower that it did because they didn't have access to slavery, which completely goes against everything these people say.
Right.
Yeah, it's completely ridiculous. Like, read a fucking book.
Number one. Number two, this idea that most of this immigration is based on the fleeing of war is just factually incorrect. Most people, including when they're asked, say that they're coming to the United States, for example, through the southern border, for a better life. And I would too, right? I would too. But countries need borders.
Okay. I was asking about a multipolar world, partly because I was just trying to think about, like, in a way, it's that thing about remove yourself from the close-up and just think.
Yeah, it was weird that we didn't even touch on that. Woman was like, we might have to rethink what it means to be a nation. It's like, well, that's a scary way to phrase. What does that mean? Like, oh, okay, that's a little suspect.
I guarantee you China's not going to start rethinking what it means to be a nation. It's just, we're fighting with one hand tied behind our back. So
right.
What the dream is. But also, in a way, I was slightly surprised that none of you, I don't think, slightly Cynthia with you, saw that the threat to the West, such as it is, comes from external factors. Although I would just challenge, you said the West is not in decline, and then you had an apocalyptic picture in your final 30 seconds. Yes. You blew the world up.
That's exactly what I said. That the idea that the West will go out with a whimper, this is the decline, there's no evidence of that.
The Western values are declining, but the power of the West, I made the point that never before has so much power been vested in the hands of so few people in the West. So this is the dialectical opposition. Our values are going down the toilet. Our power and wealth is going through the roof. And that is creating an inexorable path towards not a whimpering out, but towards either environmental catastrophe. You can see, COP28, COP29. We're not even talking about.
So basically, when he said the West was in decline, he just did the classic leftist technique of, I'm going to redefine the terms in a very specific, stupid way just to make a point, even though no one agrees with my definitions of the terms whatsoever. Because when people talk about the West declining, they are talking about the value systems of the countries declining. So,
yeah, of course. He's saying that it's all going to blow up. Everything's going to be fantastic until it blows up.
But we're not declining. It's like, okay.
It's just
about any more environment. The Green Deal in Europe is gone. It's not funded anymore. Donald Trump comes out and says, drill, baby, drill. So we are heading towards a bang, not a whimpering.
Okay, so if the question had been,
This guy fucking wakes up in the middle of the night in a cold sweat about climate change. Oh my God, the climate is changing.
Yeah.
He probably lives in New York City, where I swear to God, like 4 months out of the year in New York City are just unfucking bearable. I don't know how people live.
I don't think he lives in America, but
in that kind of cold.
Right.
Yeah. Oh yeah, he lives in Greece. Where
I don't
it's
know
like
if like Greece.
constantly temperate. I think it's close to our climate, so
Oh, okay.
he's living the high life.
the West about to go, you would have said yes.
Well, no, about means that will happen tomorrow. It may happen in 20 years. It may happen in 40 years. It may happen in 15 years. But you
didn't even make an argument why it's going to happen, dude. You're the fucking lightweight on this stage here. God. Bankers. Fucking hate them.
The question in this Holberg debate is about a steady decline. I don't see this in terms of our power and wealth.
I was momentarily
I see it in terms of our
reassured as
values.
you were presenting your thesis.
Yes.
Yeah, she's like, nobody said steady decline, okay? You dipshit.
Yes.
Actually, you end up in one of the most alarming places.
Good.
But like Konstantin.
How much cocaine did this guy do before this meeting here?
Not enough.
What do you think, Sitch?
Not enough. He needed to do at least another 2 hits.
2 hits?
Yeah.
Okay. What's a hit?
And Cynthia, you also put it down to the threats.
Of course. The crisis of 2008 was a crisis of capitalism, of Western capitalism. It wasn't a crisis that was concocted in Russia, in China, in the Islamic world. It was the result of this audacious recycling system, which was a very funny combination of balance and disequilibrium, very precarious, and at some point, because Wall Street was given this exorbitant power, effectively to print private money for the bankers, the whole thing came crashing down, and then our leaders decided to not to do what South Korea did in 1998 or what Sweden and Finland did in 1992, which is to save the banks but not the bankers. They decided to save the bankers by printing so much money that essentially you created huge asset price inflation for the rich and you destroyed the prospects of the many with austerity. That is an internal crisis. It is a crisis which is endogenous, to put it in a quasi-scientific manner.
Okay, I just want to dive into something though about this sort of the potential.
I mean, that's okay. It's weird. I think so much.
I agree with that totally.
Well, no, but he's only half right. It's so much of his guy's worldview is probably just so stemmed deep in the fact that Greece had their massive economic. Fuck up.
They got fucked by the euro.
Right, right. But somehow this is America's fault. But because it is true that they totally bailed out the bankers, which I'm not in favor of, and I've always said this. I think it's fine to bail out the system, but throw those individual people into jail, right? And that was always what I said was Obama's biggest fuck up. And I do think so much of the cultural instability that we face today is a result of Obama's failure to really hold anyone accountable for the 2008 crash, the housing crash. So I agree with that. But when he starts talking about the austerity thing, he's like mixing in like Europe and America. Like, yeah, in a lot of European countries, because of the euro and because these countries like Greece didn't control their own currency, they had this austerity measures and everything like that. There was not austerity measures in America. That didn't happen at all.
Mm-hmm.
So he's like conflating what happened in Europe to America.
And there's quite a number of questions on this. One makes the point, you critique the global financial system, and on this question of the West decline. Is the decline of the West really a decline of the global North, or is it more a matter of the global South gaining the space to assert alternative economic systems and values? Now, you didn't speak to that.
No,
but when you look at
chance.
what's happening with the BRICS and with China and India, do you see that as, well, if not a threat to the West, a competition for space?
No, absolutely. Absolutely. What is happening is this. Look, if you look at the United States economy, which is the only West...
That's not a threat at all, unless we need resources from them, these other alternative monetary systems. Because if we don't need any resources from them, then we don't need to deal in their currency. And it's no fucking skin off our back if they don't want to deal in our currency. So just completely non-issue.
Western economy that really matters.
And look, everything I've read on that, because it is obviously you're worried, hey, is China going to have some rare earth metal that we are desperate for manufacturing? But it doesn't seem like that's the case. It seems like all of these rare earth metals are in abundance in America, where we control the resources. So we could just start developing our own resources. The reason why we're in a lot of these situations where we're taking natural resources or labor or whatever from other countries is because they're getting a fucking deal on it. It's like, okay, well, if we have to spend a certain amount of money to develop it in America and we can get it on the cheap elsewhere, well, let's just leave ours in the ground and develop theirs, right? So, but it's not like they have some sort of massive leverage over us because all of a sudden they're like, oh, we're going to use our own currency. Okay, right. Knock yourself out.
Well, I mean, also part of the problem is, yeah, there are definitely countries that don't like America. That's great. There's no country on the face of this earth that trusts China.
Of course not. That's it. That's the next thing that I was going to say. You want to put
like, oh yeah, who's going to trust China? Like, oh, let me buy a bunch of Chinese bonds. I'm going to trust China.
Yeah,
to, manage
exactly.
The world economy.
You want to put your retirement account in Chinese treasury bonds. Like everyone's talking about how, oh man, China may be on the verge of political collapse in the next 20 years. That's going to be really good for your savings, right?
Right.
Yeah, people want to put their savings in a safe asset, an asset that they feel like is going to be there in 50 years, in 100 years. They choose American treasury bonds. They do. And a lot of the reason why the financial system blew up in 2008 was because they had all this economic development and people were looking for a safe investment vehicle. There weren't the abundance of treasury bonds that there could have been. So people created this new investment vehicle that was just as safe as a treasury bond, a mortgage-backed security. And we all know how that went, right?
Right.
Like if they would have just put their money in treasury bonds, none of that shit probably would have happened.
Well, they also, I'm trying to remember, there was some unintended consequence. There was some regulation in like the 80s or early 90s that was supposed to, regulate and tamp down on Wall Street and stop some of their, bad behavior. And essentially it kind of, I forget what it was. It's Michael Lewis talks about it in Liar's Poker, I think. And he's like, oh, and basically that is what incentivized them to get into mortgage-backed securities because mortgage-backed securities were kind of outside whatever that regulatory framework was at the time.
Oh, wow. Yeah, if you're a bank, you just deal in money. You need some sort of safe investment vehicle. That's what you're looking for. Unfortunately, the world is not a safe place. So,
sadly,
it is now at around 50% of the industrial production of China. in dollar terms, not in PPP terms. So already, manufacturing in the United States has declined precipitously.
Yeah, let's hope we can turn that around. I want manufacturing to come back to the United States.
It's going to be a weird question with robots. Is it going to make sense?
Will it even matter?
Holy shit. Like, is it going to make sense to ship things across the ocean when you can just build a factory locally and have a bunch of fucking robots do it? Like, God. I don't know. It's going to change the calculation completely. So,
oh my God.
Who knows how that conversation is going to play out?
There's like 7 or 8 different models of humanoid robots now. I just watched a video on it. It's just getting, shit is getting insane. And I just think, I think because I remember, obviously I'm an old man. I remember back before we had cell phones and how cell phones completely just transformed our society.
Right.
Like that kind of transformation, it didn't take long. It didn't fucking take long.
No,
it happened, and all these people act like, oh, we never had a life before cell phones.
I mean, cell phones, internet. I still remember how weird, like, it's so weird, like now, where it's like, oh, I need to find something, right? I need to find a document. I need to find a report. I need to find a TV show, an episode of something. Let me go on the internet and I can find it, right? And like,
oh my God, I know.
Trivia. It's weird. Yeah, I'm accustomed to it, but I always like sometimes I'll be like, I could not have that like 15 years ago, or when I was like a teenager, like this technology didn't really exist to this capacity. You just couldn't find things everywhere.
Yeah, you used to share a phone with your parents.
Right. Or your phone was a phone. And I still remember in middle school, this was hilarious to me. In middle school, everyone was so excited because you know what they could do on their cell phone? They could play the game Snake.
Oh, I know.
They're like, oh my God, I can play Snake on a cell phone. I could play Tetris on my cell phone. People were so excited. I'm sitting there like, oh my God, this is like, really? This is what you're excited for? But,
yeah. Oh,
J-Mac.
I'm trying not to go into like an old man rant phase.
I know, it's just funny. J-Mac, thanks so much for the 50 gifted membership.
Yes, yeah. That wasn't showing up on my end, so.
Christoph Keating for 20 euros. Thank you. Says first person in recorded history to publicly oppose the idea of owning people was Gregory of Nyssa, Christian church father of the 4th century, who says both men and women share the image of God. Genesis 1:27, teach her where it's from.
Wow, nice.
Madney85 for $50. Thanks so much. Says a common misconception on the left is that men are taught to get rid of their emotions. Traditional masculinity teaches men to be tough in order to control their emotions, not eliminate them. Even the ancient Stoics never taught that men should be robots. That is entirely true.
It's so weird. They just have no fucking concept. They have no concept.
Well, there's like it's because they're like this weird feminist or feminine, I should say, interpretation of like, if you don't want to share all your emotions by talking them all out, which by the way, can definitely be helpful in certain contexts, but it's not helpful in every context. But this idea, if you don't conform to that in all contexts, then you're just repressing your emotions in some sort of negative, unhealthy way, which isn't always the case.
I read something that traced all of that back to the development of the steam engine and how that totally transformed psychology and this idea that bottling up your emotions was not safe.
The steam engine?
Because they had this metaphor of the power of steam, boiling inside of something and then exploding out.
That's interesting, yeah.
That metaphor, which there's no reason to tie that to psychology, but you kind of think if you are overweighting that metaphor in psychology, you can see where people are like, oh yeah, it's dangerous to bottle up your emotions like that. You could blow like a fucking steam engine.
Right.
But it's just based on nothing. Totally nothing. You should learn as a human being to master your emotions. If you don't, your emotions will control you. And that is the situation you do not want to be in. So, and like I said, men are more dangerous than women. What is that? Newsflash. Men are more dangerous than women. Why are men like in all the prisons? Why do men do all of the violent crime in the world? Why?
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I feel like a
It's
lot
stupid.
of base level therapy. This is not, listen, this obviously there's lots of good therapists out there, but I feel like there's a lot of shitty, probably more shitty therapists than there are good therapists.
Totally.
Because
yes.
a lot of therapy, at least in my experience, from the experience of people I've heard and read research on this, is like they only do like the one step of like you need to understand your feelings, as opposed to the second step, which you're talking about, which is more important, is controlling your feelings.
Yep.
And I feel like it's almost like the reverse of that because of a lot of these weird far left attitudes of like, oh, you should just, you're perfect the way you are. You don't need to necessarily control yourself. You don't necessarily need to change yourself. Right.
Society needs to change for you.
Right. When it's when it's literally the exact opposite. So
they should learn to deal with crazies running around pushing people into the subway and stabbing people.
Right.
So you need to adapt.
Philip Cogans for $20 says it's like Antonio Gramsci and the Long March through the Institutions was never a thing. Exactly.
Oh, of course. Yeah.
Sketch, thank you so much for the $20. Says, Happy New Year, gentlemen. I take a holiday break from internet politics and I come back to MAGA losing its mind and the left doing reruns of 2016, but at least we still have each other. Am I right? Yes.
It's going to be great.
There's like this weird sort of, political turmoil before Trump, takes office where people aren't really sure what's going to happen. So.
What's tomorrow? Do you know what tomorrow is?
Tomorrow is January 6th, 2025. Oh my God.
It is.
So, we'll see.
It is. I'm already seeing those cringe clips of Kamala swearing in senators and stuff.
Oh,
what is going to come out of tomorrow?
But nothing.
No, she's totally, all these passive aggressive clips are coming out. She's like losing her mind.
Oh, really?
Oh,
I haven't seen the passive aggressive clips.
She's going to be totally passive aggressive. Watch.
Okay. That's funny though.
I guarantee she adds some little ad lib.
Do you think so?
To the electoral count.
I don't. And that's how you do it without without overthrowing the country. Is that what you mean? She's gonna be like,
yeah, something like that. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what some jab.
Listen, I think that's totally warranted. Okay,
she's gonna.
That's 100% warranted. She should do that. She should.
No.
She should rub it in the fucking face. She'd say, if I was another person, I would throw this into the trash can. But since I'm a correct, upstanding, moral American, I'm going to say, this state goes for Trump.
You figured it out.
Yeah,
you figured it out. That's exactly what's going to happen.
She should 100% do that.
No, she should. Oh my God, Sitch. Really?
No, I think it's just funny. Obviously, I don't think she's going to do anything. I think she's going to be very boring.
No, she's going to do something as cringe as that.
No way. J-Mac, thanks so much for showing your father, Dad. J-Mac for the $20. Says slander. Snakes are majestic and beautiful creatures. Also, snakes only shed as they grow. So he's saying the West has grown. Growth is typically characterized as a positive. That is true.
I know.
Everything he said is true.
That's exactly what I was thinking the whole time.
That is true. And I do like snakes as well. Bob Van Gogh for $20. Thanks so much. Says monopolizing land ownership without a care of social harm is a symptom of our meritocratic values. Those with the financial power to engage in the act feel like they earn their station in life and owe nothing to society.
Yeah, the problem that I see, everyone knows this from playing Monopoly. You get to a point in Monopoly where you don't stand a chance in hell of ever coming back. Like that's how the game always ends. Someone goes fucking bankrupt.
Which is part of the point of the game.
Yeah, exactly. Well, yeah, the game was definitely developed to give people, to show people how the reality of the situation. So look, and I guess maybe I'll wait and respond because I did see J-Mac did like a $200 super chat.
Oh my
which
God.
Gets at this a little bit as well. So
J-Mac, thanks so much for showing your father, Daddy J-Mac for $200.
Yes. That ain't cheap. Look at that.
That is not cheap. That is not rent seeking right there. Okay.
Of course.
Says, my family owns a ton of land. Should the government have the ability to seize it from them because there's not any tangible social benefit that is being produced? I have a revulsion when you start talking about that kind of government oversight. Can you guys explain what the rent-seeking behavior is?
Yeah, see, it's tough because if we have a society where we are in that situation at Monopoly, and you have a bunch of young people that don't stand a chance of ever owning a home, because every time a home comes on the market, you've got a bidding war going on from people who want to buy the home and turn it into a rental property. Is that the best situation for society? Is if you've got a bunch of rich people who are basically competing to own their 25th, their 100th, their 10th investment property? I don't see how that society is sustainable, right? So I don't know the situation. I don't know if the situation that I'm laying out is what's happening, the facts on the ground, or if it's not. I mean, a lot of people are saying that it is. A lot of people are saying this is why the asset prices have completely split. Like, this is why homes are overpriced, is because you have a bunch of people who have money and would like to buy up assets as investment properties come into the marketplace, and people who want to buy homes and live in them themselves, they can't compete. They totally can't compete. So, and those are the people, I mean, obviously they're going to, and I saw other people in the chat talking about people who want to rent. You know, they don't want to own their own home. They want to rent, which is fine. I know that there are a number of people who feel that way. But I think there's a bunch of people in society that don't want to rent, that would like to be homeowners, but just they don't stand a chance at doing it because they don't have the kind of resources it would take to become homeowners.
Right.
And a lot of that has to do with the fact that they're competing against people who basically have like infinite resources.
Well, I would say that first, I think the first thing that we should do is do everything we can to increase the supply, which we're not doing. Do that first. And if that's still not working, if increasing supply, like if we increase supply as much as we can, and it's still not fixing the housing shortages, the housing crisis, the housing problems we're having, then you look at the stats and you say, oh my God, 50% of the new houses that are, being built or being bought by people and sold or rented out as investment vehicles. And that's, keeping the other 50% of people out of the market who just want to own a home to live in. Then I would say, okay, well, we got to be involved in maybe throwing out some regulation there.
Yeah. Yeah. It's tough without knowing the actual numbers.
But I don't know what the number. I just intuitively, I would guess that it has an effect. I would be surprised if it's more than like a 10 or 15% at the maximum effect on prices. I think it's mostly a supply problem, but that's just my intuition. So I don't know the answer to that question.
Right. Well, I mean, if they start cranking out new homes and all of those homes are going to investors making a cash offer.
Right. Yeah. Well, I mean, you get in the problems of like, you have BlackRock and these other companies. It's like, okay, should that behavior be allowed where you have, private equity firms and all this other stuff just buying out, giant lots of homes. And then the counter argument is like, well, doing that, incentivizes builders. And it's like, but does it? I mean, I feel like people still would buy homes without that. I don't think they need that incentive to build homes, which there seems to be a increasing demand on just, exponentially. So.
Right.
Anyway, let's get back to this video.
And the West, the global North, as you put it, is now shrinking in terms of global GDP. So you have the BRICS, you have Brazil, you have Russia, you have India, you have South Africa, you have also Indonesia, Malaysia. They are all absolutely peeved by the fact that even though their share of the global pie is increasing, they're all under the thumb of the Fed, of the Central Bank of the United States, in the sense that there is no payment that can take place around the world. A Malaysian cannot buy something from an Indonesian without this payment going somehow through the Fed. The Fed can stop a payment by an Indonesian to Malaysian. So they have this ambition of...
So let's use China instead. That's so much better. I really want my payments to go through China. Oh man, this is a brilliant idea. I can't wait to get on board with this idea.
Don't you feel completely stable? China,
oh my
who's built
God.
entire cities of empty luxury high-rise apartments as some sort of investment vehicle for their people. That is a Chinese treasury bond, right?
Yes.
Some empty apartment skyscraper in some city with a population of 0.
Yes. It's ridiculous.
Creating a parallel payment system, which is what the BRICS pay is, and it's actually a very interesting thing. But that's not the same thing as a challenge to the US dollar, because the reason why BRICS is not going anywhere fast, even though it is an interesting experiment, is because China, the Chinese Communist Party leadership, they have not decided yet, to challenge the monopoly, the exorbitant power of the dollar. Why? Because if you're a Chinese capitalist, you make your money because of the exorbitant privilege of the dollar. If you're selling aluminum to California, right, the United States is in a huge trade deficit. The only reason why they can buy aluminum from you is because they pay in the global currency, which is the dollar. So the Chinese Communist Party, Xi Jinping, has not decided yet whether they want to challenge the dominance of the dollar, because
they sell us aluminum in those dollars, and then they take those dollars and they buy stock in American companies, American corporations. They buy American homes. Like, all those dollars come back to the United States to buy expensive assets that the middle class can no longer buy.
No,
it's not necessarily a good thing.
No. It's because China is a good baby angel who just wants to sell us nice little trinkets. I mean, China could totally, challenge us on the world stage and become this global dominant superpower, but they don't want to, because they're not interested. They're just so not interested in doing that.
No, they have a really good racket selling us aluminum and turning that aluminum into American homes.
don't forget, they have
and American companies, which is just same, right?
$4 trillion worth of savings. It's like you trying to undermine the bank in which you have your savings. But the way that the United States is persecuting this new Cold War, especially after Biden, with the CHIPS Act, effectively told Beijing, you're not going to be allowed to have a technologically advanced country or economy. They are pushing, the West is pushing, the United States is pushing the Chinese leadership to the point when they will turn BRICS into something that is substantial, like, for instance, a Bretton Woods with a one at its heart. But they have not decided that yet, because Chinese capitalists don't want it yet.
So when you look at the G20, you look at Saudi talking about joining the BRICS nations. I mean, I'm assuming people know Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa.
Yes.
You just think, listen, this is all overstated, that the G7 is still...
Of course it is. Look, the Saudis and the Emiratis, they think as follows. They saw that after the war in Ukraine, the Fed and, effectively the Fed, along with the European Central Bank, but it was mainly the Fed, essentially grabbed $400 billion of Russian central bank money. Okay? I'm not judging this, I'm just stating it. And if you are an Emirati, a sheikh, you know you're not the best person in the world. You know that you have an interesting track record. And you think, they don't like Putin that got his money. Maybe tomorrow they'll get mine. So if you have 100 billion, right, you put a couple of those billions through the Chinese one-denominated cloud finance system, the digital payment system of the Central Bank of China, you hedge a little bit. Washington sees this as a mortal danger to its hegemony, because it's not its industry, and it's not its competitiveness that keep America hegemonic. It is the exorbitant privilege of the dollar. The only thing, and this is the delicious irony, that the only thing that really, the greatest ally of the power of the dollar is the Chinese Communist Party, which has not decided yet to challenge it. They can challenge it, but then they will have to be hegemonic around the BRICS. And the Communist Party of China, unlike the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, does not want to be hegemonic. They just want to sell stuff.
Okay.
It's like America doesn't have any homes, land, industry, business, human capital. None of that matters. It's just the dollar.
Yeah.
Fuck. This is ridiculous.
I mean, there's just this total, he's totally jumping the issue here. Which is like, why is the dollar stable considered the global currency? Why is it stable? Why do people have trust in using it?
Because our stable political and economic system.
Right.
Yeah, because we have the least unstable political and economic system.
Or if BRICS is either going to, because like right now, I believe BRICS is trying to like incentivize the countries to use their own currency, which is fine, but that kind of defeats the whole point of if there's countries that are not stable and they would prefer to use the dollar because it is more stable, then they're not going to want to, do what the BRICS is suggesting. That's completely counter the whole point.
Yeah. I mean, we need to move manufacturing back home. That's like the weakest link. That's where they kind of could potentially have us by the balls.
Well, again, with robots, none of this is going to matter anyway.
Oh, of course. Yeah. But look, we should be manufacturing at home with robots.
But we're focusing it, understandably, in terms of China and the US. But when you look at other nations, India, for example,
and they want to buy cheap Russian petrol, gas, oil, paying in rupees.
Okay.
And the BRICS pay system allows them to do that.
But would it be fair to say that there are people in the global south, let's call it the global south, who look towards the West, see the G7, see the UK and France sitting on the Permanent Security Council, and think, this is not working for me?
Of course. Of course.
So do you think the UK and France should give up their seat on the?
Oh, I think it's preposterous that we have the relics of the Second World War representing, the international order. But nevertheless, what international order? We have an international criminal court, effectively trashed whenever one of our own bastards is indicted. But when the other side's bastards are indicted, we suddenly love it. We are such hypocrites.
Okay, Cynthia. In this multipolar world, do you think countries like France and the UK should be giving up their permanent seat to make it more democratic?
Well, I think we should at least reconsider the distribution of seats, distribution of power, especially because I think when you're looking at the kinds of things that...
Isn't it great, like in the UN, when they, they're like, oh, we have, this rotating equitable seats for the Human Rights Council. So let's get, the South Sudan or Swaziland or some fucking country that's in the middle of like genociding people. We're going to put them on the the Human Rights Committee. It's just like, okay, thank you.
They do it because we're buying their vote, basically.
It's so ridiculous.
Security is affected by, in terms of the information ecosystem, the scams, the AI technology that's used, the rapidity with which sub-Saharan Africa, for example, has moved to entirely mobile systems of banking and payment, right? We're not there, right, in the West. So we're not even, we need to be keyed into how the rest of the world is engaging and preventing some of the, sextortion scams, for example, that are targeting teenage boys across the West and leading to, I think, in our country, 36 suicides last year that originate from outside the US in the global south. Those kinds of, we have a different level of security kinds of things that have to address what the roots are and what's going on in those parts of the world as well.
Okay, but would you be better able to do these things, which I know you think are fundamental to society, if you opened the doors more to where the power resides?
I do think so.
Yeah. Konstantin, you were shaking your head.
I think all this talk about the West giving up its seats on the UN Security Council. I mean, look, there are many...
I didn't say the West. I said the UK and France, which, are like relatively, middling powers, let's say.
I think this is all insane. Utterly insane.
Isn't it logical?
No, it's not logical. I come back to what I said before. The world is a competitive place. It's a battle of civilizations, and ultimately,
it's a very bleak view of it.
Ultimately, somebody is going to be on top, and the choice is.
Oh my God, this is the bully theory.
Yanis,
ultimately,
you've got. I'm going to come back to you. You have got plenty of time.
No, I just wanted to be provocative.
Please, Yanis hasn't had enough talking time. Go ahead.
Please, Konstantin.
Somebody is going to be on top, and it's either going to be us, or it's going to be Russia, or it's going to be China. And if you want Chinese communist values to be the dominant ones in the world, be my guest.
Which he does, definitely.
If you want Vladimir Putin...
Well, did you hear me when he was interrupted? He's like, I just wanted to be provocative.
Yeah,
It's like,
totally.
oh, okay. This is the guy that we're supposed to be like, oh, he cares so much. He's such a nice person, such a moral, ethical person, right? Oh,
Right,
I'm just
yeah.
trolling you, by the way. Thank you.
Yeah.
Putin's values to be the dominant ones in the world. Be my guest. But I grew up in a society which had that. My family live both in Russia and Ukraine, which are both suffering the effects of that. And I can tell you now, that would be the worst possible outcome for all of humanity.
But Konstantin, you are arguing a different point.
No, I'm not.
My question was around this idea of what happens to the power at the top, and I'm talking about the why, and the perfect example in a way is the UK and France having the right of veto. Now, you are going, isn't there a danger that the Security Council loses any credibility because it no longer represents what the real world looks like?
The UK is the 6th largest economy in the world. I don't know what we're talking about. We're a very powerful country in the world, hugely still, despite the decline that we're in, and we should cling on to that for as long as we possibly can, for the reason that I gave you, which is a world in which Western values are the strongest ones, is a much better world than whatever alternative would be conceived of or created if that didn't happen.
Okay, so the representation, and I mean, it's really to illustrate a point of what we've got: US, France and the UK sitting there, China, Russia, I miss Canada, possibly, or anyway. But that, you think, it's fine, we argue the case, leave it as it is. Yes. I mean, I suppose you could argue what value the UN Security Council has anyway.
Quite.
So, and this is something, I mean, the idea of the sort of how the world should be, I'm absolutely fascinated by the fact that none of you really see so much of a great threat. So let's turn to the internal struggles. Konstantin, you talked about our civilization is better, and you made the point again. We're having this debate here in a university, and presumably the very reason for having the discussion is the West in decline, because everybody accepts that they want these values. Why do you fear the threat to that, like an internal threat? How great do you think that threat is?
Well, first of all, to address your question about external, internal threats, I don't see them as in any way separate. It doesn't matter what level of external threats you face. If you are stronger than them internally, you're going to be fine. All of that is ultimately based on whether you are capable, strong enough, confident enough, united enough, etc., to defend yourself against whatever is coming from the outside. It's always, these two things cannot be separated from each other. So the West losing its confidence, losing its ability to articulate its own values with confidence, losing its unitedness, using its identity in many ways, is a threat because it makes us more vulnerable to external challenge. Now, because I've been talking for so long, I've forgotten the second question that you asked.
Well, can I interrupt for just a second?
Of course.
Because I want to push you just a little bit on this confidence with which you assert the preference for a set of values that have never been applied universally internally, right? So is the solution then to, like, this internal disruption around who gets access to those, to liberty, to freedom, to universal, whatever it is, whatever value, I mean, you could name the values, whose free speech is challenged more than others, right? How do you justify, like, do you just paper that over?
I don't paper it over. What I say to that is a phrase that I wish more people used, that we use in Russia, which is everything is understood in comparison. Nobody is saying that the Western world is perfect. There are books and academics' careers and all sorts of accolades that can be achieved by chronicling, as Yanis very articulately did, about the evils of the West and its history. You can do that forever because every great civilization in history has committed things that we, by our standards today, consider evil, and in fact will be hypocritical in its own time too. But the question is, what is a better set of values? Does one exist? Now, to answer your question about, what you're alluding to, there is a phrase in America that I think answers your question very well: a more perfect union. No one suggests that the United States or the values of Western Europe are perfect. I would not suggest that even to this day, all people in America are treated equally, whether that's on sex or race or whatever line. But which country has made more progress? We talk endlessly in the West about racism. Okay, what other great civilizations in the world are better at race relations than we are? Is it Russia? When I was last in Russia, there was a song playing on the metro, which was, "They killed a Negro, la 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 la, he can't play basketball anymore." In China, one of the most popular commercials on TV was a Chinese girl who was approached by a black man. She pulls him off and shoves him into a washing machine. She puts the product that is being advertised into the washing machine. And what's the payoff? He comes out Chinese.
I've tried this. It doesn't work. So don't try that at home.
Where is this
What?
great world to which we are comparing ourselves to? You cannot compare our civilization to utopia. You have to compare it to reality. And in reality, we are the best civilization in existence today. And that is why we must maintain our dominance around the world.
And no one seems to be arguing with that. Are we good enough?
No, I don't agree with that at all.
Okay.
Lots of people are arguing.
We'll come back to that. But are we good enough?
I wish that she wouldn't undermine that point, because that's the big problem with this entire conversation, that all these people on the extreme ends of the political spectrum, they always argue America or the West versus the imaginary utopia that doesn't exist anywhere in the world, right?
Exactly.
It's like, okay, yeah, that's right. America versus heaven. Yeah, we got some work to do. Okay. Heaven is better than America, right? That's why it's called heaven. That's why it's called utopia. It's better than America currently is, right?
We'll figure it out.
I just want to...
We're never going to be good enough. Are you good enough? Am I good enough as a human being? Have I worked out the right way to treat my wife or my son so that I could say, I no longer need to improve. I am this perfect person. Okay. Is there any human being in the world who's not a psychopath who can make that claim?
Me.
No. So why should we expect our civilization to be perfect? We should only expect it to be as perfect as it possibly can be, and better than others. That's all that there is. Only comparison and nothing else. And if you're comparing us to the land of milk and honey, you are dangerous.
Okay, but I would agree there's a third thing. It's not just accepting that we're not perfect and that we're better than others, but actually actively working to improve the internal, which I'm not hearing you advocate for.
Well, you haven't asked me about it. I'm very happy to advocate it. We had this discussion, very briefly, we had this discussion over dinner last night about diversity and inclusion and all of these programs which are intended to bring people into the thing. And I say to all of that, the right objective, difficult as it is to achieve in any society, is that there should be zero discrimination against people. And what we have today in the modern West is a new framework of discrimination. We have decided that it is okay to discriminate against white people. It's okay to discriminate. Oh, you laugh. Well, let me give you some statistics. Fantastic, I enjoy that.
Before you give us some statistics.
No, let me give some statistics.
You can come back
if you are Jewish or Asian or white, it is much harder for you to get into an American university, because all of those groups are widely discriminated against in that society.
That's simply untrue.
That is factually correct.
That is simply untrue.
For the same SAT score, you are much less likely to get in. The BBC has whole realms of jobs that are not.
Well, listen, Yanis. Okay, your whole just go to the schools. There's actually a lawsuit on this that showed it actually factually documented was discriminating against white people and Asians. That is a fact.
Supreme Court case.
Yeah, there was a Supreme Court case on it. Okay, so shut the fuck up. When you're talking about America, you have no fucking clue what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Available to white people. There are internships that prohibit white people from applying. Now, I don't regard myself as white. I'm a first-generation Russian, Ukrainian, Greek, Jewish immigrant. I hate this stuff, and I hate it because it unfairly privileges people who do not deserve the privilege. What we should be doing is eliminating discrimination, not introducing new types of discrimination.
Cynthia.
I think when you're born on first base and everybody else is trying to
I was not born on first base.
You already are.
How?
As a man.
You're a
as a
man.
man compared
You're
to
a
half
right
of the
man.
population.
Oh, there it is. There it is.
As a man, you were born on first base. As a man. As a man.
Yeah.
You have advantages that are undeniable.
Really?
They are. And, you know, you already are ahead of the curve.
Name them. In a first world Western democracy, name the advantages that you get in society being born a man.
Yeah.
I'll wait. Please provide statistical evidence for this claim that you're about to make.
Yeah.
In applications to things, in
I
the way
didn't
that
apply to
resumes are reviewed. And so,
Oh, resume.
Yeah, and you have a privilege of walking around in the world being perceived as white, even if you don't perceive yourself that way, in terms of how you're treated.
I was
by
literally called a
shopkeepers.
packy at school.
Okay.
How am I perceived as white?
Well, it depends on where you are in the world.
Right. So in my country, I was name called and discriminated against for being brown. So I have a privilege. You've decided by looking at me that I have privilege.
We all have privilege on this panel. Everyone does. Everyone carries bits of it, right? I'm just saying, and I'm not saying that there aren't differences in admissions. I mean,
There are.
but those differences are also coming on the heels of widespread, well-acknowledged data. The SAT scores are also biased. That people live in, really different, racially segregated neighborhoods with different school experiences, where 15% of the kids in Washington, D.C. are unhoused, right, in the public school system.
So why don't we fix that instead
Exactly.
of... Well,
We can
I'm
agree
fully
on
in
that.
favor of that, of course. What we should be doing is giving people an equal opportunity to succeed. What we're now doing is not giving people an opportunity to succeed
But giving
and
an
then
equal
saying,
opportunity-
oh, you're black, let's give you a leg up into university. That doesn't work.
It's not a leg up. It's an
It is a leg up.
acknowledgement that there are differences in the experiences of kids who grow up, let's say, in poverty. That from certain school districts, from certain. So I think that there's, yes, so invest the energy there rather than at the other.
Can I just create a little bit of space for Konstantin to set out what the consequences of this mind virus, well, actually the mind virus you applied to people thinking this, but the consequences of the discrimination that you see in
Well,
place?
it's the end of meritocracy. It's the end of meritocracy.
It
When
never
you pick...
started. Meritocracy never begun to end. There's never been
It's the-
meritocracy. There's
okay,
always
let me
been
rephrase for the pedants.
privilege.
Let me rephrase for the
Racist
pedants.
and
It's
sexist.
the end of the pursuit of meritocracy as the goal. I agree with Cynthia. The United States Constitution, as written in its
Positive
original
discrimination is an attempt to create meritocracy.
format, a failed attempt, an attempt that promotes people who are not qualified.
But not
Yes.
trying is even more
No,
of a
I
failure.
did not say we should not try. I repeat for the third time.
Do you like how all this guy does is he has to twist everything that you say around to be like,
Of course. Yeah.
like a very negative thing, like, oh, we shouldn't try. Well, I never said that. And then positive discrimination. That's going to solve the problem. That's the solution here. Positive discrimination. Okay.
He knows all the straw man arguments for his adversaries.
It does. Well, and it's funny because the woman on the panel, she's written all these papers about like, the rise of right-wing extremism among the youth and all this other stuff. And all this stuff that she's worried about and complaining about, it's all a reaction to positive discrimination. It's all a reaction to all this,
Oh,
men
so
are
true.
awful, white men are the worst, all this shit. It's all a reaction to that. And they're so fucking blind to it. It's like,
Yeah.
it's so wild. It's so wild how disconnected these people are from reality. Like, yeah, obviously, if you tell people, it's so weird because they can see it like only in one direction. They're like, oh, the white people and the white men, they're discriminating against everyone. They're creating all these systems of power against everyone, blah, 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 blah. So in order to address that, we need to create all the inverse systems. We need to create all the systems that discriminate against all the white men to make up for the fact that maybe you personally didn't do any discriminating, but like maybe your dad did, or maybe your grandfather did, or maybe his grandfather did. It's like, it's insane.
Yeah. Let's pull out some good old fashioned collective punishment.
Yes.
Nothing like that to get people riled up, right?
And then everything gets worse. Everyone gets more angry. And they're like, well, everyone's just getting more angry. I guess that's because they're all racist. It's like, well, okay.
Well, and then they're laughing in your face because they don't even perceive the problem as real.
Right.
This is like your problem.
Right.
The problem that's plaguing you, and you've got these rich, out-of-touch elitists laughing in your face, going, "Oh, of course this isn't a problem. How dare you? You racist?"
Yep.
Yeah, it's difficult to talk when you interrupt me every 3 words. I did not say we should not try. I think you heard me say twice now that we should be seeking to eliminate discrimination. I think I heard myself say that. So the problem with this agenda is that it ends the pursuit of meritocracy as the singular goal for which we should be striving, and instead reintroduces a new form of discrimination that advantages people not for their talents, not for their drive, not for their passion, but for the fact that they have a certain skin color, a certain set of genitals, or whatever else. It is completely antithetical to the goals of the West.
Right. Before you
point.
come in, I just want to ask one question so that we can narrow it down. Do you accept that in some environments, because just the nature of people responding to people who look or act like them, you end up with these sort of fairly, and it could be entirely black, it could be entirely white, it could be entirely gay. Do you recognize that there is a need to almost kickstart the process so that you have a more diverse and fair group that's doing the picking? You don't even
Absolutely
accept that?
not. I don't think
under no circumstances.
I don't think there is any need to kickstart things. What there is a need to do is to make sure that people are not discriminated against because of the color of their skin or their sex or their sexuality.
Okay,
that's the need.
And if it's an entirely, let's use the historical example, well, it might be white male group or it could be black women doing the employment, and there is a record that they tend to employ like them, you don't think that some external force shoving them in a different direction should be brought
This is where meritocracy comes in. I am an employer. I run a YouTube channel which employs 10 people. It would never in a million years occur to me to employ somebody because of the color of their skin or their sex, because I know that the only thing that matters is getting the very best person for that job. The very best person. And by the way, just so you know, we hired a woman to run the whole thing and she fired all the other women. So there you go.
I don't think all these equity people, I don't think they've ever managed a business in their entire lives. Because when you run a business and you have to deal with hiring people, Konstantin is completely correct. There's literally only one fucking thing you care about, and it's will this person do the fucking job and do it right and will do it well. That's all they care about. Now you can get in the problems where you get into like large companies where there's like office politics, and it'd be like you can hide the fact that you're not doing your job, and there's all this other like nonsense that's going on, right? But none of that has to do with fucking racial equity or equality or any of this fucking bullshit at all. It's
so
just
true.
Get this. If you can get this shit done, I will hire you and I will be fucking happy about it. That's all like 90% of people who are engaged in these situations give a shit about.
Yeah, they think of the world as made up of jobs that just anyone can do, because their job is a job anyone can do, because it's just complete and utter bullshit. They're basically bullshit artists. So
yeah, maybe that's it. Yeah.
Yeah. So they lean on that.
That makes sense.
It's so sad.
It is.
It's so sad. And they're like, look, I'm supposed to be respected. I'm a big time academic, and no one respects them anymore. So they're super chapped.
Yanis,
what pearls of wisdom do you have for us, dear Yanis?
What retarded thing are you going to say now?
You with your red socks.
Yanis.
Nothing wrong with that.
I'd like to make a couple of points. One concerns this. Look, as an educator.
That's scary.
Moment of silence for the educator.
That's scary. I mean, not surprising, even remotely, but, you know.
He's a kind of professor that you're like, oh, God, his class, Yanis's class.
Yeah, as our socialist professor.
Bullshit lecture. Yeah.
Pushing the march to the institutions. Yeah, Jesus Christ.
Meandering, stupid fucking social science class.
Yep.
I only took it because it's an easy A. He's such a retard.
You get to choose your grade for equity purposes at the end of the class.
Yeah.
As long as you're not a white male. If you're a white male, you shouldn't take it.
Ridiculous.
Many a time, in a class, there would be young people who, because of their disadvantaged background, needed more of my attention. Okay? Because of their disadvantage.
Isn't it? That's such a weird way of framing it. Instead of being like, I'm a teacher, and sometimes there are kids that don't get the material, and sometimes there's kids that do. And the kids that don't get the material, you need to spend more time helping them. Right? Why do you be like, well, because of it doesn't, why is their backgrounds irrelevant to the conversation? Why are you bringing that into the conversation?
God, you know, his class is just full of poor people, though. They're like just cramming them in there.
I guess. Yes, I don't know. It's weird.
Background, they didn't have the same tools that other kids did. Now, I gave them more attention, which meant, because it's a zero-sum game, there are a fixed number of hours every day, that attention, extra attention, I didn't give to other kids that were advantaged or coming from the advantage group. To call this discrimination, because I didn't make my time available equally to everyone, is to miss out on the fact that in order to bring about meritocracy, in order to bring out the talents of the disadvantaged kids, and of course, disadvantage is highly correlated with gender, with races, with race, with ethnic background. To call this discriminatory.
So, okay, wait. Now, he's not saying this, but the way he's sort of walking around this, it makes it sound like he's saying that as a teacher, there'd be like a white kid who like wasn't doing well, and there'd be a non-white kid in class who wasn't doing well. And he'd be like, I'm going to help the non-white kid because I'm assuming that they're from a lower income or a lesser, he didn't even say income, he just said ethnicity like 3 times, a lower, oppressed background. I'm going to make that assumption. So I'm going to give them my extra time. I'm not going to help this white kid. That's what it sounds like he's kind of implying that he's saying he did or he's doing when he's teaching, right?
Yeah.
Like,
well, he would probably argue that all the white kids are just excelling. So,
well, but this is, again,
they don't need his help.
That's such a weird, that's such a bizarre fucking way to frame it. Like, if you have 5 kids in your class, I don't know what the fuck class this guy teaches, but if he's got like 5 kids in his class and they all need help, you should try to help all of them. You can even do like it together as a group. If you only have enough time to like do it for like the whole group. It's weird that he's like, oh, all of a sudden I would make the personal decision to, just help the underprivileged kids. I wouldn't help the privileged kids. Like, well, did you like if you're in Yanis's class and I raise my hand, I'm like, teacher, I don't understand this. Can you explain it to me? He's going to be like, let me see your parents, tax income form before I answer this question so I can determine whether to help you or not as a student. Like, what the fuck's he talking about?
Yeah. He's going to fix it.
He said he...
I know.
Did he say he's teaching now, or is he saying he's teaching now, or because it says like according to his Wikipedia, it says he taught economics at the University of Essex, East Anglia, and Cambridge. So a bunch of hoity-toity schools in the 80s.
Well, you knew it was, yeah,
right, in the 80s. He did not return to Greece for fear of conscription.
Oh my God.
Okay. So he's a draft dodger.
Yeah, there we go.
And then he accepted an offer to lecture at the University of Sydney. So he was in Australia until 2000. From 1989 to 2000, he taught as a senior lecturer in the economics department at the University of Sydney, with short stints in the University of Glasgow. Okay. Interesting. So I am curious as to how is he making these determinations in Australia about who to help?
In the pursuit of meritocracy is essentially to fly in the face of the facts. The second point I wanted to make.
Very briefly, I did not.
Okay, you can come.
I did not call that discrimination. I was talking about admission. No,
when
I was talking about
in
admissions.
Universities that we
are
going to take people from a working class,
and therefore talking about admissions.
Okay,
admissions.
But I needed to make the second point because I think it's a question. It touches upon. It speaks to perhaps the deepest difference between Konstantin and I. We have one commonality. We both grew up in a dictatorship. but a very different kind of dictatorship. He grew up in the Soviet Union. I grew up in the Greek fascist dictatorship under NATO. And I'm saying this because you have a tendency to think in terms of us, the West, versus them. And them being the East, being the uncivilized Chinese or the homicidal Russian.
Wait a minute. He's literally wait, hold on. His opening statement was all like, the West is filled with evil people that use their technology to exploit others, and all the other countries don't do that. And now he's like, you think of it as an us versus them? Bro, fuck off.
Russians or the Africans or who are trying to, to come to our shores, because of my background, I have a very different tendency. You see, we were in Greece, when I was growing up, part of the West. We were part of the Council of Europe. We were part of NATO. And yet, the secret police broke down our door and abducted my father, and we lived in terror of a fascist dictatorship. So I know how to not see the world in us versus them. I can see, interestingly, my father, the same father, when the dictatorship fell, instructed me in no uncertain terms that I should study in Britain so that I wouldn't have to face the secret police. So I can relate to the importance and cherish the importance of Western values, while at the same time recognizing the dialectical relationship. It is the terror that the West has unleashed on so many other societies that has created...
Whoa. The terror that the West has unleashed on non-Western societies? I thought we weren't looking at things through the us versus them mentality, sir. Sir, please check yourself, sir.
You got him. You totally got him. Look,
when
he
said
can't help himself.
When he said it was the fascists, I mean, aren't they just, I mean, isn't that us versus them? If you consider them fascists, aren't the fascists just like us too?
Thought we were in favor of a multipolar world, right? Just us and the fascists.
Yeah, right, exactly, yes.
It existentialist threats for the United States, for us. So let us, just for a moment, consider the possibility that this us versus them, the West versus the rest, is the root problem which essentially condemns the West to the decline of the values, which may end up with a bang, not a whimper.
Well, I apologize. Clearly, tonight I'm speaking very unclearly because everything...
I like this. Hold on. I was looking through his background on Wikipedia here. See what's back. He's talking about his backstory here. This is very indicative of his personality. This is very funny. So it says, while he was attending a private school when he was very young, so I guess he's in elementary school, he decided to spell his first name with one NU, which is some sort of Greek letter, rather than the standard 2 for aesthetic reasons. When his teacher gave him a low mark for that, he became angry and continued spelling his first name with one NU ever since. So,
oh my God,
the teacher's like
pretentious bullshit.
I can't imagine being in elementary school. I'm like, how do I spell my name? And I write it out. And the teacher's like, no, that's not how you spell it out. I'm like, fuck you. I'm gonna decide how I spell my name. Eat shit. It's like, what? Okay, listen, you do whatever you want to do. All right.
You spell your name however you want, but to trace it back to some sort of teacher interaction is just so cringe.
Right, but I'm just saying it's very indicative of the rules don't apply. The
of
conservative
course, yes.
standard rules of language don't apply to me. I can spell my name however I want. It's like,
You're so rebellious.
I know. It's like, oh, so edgy.
I'm saying is being misheard and misrepresented. I never for one time said that the rest of the world was uncivilized. I never said that the Chinese were uncivilized. The Chinese civilization is one of the most ancient civilizations in human history. The Indian civilization is one of the most ancient civilizations in human history. The idea that I think Russia...
You said that our civilization is better.
It is better.
Don't mince your words now.
I am not mixing my words now. I'm
Hold on a second.
explaining to you exactly what I meant.
Our civilization is better.
But see, isn't that interesting? Isn't that so fascinating that guy's worldview? He's like, You said they were better. It's like, we are better. I didn't say that they were fucking filthy savages living in mud huts, you piece of shit. I just said word civilization is better currently, motherfucker. Relax.
I know.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. So he can't help himself.
I know, but it really shows how fucked up this guy's worldview is.
Yeah.
It's not.
Well, quite. So
It really is not. The Arab civilization saved us from the Middle Ages through the translation process. We wouldn't have the ancient Greeks. We wouldn't have the Renaissance without the Arab civilization.
But did I ever say?
The Jews lived far better lives in the Ottoman Empire than they did in the West.
We're talking 2024. Where would you choose to be born today?
Yeah, bitch. 2024. It's like, listen, the Arab civilization 1,000 years ago, like, saved society. It's like, okay, I never said that they didn't. It's like, it's just insane. It's just insane. This is such nonsense.
You want to be in pre-penicillin Ottoman Empire, dude? You knock yourself out.
Yes, I know. It's so, oh my God, what a fucking asshole. This is so ridiculous.
In the southern suburbs of Athens, where I come from, because I'm a patriot.
Yeah, I would still be in the United States.
There you go.
Somewhere in the West, I haven't picked where yet. I'm waiting to see which part of it declines faster.
Look at all these privileged motherfuckers. Oh, the West is so evil. What's so bad? Where would you rather live? The exact place I grew up in the in the West somewhere. Like, fuck you. Get out of here. Oh my God. So ridiculous.
Yeah.
But the point I'm trying to make is, when I talk about our civilization being better, it's a comparative analysis, not chauvinism. I come from a different society. I don't see Russians as others. I see myself as Russian, and my values to some extent are still from that place, and I borrow from that, and I borrow also from my Western heritage by virtue of my growing up and being educated here. The point I'm trying to make is we have to compare to others, and I say to you, I would much rather live in a world where the West is dominant than the alternative. Now, what is the alternative? Many people who will tell you, well, the West is hypocritical.
Okay,
yes, it is.
Okay, hold on. I have to interrupt this for a second. Okay. I'm still looking through this guy's like background on Wikipedia, and it's like a gold mine. Okay, it's like insane.
I know.
Okay, so well, first of all, it is interesting that, like, with all these fucking socialists, it is interesting how they're always the thing they hate. They're always like the sort of upper crust, upper middle class or rich kind of elitists themselves. Because,
of course,
like, well, yeah, there was like, a military coup in, Greek when he was 6, but his parents, they said, oh, okay, it's too dangerous for here in Greece for you. So they had the resources to send him to the UK to study, right? And to go to college. Yeah. So like
quite the patriot.
Right. Yeah. They're like, you go to Essex, okay, for college. When he's there, okay, he joins a political organizations, including the University Communist Society and the Troops Out movement, which campaigned for a British withdrawal from Northern Ireland. Now, listen, I don't know a lot about the whole Irish thing, but I do think it's interesting that a guy from Greece goes to university in England and he's like, you know what? I'm going to join a movement about, telling the British what to do. It's like, I don't know if I went overseas to another country. I don't know if I think I'd have some humility to be like, I'm not going to go around, demanding what this country should do as I'm, a student here, because I don't think I know enough about the background here.
Yeah, of course.
But then he was elected, and this is funny because this is the University of Essex in like the 70s. It says he was or the late 70s, early 80s. He was elected as the secretary of the Black Students Alliance.
No way.
A choice that caused some controversy given that he is not black. To which he responded, quote, that black was a political term, and as a Greek on the grounds of ethnicity, he had as much a reason to be there as anyone else.
Wow.
So look, this motherfucking Greek guy, was literally blackfacing in England in the late 70s to be like, black's a political term. I'm black. I'm Greek. Okay. I might as well be black.
God, he pulled a Scott Adams. He's like, identify as black.
Yeah, there you go. Exactly. Listen, you need someone to be like, is he black? I'm not sure about that.
He used to be black.
Jesus Christ.
West has an evil history. Yes, it has. They will then not articulate what it is that they're looking forward to. And my argument is the multipolar world, which is being so prominently advertised to you as the end of our hypocrisy and the end of our evilness and the solution to all the terrible things that we have done, is an unstable structure which will result in the dominance of a different civilization, which will impose its values on the world. And the question that we should all be asking ourselves is, do we want that? Or do we want the West to continue to be the dominant force in the world? That is the choice. And anyone who tells you otherwise is either misleading you unintentionally or doing so deliberately.
Okay.
True.
We keep coming back to that point, and I suspect we will do so again, but I'm going to drag you both back to the point we were discussing earlier about, well, the striving for a meritocracy and what you do about it. And Cynthia, because you, I think it's fairly clear you disagree with where Konstantin stands on this, but you have also researched that those beliefs are a problem. Or at least they are, I shouldn't say, they are widely held, and I know that you would say that needs addressing.
Well, I think one of the problems with Konstantin's view is that it's really boring to live in a world where, like, I don't want to be a teacher in a classroom where everyone is exactly the same, where you have a full classroom of all people who've gone to the same
Before Konstantin interrupts, he doesn't want to either, right. I don't think.
But I'm saying...
Thank you, moderator. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Jesus Christ.
Because all they do is straw man. It's so infuriating. God.
It's so
like,
funny.
Look,
yeah.
All Konstantin wants is just a white ethno-state.
Which is funny because, like, all these people, like the actual ethno-state people were giving Konstantin so much shit.
True.
On Twitter, like, just like last week. And now they're like, oh, you're such a fucking racist, Konstantin. You just want everyone to be the same.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm just...
Right. But what I'm saying is that's without attending to the different lenses that people bring. I'm not saying only by race. I want veterans in my classroom, right? I want ideological diversity in my classroom. I want as many different lenses as possible so that we have the most interesting and robust discussions, which is what we're doing right here. And I think if you're only using criteria for admission or for selection that have privileged, I know you hate that word, privileged certain kinds of perspectives, the experiences of those who live in wealthier school districts, I tell you, what you end up with is a classroom, in my case, full of white men from Fairfield, Connecticut, from the best public school district. That's the most boring thing I could imagine doing as a teacher.
Okay, but if you have a student, you're, for the sake of argument, young white male student, and you have better grades than someone else and they get the place because it's contextualized, would you feel that that was unfair?
I don't think that it's set up that way. I don't think we don't have just like 6 measures and then there's a ranking system the way there is when you apply to the National Science Foundation or something for funding. It should be more holistic. We admit athletes at huge rates. We recruit athletes. We give them we give privilege to the students of faculty, the children of faculty and staff, right? We give legacy admissions to those who are, because we think they're going to be more donors to the university, right? There are many different types of affirmative action, and now affirmative action based on race is prohibited anyway. So, we're not doing that anymore, and so you have to find a holistic way of it. I'm so glad I'm not an admissions counselor, but I want kids from farms in Oregon in my classroom too, right? And so they have to figure out ways to holistically admit.
And what do you see at the moment?
So you can femsplain them, right? Tell them to stop spreading their legs.
Oh, God.
But how far away from a meritocracy is the part of the US that you live in at the moment?
I mean, it's absurd. There's no meritocracy right now. There are
absurd.
People who can take advantage of opportunities, and there are people who just are never going to be able to take advantage of those opportunities because they're born into, unhoused situations, food insecurity, living. I mean, the cost of living, right? Of even paying for groceries. How do you get to pay for the SAT courses and the private tutoring?
Can I respond to what Konstantin's point was? Address the housing.
Absolutely.
Address the poverty.
We can agree on that, 100%.
Yeah, but you need to go against the real estate sector.
But what do you do in the meantime?
You need to go
Against the real estate sector and Wall Street.
Yeah, so you need a temporary
who insist
solution
on
in the
private
meantime.
housing, which is the reason why housing is so expensive.
Wait.
It's like just
Wait a minute. What? He just said they insist on private housing? Like, so
Yeah.
what does that mean? People, so this guy's, is this full on communism? You don't own a house now?
He wants to
gonna have
expropriate all
Like,
the
what
housing.
the fuck?
Yeah.
Was that the implication? They insist.
Yes.
I think more than Wall Street insists on private housing. I don't know. Maybe some sort of translation error here, sir.
That's kind of crazy.
Yeah.
All public housing.
Yes. What the
Everyone
fuck?
lives in public housing.
Bro.
I agree. But I was very reassured to hear Cynthia talk about her great interest in ideological diversity in the university, because that is one thing that really doesn't exist very much on Western universities today. She described this as a conspiracy theory during her opening remarks. Jonathan Haidt, who's by no means an evil right-winger, has written extensively about this in a number of his works.
I mean, he could be.
There was a time, not that long ago, when the ratio of left to right on university campuses in terms of faculty was about 1 to 2. In some social media departments, not social media, sorry, in some social studies and various other social science departments in Western universities today, it's 1 to 100. There is no ideological diversity, for the most part, in Western universities.
And in business schools is exactly the opposite.
Yes, but business schools are a very tiny minority of the people that we produce. Yes,
they are the ones who produce the rulers of the universe.
No, they're the ones that produce.
Wait a minute. Fuck you. Wait a minute. Hold on a second. There's in business school, there's nothing saying, oh, lefties are not allowed to join business school, right? There's no pressure that's saying the lefties are not allowed to join.
No, they just don't.
The business people, it's not the same
the rulers
thing.
of the universe.
Right. But when we're talking about academia, which is what I was talking about in my remarks, the fact is there is no ideological diversity there whatsoever. And there has been no pursuit of it. And we saw that with what happened to the 3 major universities in America in the wake of October 7th and the testimony that people like Claudine gave.
Like you mean there were people who were opposed to genocide?
No, there were people who were supportive of genocide. There were people like Claudine Gay who refused to say that the genocide of Jews is something that is not covered by the free speech protections, which they applied to nobody else.
There were war crimes by Hamas,
they used
but
to
after the 7th of October, there is a wholesale genocide against the people of Palestine.
Well, let's not... Right.
War crimes by Hamas, genocide by Israel.
I have no wish to get into...
This guy is a living stereotype, Sitch.
I know.
This is not a real human being. This
No.
was produced by ChatGPT. This is like the wokest algorithm ever.
They said, ChatGPT, can you produce the quintessential stereotype of socialist retard talking points? But
Right.
yes.
We
It's
need
like,
a woke college professor.
Right. It's like, oh, there's some issue with, what is that? His whole like, oh, after, October 7th or war crimes, but afterwards, Israel was genocide. I'm like, okay. I mean, I don't know what that has to do with the fact that you can't have college professors say that, advocating for Jews to be, wholesale removed from countries or to not exist or be killed is discriminatory. I mean, what does that have to do with that answer, right? Why did you just change the topic there? Is that a justification?
He didn't like the answer. Yeah.
Yeah.
He
Like,
did
what the
make a
fuck?
justification.
Yeah. It's obnoxious because I hate it. But like, I feel like with a lot of these people, if you're interacting with these people in like a debate, you just have to be as like bad faith as they are. But like, oh, I'm sorry, did you just justify, are you justifying like advocating for killing Jewish people? Because if you're
Right.
not, I don't know why you responded with that answer then, because that has nothing to do with what the fuck I just said.
That would be great. Does Konstantin do that?
No, he does not do that. Konstantin's a very classy guy. So usually.
To the Israel-Palestine issue, I would have a lot more sympathy with the people who claim the defense of free speech for their arguments if they hadn't spent the previous decade firing academics for expressing the wrong opinion, punishing students who dressed up in the wrong costume for Halloween, and doing things of that nature.
Well, let me agree with you for just a second.
Oh, please.
Because I got involved in student politics before you were born mostly, 1978, and I was always against the no platform agenda of the left. So there, just a moment, I'm just throwing a bridge.
I've got a feeling now you're going to move on. Okay, this
sure
I
this
also
agreement will
believe
not
in
last.
boisterous debate and not banning anyone from getting up on a stage.
Okay.
Okay.
So there.
While we've landed on this subject, I must just introduce a question, and they phrase it like this. With our allies like Israel and Turkey blatantly violating international law with their attacks on Syria, Turkey's illegal occupation of northern Iraq, and Israel's various crimes on the Palestinian people, their words, that is, do the West still have a moral leg to stand on when confronting enemies like Russia, China, and Iran? And I wonder, my question, which, I mean, that question is, do they have a moral leg to stand on? But I'm wondering how you feel what we're seeing playing out in the Middle East and the West's reaction to it is going to ultimately affect the West. Yanis.
There is a genocide happening in Gaza. There was ethnic cleansing before that. There have been war crimes against Israeli Jews. I personally consider this to be the makings of the West. The idea that we would going to solve the centuries of European complicity in anti-Semitism in pogroms culminating in the Holocaust by declaring Palestine to be a land without a people, just like the British declared Australia to be a land without a people. We are the culprits. We, the West, are the culprits for everything that has been happening there. As for the image of the West, there is no such thing. It's in tatters. We are such hypocrites. When Putin bombards a theater or a hospital in Mariupol, rightly, the West considers this to be a war crime. And he's indicted by the International Criminal Court, and everybody in the West says they will be arrested. When Netanyahu's government pulverizes every hospital, every university, every mosque, every archaeological site, and continues to defy the International Court of Justice, defies the International Criminal Court, the West says, oh, well, we cannot do anything about that because he's our bastard.
Okay, but Israel...
Therefore, the West has decided to destroy its own credibility.
Of course...
He's got a super friendly crowd there. Everyone's just lapping up all of his shit.
Yep.
Israel would say, we would stop this tomorrow, just release the hostages.
And do what? Continue the ethnic cleansing that they started in 1948?
Okay,
what about the West
Bank? But you take my point.
No, I don't take your point.
Dodge, fucking dodge.
I know.
It's a pathetic point. There is something called international law. You are not allowed wantonly to kill civilians, to target them, to have the "where's your daddy" application, which makes sure that when there is a Hamas operative, they have to wait until they go home to blow up the whole family to smithereens. These are war crimes. They're crimes against humanity. It's a genocide. And for the West to be providing the bombs for that to happen and not to intervene to stop it simply by withdrawing military support for 24 hours, the West is culpable.
And then all the hostages stay there. Hey, look, he never answered the hostage question.
I know.
He's like, who cares? Just a bunch of Jews. That's what he thinks. Fucking what an idiot. And they're all clapping like seals. Oh, yes, yes, the hostages, let them rot. My God, I get so upset about the hostage situation. And they just ignore it. They don't even care. It's completely invisible to them.
Nope.
Can you imagine being one of those families? Oh, God. It's fucking mortal torture to even just contemplate such a thing. Your whole life is in limbo. Is the person alive still? Are they dead? Oh, God. It's fucking torture. Total torture. But look, he doesn't care. He's like, Palestine. Yes. Rock star. Clap for me. All you stupid college kids. I bet all of these people, well, I don't know. It looks like some geriatric folks in the audience there.
Right.
Maybe they're all the faculty. A lot of times these professors will assign extra credit if you go to like their talk or lecture or whatever. So I always think this is a pretty small crowd. This is probably like all his students. That's why they don't believe in meritocracy. They're like, fuck, meritocracy? What are you talking about? My students are my little slaves. They do whatever I want.
I don't know if either of you want to come in on this, not least perhaps on ultimately what it will mean for Israel.
I'm not going to weigh in on that, but I will say I agree with you.
She's like, smart. Yeah, I don't want to bring up the hostages. This guy's a fucking maniac.
Honest. And I think that for me, the bigger issue, not the bigger issue globally for the West, but the issue that we spend the most time on in our lab is what's happened on the anti-Semitism from the left. And that's something that I think we've seen across the board on our college campuses and elsewhere, that the repercussions for how hate gets expressed and how people get demonized for their religious and racial identity based on what's happening in another part of the world are off the charts right now. And so I think that.
Well, look, points to her for at least acknowledging that it's a huge problem on the left. It sounds like she's seen it and is probably horrified by it as well.
That's another type of problem that emerges, and that's sort of where I spend my time thinking about it. But I think you're not wrong.
I want to give Yanis an opportunity to have a go at Cynthia for a change. You were smiling there.
No, I agree.
No, oh, you agree with her. Fantastic.
Okay, but Konstantin,
let me be
does not necessarily mean disapproval, you know.
Okay. Let me be the voice of disagreement then. So, boy, where do we begin? I don't particularly want to open up the entire Israel conversation tonight, but
neither do I, can I tell you?
Yeah.
Fine, but I probably will anyway.
We knew.
So there's a few things to say as a preamble. First of all, war crimes, whoever they're committed by, are to be condemned and should be investigated and dealt with. That is, my heart bleeds for the people of Ukraine. I've been very openly supportive of their struggle for their independence. But if war crimes have been committed by Ukrainian forces, they should be investigated in the same way that crimes committed by Russia are. The same is true of Israel and Gaza. However, the entire thing that sits underneath our discussion, that underpins it all, which is what I was talking about in my remarks, the failure to understand things in comparison, the failure to understand trade-offs, the failure to reckon with the reality of life and the reality of war, is the reason that in my country, in the UK, Winston Churchill is now being revised. His history and contribution to... This is important because I'm coming to Israel. We are being told that, say, the bombings of Germany, which occurred at the end of World War II, were not only unnecessary, they were a war crime for which Churchill is singularly responsible, and he is to be demonized for that. We are told that the bombings of Japan, which they were not necessary or in fact advised, they were also war crimes. This is a complete misunderstanding of history and war. Both the bombings of Germany and the dropping of the 2 bombs in Japan were completely necessary, saved hundreds of thousands of lives.
Let's not introduce another conflict. No. We're not going back to the Second World War. We were fleetingly going via
your
the Middle
BBC
East.
background is affecting this because sometimes it takes time to say things, right? And to make comparison and analysis. The reason that those things are happening, the reason we're being told that our...
Yeah, she got super chapped about that, didn't she?
Yeah.
Like, how dare you say Hiroshima and Nagasaki were morally justified? That really fucking chapped her.
Mm-hmm.
actions in World War II were illegitimate. The reason...
I mean, that used to be the social norm of understanding that, yeah, it was totally fucked up, but and ultimately it saved lives. So you just got to do the moral calculus, the utilitarian calculus. Everyone used to be on the same page about that. But they're like, not now.
Tommy's going to comp me.
I mean, it's ultimately saved Japanese lives too.
Yep.
So, I mean, it fucking sucks.
Yeah. Well, and also, I mean, downplays just how insanely... Listen, I love Japan. I'm a big fucking weeb, okay?
Mm-hmm.
I was just watching Spy Family with Sammy. It's great anime. It's very cute.
Oh, nice.
Everyone should watch it. Okay. It's good stuff.
Spy Family, is that it?
You wouldn't like it. It's probably too cute for you. But
okay.
for
Everyone should watch it, but Adam should avoid it.
No, it's too cutesy for Adam. But for people who like cute, adorable things, okay, you should watch Spy Family. It's very funny. I love Japan.
I like kittens, I want you to know.
Okay. Okay. But no, so I love anime, I love Japanese culture, I like Japan. But they were fucking insane in World War II. Okay. They were fucking horrific in World War II. They had to be stopped. They had to be stopped. This is like complaining, like, oh my God, it was so horrible. This would be like complaining if America had the atomic bomb and used it to like bomb Nazi Germany to stop the war. Imagine people complaining about it. That's essentially what goes on in these conversations. So people complain about this in Japan.
Yeah. Well, we live in just a zero casualty tolerance society now. Like nobody can understand the trade-offs. Everyone is like, one casualty is too many. Never mind Hamas committing actual terrorist attacks and taking people hostage. That just ignore that part, okay?
Right.
Yeah. It's fucking super weird.
The reason we're being told that what happened in Japan was illegitimate is so that we can now say that what is happening in Israel is genocide, as opposed to saying the truth, which is my family in Ukraine are hiding in bunkers and in tunnels and in tube stations, and that is why they're safe. The reason that the people of Gaza are not safe is that the tunnels that Hamas created underneath the entirety of Gaza are not being used to house civilians.
Konstantin, I can't bear to listen to
not
this.
Only
there are thousands of children today that are maimed. They have no...
Oh my God. He's immediately going to go to the
He doesn't even understand the point either.
Fucker.
He doesn't even understand the point that Konstantin's making. Like his brain just shuts off. He's like, ah!
The children!
It's like, that's my point, you stupid fuck. Okay, the government in charge of the country literally uses its people as human shields, unlike the government in Ukraine, which does build bomb shelters and tunnels for its actual civilians and not its fucking terrorist army, you piece of shit. That's my point, you dumb fuck.
Look, he can't even wait. Let him get to the point. He's got to interrupt him ahead of time. The children! God. Such a fucking brain dead. Oh God, I wish he would. How do they deport him to Gaza? He'd be a perfect candidate. He should go live in Gaza with the Gazan people.
Terrible.
No parents. They live in rubble.
You're right.
Rubble. They haven't eaten for 3 days.
You're right.
And to just listen to you here.
And if only you encourage them to give up the hostages, maybe the bombing would stop. But no, you couldn't even do that. Couldn't even do that.
Without protesting, and I'm sorry, Sarah, for that.
It's fine.
May I finish and then you can protest?
Precisely
May I
against
finish and then you can protest?
my concept of
May I finish
basic
and then you can
moral
protest?
standards.
May I finish first and then you can protest afterwards? That's usually...
Look, he's like the moral standards. He's already bringing moralizing.
Konstantin missed his golden opportunity here. He's like, sir, literally 10 seconds ago, you just said, I don't believe in cancel culture. I think people should be able to speak and then debate. And you won't even let me fucking talk.
Yep. He did. He said he wanted boisterous debate as long as you're not contradicting him.
Yes.
Or
where's the
going
debate?
against him in any way,
Let me
shape,
fucking
or form.
finish, you fucking piece of shit.
Yeah. God, what a privileged prick.
Yep.
How it's done.
But let's do it briefly.
I am getting to the point. The reason that all of this is happening is so that people can say that what Israel is doing is genocide. And the reason that they're saying...
Or maybe we're saying it because they're doing it.
Wait, no, you've made your point. We are moving on from this within 30 seconds.
We are. The reason they're saying this is that so they can pretend that war is genocide, so that they can delegitimize a country that is defending itself, as you rightly said, in order to secure the return of its hostages, and rightly to do what we did to Hitler and to do what we did to Imperial Japan, which is eliminate the threat to the survival of our
You are
society.
eliminating
Yanis?
every member of the population of Gaza.
Which is, by the way, exactly
and
what
the people
happened
you
in Germany.
support, you are complicit. You are complicit.
I'm complicit in nothing.
Placing the
complicit.
whole of the Gazan population.
Hamas is going to fight to every last human, to the end of every last human shield. That's fucking Hamas's deal.
No, it's Konstantin's fault. He's complicit. You understand?
Holy shit. He's like, they had to use the human shields. Don't you understand?
On death row.
So
this is the definition of genocide. It is not an attempt to say that there is a genocide.
Yanis, this is related.
I'm sorry, but there are limits.
I'm sorry. I have
There are limits. And
This is relevant.
Man, you should.
I have limits. People disagreeing with
have
me
limits.
on Palestine. That's why I draw the line.
God.
yeah.
There was a question. You've taken a stance against the culture of racism accusations that have stifled free discourse. In recent years, growing factions of the America First movement have taken an anti-Israel stance, criticizing the lobby. Their central critique is Israel is a foreign country, receive billions, drag us into wars, lobby for the restriction of so-called anti-Semitic. Should one be able to say this without being faced with aggressive racism accusations?
Should one be able to say that Israel has excessive power in America? Is that what you're saying?
This is Israel's. Well, there's an awful lot they're dragging in, which slightly scare me that we might go down a rabbit hole. But they lobby for the restriction of so-called anti-Semitic hate speech. So it's the idea that
People should be able to speak freely.
She's so fucking terrified.
I know.
Of
What
having
the fuck was that?
having the Jewish conversation.
Oh my God. She couldn't answer the question.
She's terrified. Look, and she's got the bomb thrower sitting right next to him.
Right.
He's gonna be thrown out the K-slur by the end of this, man. He's fucking unhinged.
The number one critic in the world, I think, of that fringe of the American right, who I see in many ways mimicking the excesses of woke leftists and using many of the same tactics.
Okay.
And experience plenty of racism in exchange, but I defend their right to say the things that they say.
Good. At which point, let's move on to something that I cannot believe it has taken this long to bring up, and which I'm sure you're all going to be united in discussing.
Okay.
The arrival of President Trump II. Now, you set out the argument about debt, which is who's going to want to get rid of this because it's in America's interests. And I was just thinking, but hold on a second.
What did I say?
Well, the US debt, as I understood your argument,
The deficit,
in fact, the deficit building the debt.
Yes, indeed.
So the public debt.
He didn't really make an argument about that. He was just completely wishy-washy on why he was even talking about the debt. And he kept saying this like recycling thing, which, I mean, what was the point of that?
Okay, that actually it's in the US interest to have...
Not in the US, in the interest of the American rentier class.
Okay.
Not the same thing.
Okay,
The ruling class.
Of the ruling class.
Yep.
But I'm assuming that the president, that applies to the president. So what I'm wondering is, assuming President Trump, and I know we're probably going to have to judge him on his actions, not his words, but when he comes in and introduces tariffs, assuming he does, what that does to your argument?
It's a very interesting question, because effectively you are speaking to the, you're addressing the kernel of the matter, the great incongruity, the internal contradiction of what Trump is proposing. And this is not me being critical in a political or moral sense of Trump, but there is a logical incongruity in what he's proposing. Because the tariffs he's proposing fall under the heading of the elimination of the trade deficit of the United States, the attempt to rebalance the trade books. Now, there are two issues here. One is, will the tariffs succeed in doing that? Because I don't believe it will. The tariffs are going to have a minuscule effect on new jobs being created in the Midwest and so on. And even if they do, they will push the American dollar up. And therefore, that will undo whatever rebalancing of the global economy he achieves through the tariffs. But then there's the second question, even if he succeeds. If he succeeds in eliminating the trade deficit, then suddenly the tsunami of capital, which I described in my introduction, that goes into Wall Street will cease. Because that tsunami of capital is the flip side of the same coin of the trade deficit. And when that happens, if it happens, if he succeeds in ending this tsunami of capital coming into Wall Street, two things will happen. The Wall Street the New York Stock Exchange and Nasdaq are going to subside, and real estate prices are going to start coming down. Now, the question is, therefore, which is the real constituency of Donald Trump? Is it the people that voted for him in the Midwest to whom he promised jobs and tariffs and so on? Or is it the real estate sector, his bosom buddies and the financiers? In the end, if he has to choose between the working class and this agglomeration of real estate and financiers, I bet I may be wrong. And I hope I'm wrong, that he's going to side with his buddies.
Cynthia, are you...
He better pick the middle class, Sitch. He better pick the middle class.
We'll see.
He has to. He only has one term. Otherwise, he's going to
to
go down as the most hated president in human history.
That's true.
The turncoat on the middle class.
Turncoat Trump.
Yeah, exactly.
Alliteration to it.
The Benedict Arnold of the middle class.
Benedict
That's what he's going to be
Donald.
remembered as. Yeah.
We'll see.
The traitor. Yeah. Look, he said it. He said, look, white trash is what Trump is without money. So,
Yep.
look, he's going to stand by the middle class.
We'll
I will it into existence.
Uh-huh. You will hard on that
Looking
one.
forward to President Trump, Mark, too?
Can't wait.
She can't wait. I can see that.
No, I'm not looking forward to it. I mean, but I'm not surprised by it either. So I think it was a very predictable outcome of the last several years of a whole cluster of issues that have led people to not trust, as I said, sources of information, to believe the charismatic promises of someone who says your life is going to get better, I'm going to make grocery prices go down, and challenges what has been, I think, a sort of claustrophobic type of judgment, often from elites on the coasts, of people in the middle of the country who feel disregarded, who feel disrespected, who feel their needs are not met, and then vote against their own self-interest for a candidate who promises them things that are not going to be delivered. But the Democrats didn't do a good job messaging what they could do differently.
Okay, but you have no doubt that they won't be delivered.
There's no way they'll be delivered. No. I mean, he's already said he's not going to reduce grocery prices. I mean, people's lives are...
Trump came out and said he said fuck inflation. He's not going to do anything about it.
I think
Where's
he said
that clip?
like... I don't think he said... I think he said like, oh, it's kind of hard to fix that problem or something. He didn't say that he was...
Did he? Oh my God, he's already hedging on
I'm
inflation.
trying to remember. I'll look it
Oh,
up.
please. No.
Trump.
No.
Listen, does anyone actually think Trump is going to somehow bring
Drill,
grocery
baby,
prices
drill.
down?
What are you talking? Bring energy
okay.
prices down. Energy prices are related
You
to
actually
everything.
think that
Everything is-
you actually think that's gonna to work?
I'm an optimist, Sitch.
Okay.
I don't know why. Something must be done. I think if he can just get interest rates down, that would make a huge difference.
So this was let's see. Trump was asked if his presidency would be considered a failure if he didn't deliver on his promise to slash America's food bill. Quote, I don't think so. Look, they got them up, referring to the Biden-Harris administration. I'd like to bring them down. It's hard to bring things down once you're there, once they're up, it's very hard. But I think that I think that they will. I think that energy, there you go, there's your drill, baby, drill, is going to bring them down. I think a better supply chain is going to bring them down. The supply chain is still broken. It's broken.
Mm-hmm.
So I would say, she mischaracterized him. He sort of hedged a little bit, but he did, he's like, listen, I think it's going to work. So.
Yeah, he's not saying, I'm not going to do anything about
he
it.
did. He
Fuck
did say
it.
he was giving up on it, but there is hedging there, obviously.
Well, the way they phrase the question is kind of like, do you think your presidency will be a failure? Come on. He's not, oh, yes, of course. My presidency, if I don't deal with inflation, I'm a total failure.
Right.
Trump is never going to say that. So,
right.
Are unlikely to improve in the ways that they wanted them to improve by voting for him, except people who, like, my taxes will go down. That's for sure, right? People who earn enough money will have lower taxes.
Look, she's, oh my God. She's like so rubbing it in. She's so rubbing it in. Look, she's so chapped. Like, oh my God, I have to deal with Donald Trump. Well, look, I'm going to have, my taxes are going to go way down, you little people.
Mm-hmm.
Your taxes are going to go up. See what you did? You did this.
But it's not gonna play out that way for the rest of the country. So, you know, I think, I think it's, you know, and the kinds of things that are being promised around mass deportations, what's been unleashed already in Springfield, Ohio, with the abuses directed toward Haitian immigrants after Trump repeatedly said that they're eating the pets.
I know, look, it's just, everything coming out of her mouth is off of MSNBC. MSNBC is officially doing the thinking for this woman. God, it's so weird because the picture of the world that everybody has is just narrowed down to their preferred media consumption.
Mm-hmm.
Like everything on this stage is just.
Well, I mean, it's annoying because, again,
I
I think you can rightly criticize Trump for saying the eating the pets thing, but to frame it like those poor people who've been like destroyed in their community because he said that, it's like, okay.
Oh,
well,
I know,
that
exactly.
like,
Exactly. Like the whole city was like a nuclear attack. And
right.
Now
It's like, okay,
fucking living in a fucking bomb shelter.
Calm down, you know.
Yeah. Yeah. A couple guys got a little zealous and made some bomb threat calls. We're going to live, okay?
Right.
I mean, you know, the absurd kinds of dehumanizing and debasing accusations. I think the kind of vigilantism that we're going to see.
Okay, because there will be people elsewhere thinking, look, he's crude, he's vulgar. What difference does it actually make to individuals in the US?
Well, it legitimizes, I mean, that type of rhetoric legitimizes and normalizes a whole range of hate and of kind of bluster.
Your body,
right?
my choice.
Yeah, I mean, you look at that, a 4,600% increase in your body, my choice after a white supremacist tweets that out.
This is like,
oh, you're fucking kidding me, really?
We're just off the deep end. Look,
oh my God.
Nick Fuentes is living rent free in this woman's head.
Really?
That's
like,
how far we've fallen. That is how far we've fallen.
Come on.
I'm just waiting for her to say, Trump praised neo-Nazis.
I mean, a bunch of trolls responded, a bunch of like white nationalist trolls responded, you know, so therefore this is Trump's America. It's like,
oh yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Look, all of her research is based into white supremacy and stuff like that. So all of her grant money comes from way overstating the problem of white supremacy.
Right.
On X in the 24 hours after the election. I mean, the kinds of stories that I've heard from people just in the last week after I appeared on PBS NewsHour talking about this. You know, a college student whose mom told me her butt was grabbed, and when she turned around and looked at him, he said, "We can do that now." Right?
What?
A 10-year-old.
I know. This is like
stories that didn't happen. Okay.
Some antidote, yeah.
Jesus Christ.
And she's like, my friend tried to do a Jussie Smollett on me.
Yeah.
She told me this story about how she was raped in public.
A child grabbed her butt and said, Donald Trump said yes.
Ornament, and had to redo it because it said, girls shouldn't have jobs, all girls should be maids, go Trump, or something like that. A 13-year-old in a classroom in a hallway who was told to go put on her handmaid's dress. I mean, that type of unleashing of power over girls' and women's bodies as a celebration of rejection of reproductive rights being at the helm of this election is undeniable, and we know what that's likely going to mean for domestic and intimate partner violence, for other.
Oh my God! Everyone's gonna be beating their wives now because it's Trump's America. Holy shit!
This is insane.
Types of assault and things that are going to happen, and frankly, Trump's nominees, including a bunch of people you can only really describe as having, at least among their characteristics, a history of being a sex pest, is part of the problem as well.
Okay, where are you on?
Big applause.
Where are you on this, Konstantin? Do you think he's going to fix the problems or make them worse?
I have no idea. I've really given up making predictions about the future. I think it's a bad idea. But I think the one thing that people miss, I was very fortunate that I get to spend a lot of time in America these days. I was there before the election, during the election, and after the election. And one of the things, this touches on something Cynthia talked about earlier, which is, misinformation and so on, and the lack of faith in mainstream institutions. I'm afraid to say the lack of faith in the legacy media and many institutions is a product of the fact that they've been incredibly dishonest, and they've attempted to wield the power that they have to influence elections in the direction of their preferred candidates. We saw this in 2020 when all big tech companies colluded.
I'm guessing you're talking about the US here.
Yes, of course, but that applies elsewhere too. They colluded together to prevent information about President Biden's son being involved in all sorts of corruption and sexual impropriety and so on. They suppressed that story when the New York Post published it. They prevented it from being shared. And they interfered very directly in that election, and there's evidence to suggest that that may have even influenced the outcome. Now, as for President Trump, as someone who I attended his so-called Nazi rally as an independent observer, and that's when I really saw the extent to which these lies are so prevalent in our culture.
Sorry, forgive me, but which was the Nazi rally?
The Nazi rally in Madison Square Garden, which was so talked about.
Yep.
20% of the audience had these little skull caps that they were wearing, presumably Jewish. There was Israel flags everywhere. Every time anyone said anything about Israel, he got a big cheer. And that's when I realized that we really have no idea to the extent to which we've been deceived about this man. Now, does that mean his economic policies are going to work? I have no idea. But what I can tell you is he must not fail. And the reason I say this is, if he does fail...
In what?
In delivering the things that he promised. In delivering the things that he promised to the American people. And the reason I say it's so important that he doesn't is that the reason that people voted for Donald Trump in 2016 and 2024, and those of them that voted for him in 2020, is they believe what we've been talking about all night here, which is America is in decline. And in decline in many ways, in economic ways, in cultural ways, in all sorts of other ways. If he fails to turn that around, the people that voted for him 3 times now are going to say, well, look, we gave him the House of Representatives. We gave him the Senate. We gave him the presidency. We gave him a stacked judiciary. We gave him everything. We gave him the podcast election where the power of the mainstream media declined to such a point that Joe Rogan made more of an impact on that election than any media outlet in the world. And yet he was still not able to fix it. And what they're going to say then is, why on earth do we need democracy? He must not fail.
Trump won the first time because of Obama's treachery of the working class. Obama was elected smack in the middle of the financial crisis.
Fuck!
What's
Damn
up?
it. I agree. I don't want to agree with this fucking socialist piece of shit. Fuck!
Yeah,
Stop
people
it.
are still voting. People voted for change with Obama. I don't know if you remember, he ran on change. Remember?
Terrible.
Hope and change?
No!
People are still voting for change.
No! Get this out of your mouth, fucker.
With a promise to look after the victims of the bankers. And instead, he appoints again Larry Summers and Geithner, the bankers' best mates, with a remit to print 10 trillion on behalf of the bankers, while slapping austerity in the end upon the many. This is why lots of people, non-racist, black people, voted for Trump. Trump is a creature of the Obama administration. In the same way that the second time around, it is as if Biden and Kamala Harris were doing their best for Trump to be re-elected. And Paul Krugman, my friend and colleague from the New York Times and from academia, who was, I was aghast at Paul. He was writing these articles in the New York Times, effectively pointing the finger, moralizing finger at the people who were complaining about, the cost of living and saying, you've got no right to complain. The economy has never been good. You've never had it so good. So the Democrats were telling the people who were suffering that they never had it so good. And Trump said, I feel your pain. This is why it was inevitable that he was going that he was going to win. Just one more point, if I may, Sarah.
It is sad. Like all of a sudden he gets it. He does. His political analysis seems to be pretty good here. So, which is true. Yeah, the Democrats kept saying, "Ignore your lying eyes."
Yep.
You know, you're paying through the nose for basic necessities, but forget about that. Inflation is actually down.
Right.
All Trump had to do was say, "I feel your pain.
Yep.
I see what's going on, and you're right."
Yep.
The tragedy is that in ways that remind us of Hungary and other illiberal despots in the West, in Western Europe, or in Europe. The tragedy is that in the United States, you have people who genuinely have been betrayed by both political parties. Trump is the latest that has made promises to them, which, and here I come back to what I was saying before, he can only have a chance of delivering if he ditches his loyalty to the real estate and the financial sector, which I don't think he will.
Why not?
Because this is his crowd. He wakes up in the morning, and when the Wall Street goes up, he cheers. When he goes down, he considers it his personal failure. Wall Street must come down. The valuation, it's a crazy valuation. So it's America is not in decline.
So what are you saying?
The working class is in decline. The middle class is in decline. The infrastructure is in decline. If you are part of the oligarchy of the United States, whom we call billionaires, not oligarchs for some reason, you've never had it so good.
It's true, but a lot of those people, and this is why I'm not actually disagreeing with you, but actually just curious to hear your opinion. I know some of those people, the evil oligarchs that you talk about, and most of the ones that came out in support of Trump in this election, which is a lot of them, did so not because they want an extra 10 billion in their pocket on top of the 100
they wanted
billion.
Deregulation, they wanted freedom.
Hold on, Yanis.
Yeah, I agree.
I'm not even disagreeing with me, you interrupted me.
Yeah, and I'm not disagreeing with you.
But what they did do is they share the view that I've just articulated to you about the rest of the American people. They see their country in decline. We interviewed Bill Ackman, for example, and talked about this. Bill Ackman doesn't want more billions for himself. He has plenty of billions, I assure you. He has a tennis court on the top of his office in Manhattan. He's fine. He's doing okay. He doesn't want a second tennis court. What he wants is his country to continue to do the thing that a country is supposed to do. The first job of government is to deliver security for its people. The second is prosperity. And when he looks out at his country, he sees that that is not happening for other people. My experience is that most people massively overestimate how badly the billionaires want more money. A lot of them want their country to be better, just like you do.
Okay, we started just on what it means for the US. What do you think it'll mean for Ukraine?
What I think it will mean for Ukraine is, look, again, I'm going to have to spend a minute laying this out. I am Ukraine's biggest cheerleader. I've raised money for veterans in Ukraine. I've raised money. I believe Ukraine has a right to be an independent country. And my disagreement with the policies of Western governments is that we said to Ukraine, rah, 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 we support your fight. And then we didn't give them the things they needed to win. Now, if we were honest and said to them, we're going to give you this much and go ahead and fight this war, the Ukrainians probably wouldn't have fought the war, right? But we lied to them and forced them to fight on a false promise. I'd rather we actually gave them the tools they needed to secure their country. We didn't do that. As for Donald Trump, what I suspect will happen is he will come in and do what I said on day one. The moment Ukraine was invented, I was on Question Time, which is one of the biggest TV programs in the UK. And I said the inevitable outcome of this is the Ukrainians have to fight, they have to do their best, and then they're going to have to do a deal. This was obviously the case. Ukraine was and the problem is that a lot of Western leaders failed to define the victory conditions. So in their head, victory is like the Ukraine flag flying over the Kremlin, which was never going to happen. That was never going to happen. So what Donald Trump will do is he will come in and do a deal. And it will certainly not be the best deal for Ukraine. Hopefully it will not be the best deal for Russia. Hopefully it will be a deal that respects the interest of Russia, which it has, and respects the interest of Ukraine. And I've always said what those were from day one, which is this. It's very simple. Ukraine fought, and Ukrainian men, including many of my friends, went to war to defend their country's long-term survival. And what they need is long-term survival. They need long-term security that's not going to look like NATO, but it has to be some kind of demilitarized zone or some kind of peacekeeping force so that this can never happen again. And that's what Donald Trump must do. That's what Donald Trump must do. But I make a prediction. Even if he does this, everyone will scream that he sold out Ukraine. And when they do, final point, when they do, just remember that what they promised you was nothing at all. They promised you victory, which was never going to happen in the first place.
I'm stunned. I agree with every word you said. I do. Wow.
Nobody gives a fuck what you agree with.
Yeah, I know.
He's like, oh, aren't I magnanimous now?
One of the consequences, of course, of what happened in Ukraine is you have countries ramping up their military spending. Now, I want to turn to, because we've got about 15 minutes left, to where you ended, with it's going to end with a bang. And you painted an apocalyptic vision, and I'm thinking, is this metaphorical? Or is he thinking that with a more belligerent world, with ramping up of military, do you really, what do you mean by that bang?
Well, to begin with, we have a climate catastrophe facing us, and we're not talking about it. The only way of ensuring... He's
going way back. He's going to dipping into the inconvenient truth narrative.
I know.
This guy's like the greatest hits of the early aughts.
The way of doing our best not to reach the point of no return would be for the United States, for Europe and China to cut a deal. A deal that would involve a number of layered decisions regarding production, supply chains, de-escalating conflicts. You know, war is not good for the environment. Let's not forget that. And that deal...
I'll be right back.
Okay.
...has fallen victim to the escalation of the new Cold War, which Trump started, but in a small way, and Biden turbocharged. So that's one point, right? That's a bang. You know, if the planet becomes uninhabitable and the West remains dominant until we all perish, or, you know, we go to a Mad Max kind of world, you know, that's not a good outcome. The second point I make is there are two schools of thought in Washington. One is the realist school of Kissinger, who perished, who died, the late Kissinger, Mearsheimer, and Donald Trump, who, as you said, they wanted to end the war in Ukraine. Why? In order to concentrate on a potential escalation with China, possibly a war with China. So both sides, the Democrats and the Trumpist Republicans, agree that it is necessary to escalate the new Cold War, perhaps to a level of a hot war with China. And that will be another version of the bang that I was referring to. It is wholly unnecessary. There is no reason to think that, you know, the big bully will have to clobber over the head the rising bully. This Thucydides trap is...
Oh, this is so retarded. This is so fucking retarded, okay? It's the easiest thing in the world, for China to do. The ball is 100% in their court. They only have to do two simple things, okay? Stop stealing our shit, number one.
Never gonna do that.
Stop stealing our shit, and we won't throw CHIPS acts or tariffs or any other shit on you, right? We won't get economic, pressure against you if you stop stealing our fucking shit, even though they've claiming they're already stealing our latest AI technologies recently. So that's number one. And if you don't want like an actual like war or something like that, don't invade Taiwan. It's so simple. This guy's like, oh, they're trying to get America to attack China. Does anyone with an ounce of fucking self-awareness or reflection think that America is going to, first of all, get into it, even if China does attack Taiwan, I don't think we're getting in a hot war with them. But who the fuck thinks America is going to go like start a war and start attacking China like out of the fucking blue? That's
Who thinks we
delusional.
want that? Yeah,
It's insane. Nobody
that.
fucking wants that whatsoever in this fucking country. They just don't want China to take over fucking Taiwan, you communist sympathizing piece of shit. Okay? It's so fucking simple. So don't give me this bullshit. They're trying to get America to start a war with China. No, just don't invade your neighbors. It's so simple.
Yeah.
Is it so hard?
Stability.
Is it so fucking hard to not invade your fucking neighbors? And then when you do, you cry, oh, how dare America retaliate against us invading our neighbors? We just couldn't help it. Did you see what they were wearing? They were so sexy over there across the border, whistling at us in their short skirt.
They got that weird backstory with Taiwan, though. Taiwan totally broke off and then became uber successful.
Taiwan didn't break off. They said, fuck you, we're banishing you to Taiwan. And then they said, okay, fine. Oh, wait, we made Taiwan like pretty awesome. And they're like, wait a minute. You can't do that. We banished you. You're supposed to be shitty. What the fuck?
Yes, yeah. Broke off is kind of the neutral way to describe that. But you're right. It was definitely China's fault all the way along. And now it's just a thorn in their side. And it's so close. It's so close. They're like, oh my God. They're so successful.
Right. Just
rubbing it in our faces.
It's so fucking simple, China. It's so fucking simple to this communist guy on stage. You know what you do? You know what China does to like not have conflict, okay? You do what we do here in America. If you want something, you take out your money and you fucking buy it. All right? Yeah. It's very simple. You buy it. Don't invade fucking Taiwan. It's so easy.
China's a completely buyer beware society, though.
I know.
They're like, do you really need to buy it? Maybe we just take it.
Right.
A great violation of the memory of Thucydides. I believe in the Oedipus trap that the West is falling prey to. Allow me to explain what it is. You may remember the story of Oedipus' father, who was so worried by the prophecy that his son would kill him, that in the end he was killed by his son. It was a prophecy that made the son kill Oedipus. So,
is he really bringing up Oedipus?
Yes.
This is okay.
I mean, listen, I get it. I understand what he's saying. I don't know how the fuck it relates to this situation. Right. What does he mean by this?
Well, I mean, you bring up Oedipus famously had sex with his mom, which is a little weird. So
no, I understand that, but he's bringing up the whole. The reason Oedipus had sex with his mom was because his father had saw the Oracle of Delphi.
Right.
And they said, your son's gonna kill you and fuck your wife.
Never mind how the story.
Right.
How the story began. Like, if it ends with you having sex with your mom, this is like.
Right. I'm just saying, it's like, so, but this implies that America or the West is doing something like, listen, we're forcing China to invade Taiwan. It's like, oh, okay. Like, I bet like this. I hate these communists because it's never, everything is the West's fault. They cannot, if China invades Taiwan, it's going to somehow be America's fault. It's America's fault.
Right. Yeah.
It's just, oh God.
They can't help it.
They can't help themselves.
In the same way that the prophecy that, if we don't clobber them over the head, they will, and therefore we need to put China in its little box. That prophecy is creating the circumstances for a confrontation which will firstly stop us from doing what needs to be done regarding the environment, and secondly may even bring about a thermonuclear Big Bang.
Okay, so you're not just positing this as on a spectrum, you're putting it pretty central.
I do. You only have to look at the warmongering across the West, the way in which Europe has, accepted the narrative that...
Isn't China like the most aggressively expansionist, warmongery, like great power in the world right now? They're like literally like, we're just building islands. We're declaring entire oceanic territory that was once neutral our territory. We're saying that this country that's an independent country is actually part of our country. But the West, they're just so warlike. Stop being so warlike, West. God.
That's pretty provocative.
Wow. Meanwhile, Russia's invading Ukraine. Oh, West, stop being so warlike. You're being so warlike right now. Oh my God.
Right. Yeah.
It's like insane.
China must be contained. Why must China be contained?
Okay, if
Why must China be contained?
If China
have you looked at the map of China? There are, all these dots.
Now he's basically just saying, why can't China invade Taiwan? Why must they be contained?
Yeah, why did they be contained? Listen, they're so nice. They're such nice people. He's about to say something that's insanely, like, it's mind-numbingly stupid. Okay.
US bases around China. China is contained, but this constant push is creating the backlash, which is making China, in the end, dangerous because of the prophecy, what I call the Oedipus.
But it's also because of the rise in...
Oh my God, there's so many American bases in places around China. I mean, all those countries want Americans there because they're afraid China's going to fucking invade their shit. Yeah, and they're totally fine with American bases. But all those there's all these bases in other countries. And China's like, how dare you put American bases in other countries that are totally fine with you having American bases in their countries? We don't like that. Oh my God.
Because they want to be able to invade.
God, the America bad lens. It's just, it makes your IQ like fucking below zero. It's so stupid.
Mm-hmm.
Military spend in China, and there are even reports.
What? I'm going to worry about this, Sarah. I'm going to worry about that when I see the first Chinese army base in Tijuana facing San Diego, or when I see Chinese vessels patrolling up and down between Los Angeles. No, it won't happen. The Chinese are not interested in doing this. They just want to...
Oh, fuck. Oh, my God. This guy's... Oh, I hate this guy. This guy's a literal piece of shit. Oh, I'll believe China's a problem once they invade America. Okay.
I mean, Brett Weinstein was talking about how he went down to the Darien Gap and there was a bunch of Chinese...
That is true.
Different outfits going on down there.
Right.
I mean, I was like, that's happening, right? China's already in South America.
What this fucking piece of shit's malfunction where he looks at America in the West. He's like, these are all evil, horrible colonialist empires. Okay. Then he looks at China. He's like, China didn't do nothing and was a good boy. Despite the fact that you say, how did China get to be the size of China? Was it just, everyone just banded together and they said, hey, let's all just be a unified country now? Or was it an empire and a dynasty that basically conquered its neighbors, right? So then he puts that aside. But then you look at China now and it's like, okay, let's look in the modern day, right? China is the closest we have to the authoritarian hellscape of 1984. You have cameras everywhere that registers every face and locate and puts all your geolocated information constantly and sends it to the fucking government, where you have a little ID attached to your identity, where if you criticize the fucking government, you can't use public transportation. You can't get a loan from the bank. You can't buy a fucking house. If you post a picture of Winnie the fucking Pooh in China, they'll be like, oh, I'm sorry, you can't use the bus. You can't get a loan because you posted a picture of Winnie the Pooh, and our fucking dictator was like, I don't like that people said I look like fucking a cartoon bear. Okay. And this motherfucker's like, China's just a totally wonderful, nice place. What are you talking about?
Yeah, he's completely blind to all of this. He would never admit China's done anything wrong about anything.
Just the hypocrisy of these people. It's disgusting to me.
Tell us things.
Okay, but and are the West really that hopeless?
They just want to harvest the organs out of Uyghurs and sell us stuff. That's all they want to do. They just want to silence people that accuse the political ruling class of crimes and re-educate them. That's all they want to do. They're just so good. They're such good people. Why don't you trust them?
Have you read anything on China's Belt and Road Initiative?
Yeah,
I just know of it. Yeah. Well, I haven't read anything in depth, but China's in 150 countries. Doing the exact same thing as America, trying to use soft power to influence people. So why do they get a pass on that?
Because
they're
America,
150 countries.
I don't know.
All over the fucking world.
I don't know if you've heard this, but America is the great Satan. And when China goes into Africa, okay, and they exploit the African governments and the African people for cheap resources, and they use all the same kind of like economic tricks and quote economic coercion that these fucking people complain about America doing to the third world every day, China gets a fucking pass on it.
They do. It's fucking sick.
That they could walk into a
What, is it the first time? Remember Iran? Remember Afghanistan? Remember Libya?
But China?
Well, they can go big this time. They killed 1 million Iraqis as a result of miscalculation. They killed many, many Americans, needlessly. They tried to, they never learned from the British or from the Soviets. They tried to take Afghanistan. They are perfectly capable. In this sense, I trust Trump more than I would trust Kamala Harris, because the one good thing that this poor excuse for human nature has is he doesn't seem to like war. And that I like.
Cynthia, where are you on the threat from
Look, they're clapping for Trump now.
I know. Look
China?
at that. Shocking.
I mean, I'm not in disagreement with Yanis. I think
Seriously?
Yeah, not totally.
Oh
I believe they're trying to sell us
God.
a lot of things, right?
So the
And
threat is from the US?
I see the threat as being, fundamentally rooted in how our technology shapes the way we think. And to the extent that, TikTok apps are collecting every piece of information that we have about
Unlike
us,
Google, you
right?
mean.
And
Unlike Meta.
exactly. Any apps, but
Any
So
app.
fucking
Any app.
stupid.
Fuck you. Okay. What's worse? A private company that's collecting your data to sell you shit, which you can go to the government and say, hey, government, can you make it so they can't collect our fucking data, sell us shit? And they could say, okay, sure. Right. Or the government collecting all your fucking data to make sure that its one party system will retain power forever.
Yeah. Not your government, some other government.
Right.
The Chinese Communist Party.
Right. And then they're going to send you TikTok, which they're going to use to manipulate people in your country by sending them propaganda. Okay.
Yeah, it's so sad. I can't
Right.
Trump has already flipped on TikTok just because he gets
Just
a
'cause
bunch
it
of
helped
followers on TikTok.
I know. It's
It's insane.
not great. Yeah.
He's like, I've completely changed my mind on TikTok because look, I have a TikTok now.
Right.
I mean, maybe you should rethink that, Trump.
It's like, Jesus Christ. Oh, but it's the same. It's the same. It's exactly the same.
But
I hope he's just being funny.
Remember Cambridge Analytica?
Yeah, fair.
Okay.
Oh my God.
That would be my concern.
Cambridge
Analytica. That's like the Chinese government spying on you. It's the same thing. Remember that?
Look, he's so proud of himself. Cambridge Analytica was in
Right.
2016.
Oh my
God,
God.
this guy's fucking living in the past.
Concern, right, is what data gets collected, how easy is it to manipulate, how easy is it to interfere.
Yeah, but TikTok is
polarize.
huge in America.
Yeah.
I mean, well,
It is.
Yes,
and constant
thank you,
discussions
lady.
about whether it should be banned, right? That's my concern, is like the creation of a world in which we make ourselves vulnerable to manipulation. We make ourselves vulnerable to interference, where the divides, our polarized divides, are actually maybe less than we think. I think actually they're less than we think, Konstantin, between you and me. But until we met, I wouldn't have said that, right? Until we met in person, because our online personas and the way that our worlds bump up against each other are designed both by profits, by algorithms, by the way salacious posts get more.
okay, what did you
whatever.
expect of Konstantin before you met him?
Charm and humor, surely.
I mean, I definitely thought I would dislike you. And I don't.
Thanks, God.
And I don't.
See, I'm a great guy, really.
I disagree with you, but I don't dislike you.
What did you think you'd...
I thought I would like you.
And she turned out to be wrong.
Nice.
This is just the ideology talking. So
Get
sad.
'em. I know.
Konstantin, China? Is it
May
China?
I dodge that question entirely, because I really try and make a habit of not talking about things I don't understand, and that's one of them. But I think your question that you were asking a little bit earlier, actually, about European defense spending in particular,
Okay.
is one that we should talk about, because there are many views on why the war in Ukraine started. And one of the things that human beings have known throughout the ages is something that's encapsulated in the phrase civis pacem parabellum. It's where the name of the parabellum round comes from. If you want peace, prepare for war. One of the reasons that the West finds itself in as many conflicts as it does today, it's that it's signaling weakness and projecting weakness around the world. And I have to agree with Yanis on this, despite my inclination to do otherwise, which is that the thing I really do hope for the Trump presidency is that he instinctively understands this. And he instinctively understands that the way to prevent conflict is to make sure that no one messes with you. And the fact that despite his protestations, Europe failed to live up to its NATO commitments for a very long time is one of the reasons that we are where we are. And by hook or by crook, the war in Ukraine and him and where everything else that's been going on has dragged European governments into a position where they're actually doing the thing they're supposed to be doing, which is taking our security seriously. And if they do that, we will be much safer from attack from other places than we are today.
Okay, there were quite a few questions on this, particularly on that. But Yanis, I had been planning to come onto Europe, and we're doing with... To quote back at you, the EU is inept, backward, and irrelevant.
Isn't it? Let's say tomorrow morning we have in New York, in the auspices, in the offices of the United Nations, with Donald Trump leading it, we have an international peace conference for Ukraine. So you have Zelensky, you have Trump, you have Putin, you have Xi, you have Modi, maybe, what's his name, Keir Starmer? Who will represent Europe? Ursula von der Leyen. Ursula von der Leyen doesn't have the legitimacy. Well, we do. You know why? Because we're going to pay for Ukraine. The Americans never pay for the mess that they leave behind, or that is left behind. In the case of the Gulf War, they made the Saudis pay. In the case of the Ukraine war, it will be the European Union. They will need at least $1 trillion to rebuild Ukraine. I'm all in favor of rebuilding Ukraine. The people of Ukraine deserve it. But Europe can't afford it, simply because we have failed to federate our political power and our fiscal power 20 years plus after federating our monetary system. And the result is that Germany cannot balance its books today. We had 15 years of zero investment in German Northern European industry, forget Greece, but the basket case. So the result is we missed out on a whole industrial revolution vis-à-vis China and the United States. And now we are in a long-term secular slump. This is not a little recession that will be, the German industrial model is kaput, it's finished. It cannot be replenished. It's a bit like, you remember those beautiful Olivetti electric typewriters of the late 70s, okay? Well, the PC would kill them. And no reduction in wages or government grants would save the Olivetti typewriters. That's the state of European industry today.
There was one question which, it's certainly not global, but it's from a Norwegian point of view, which I have to ask. The Norwegian krona has, over a long period of time, there's been a fairly steady decline. And the question was saying, will they ultimately have to join the euro?
Don't do it. Don't do it. If the European Union truly wanted to bring Russia down, they would have allowed it to enter the Eurozone.
Perhaps we should try it.
Okay, so we've got just a few minutes left. We haven't really talked about solutions, and I know you're going to sum up, but I think we should just, you can keep whatever you want to say for your few minutes summing up, but if there was something that you would say, because I know you say it's not in decline, but you have a sort of definition of decline that's slow, and then you say...
It's of power. There's no decline in power. There's decline in values.
It's to do with values, which is surely so important. So what would you do? What would you say would address that or redress that?
Well, a number of things, but if you want to talk at the European level, we should have federated or break up the euro at the level of Europe. One or the other. The middle course doesn't work. It will bring stagnation forever for Europe. Yeah? I'm a federalist. I would like to see Europe federated. Since we created the federal money, the euro. because dismantling it is going to be quite destructive. Alternatively, you know, we should have a time machine and go back and not have created the euro. At the level of global financial flows and, you know, regarding the analysis that I gave you of this lopsided surplus recycling mechanism, which is creating the problems that the United States now has, the divisions, the inequalities, and so on. You know, the answer was very presciently put forward by John Maynard Keynes in the Bretton Woods Conference. His idea, which, you know, we can adapt and develop. Imagine that we had a system whereby all international trade and capital flows were to be denominated in a common accounting unit, not a common currency, a common accounting unit. Keynes referred to it as a banker. We could call it the cosmos, whatever. And imagine that we had, you know, the books of the IMF, of the International Monetary Fund, displaying in real time the balance of trade and capital flows for every country with every other country. And imagine that we had a simple rule that symmetrically adds a levy, essentially taxing equally and symmetrically surpluses and deficits. And that money accumulated in a common fund to be invested in green technologies and so on in the poorer countries. Now, that would be a genuine multipolar alternative to an international monetary fund, which is now operating like the bailiffs of the Wall Street bankers.
Okay.
We don't have much time. I could give you another 3 or 4 examples.
Okay. Please don't.
Okay.
Well, you can have them when you're summing up. Just briefly, because I think we should do a vote in the room as well on this.
Briefly on solutions.
All this technical economic stuff is really stupid.
I know.
Yeah, is there one thing?
I mean, I would say 2 things. I'll do it quickly. I think we have to see investments in the social well-being of communities across the world. I mean, if we want people to stay where they are and thrive, if you want people to be able to support their families, feel safe, and secure, then you have to make those investments. Otherwise, they're going to have very real and legitimate grievances that drive them to be more vulnerable to the kinds of propaganda, disinformation that, you know, that we've seen undermining democracy. So that's one thing. And the second thing is some of those investments have to be in specific media and digital literacy that makes people more skeptical of that content. We'll come back to that.
You'll come back to that. Constant, just to...
Her big reveal is going to be media literacy, Sitch.
Oh, Jesus.
Can't wait.
Just a thought on the sort of solutions?
Well, I mentioned it at the very end of my remarks. The reason that people from across every strata of American society are enthusiastic, as they are today, is, rightly or wrongly, they believe that the next 4 years signals an opportunity for business expansion, for wealth creation, for the creation of jobs, and so on. And one thing that we have been terrible at, I mean, our deficits are so large, whole new fields of economics have been invented to justify them, right? But in borrowing all that money and printing all that money, the one thing that we've spent very little time doing is thinking about how we're going to build wealth rather than imagine it from thin air and create it in reality. And that's why a lot of business people in America are very excited. That's why Trump was able to put together the team that he put together. Because there is a hope that we can unleash the talents and creativity of, in their case, the people of America. We need to find a way to do this here. We have to have a vision of how we succeed. If all we talk about is how do we cut up this pie to make sure that it's fair, we're going to stop keeping an eye on the things that matter, which is how do we bake the pie.
Okay. Now, I'm going to do a vote of the room, which is going to be a little bit strange because, I know Yanis was a little bit, we're not in decline, but they were all arguing that, yes, we are in decline largely, but you were also fairly optimistic about a number of things. So I want to just see anybody, I don't know what your position was at the beginning, but would you raise your hand if you think the West is in decline? Before you do so, I'm going to do the opposite of that in a minute, so to weed out those of you who can't be bothered to put your hand up. So, is the West in decline? Could you lower your hand? Is the West not in decline?
Oh my God, it's like
Okay,
no
for
one.
those of us who aren't in the room, I would say it was about, what, 10% don't think it's in
I'm
decline?
used to being in the minority of one. I don't mind.
So it's maybe 1 to 10, and maybe a bit more than that, actually. So it's obviously overwhelming majority think that there is an element of decline, of course, the scale of that. Thank you all very much. We must turn now to your summing up. You each have a few minutes before we close off the debate, and we're going to start with you, Yanis.
All right. The prospect of humanity depends on not going down Konstantin's way of maintaining a unipolar world. A unipolar world is toxic. It is quick marching us to extinction for two reasons. One I mentioned already, but I'll mention it once more because we didn't discuss it sufficiently. I kept bringing it back, but it was disappearing. One is, of course, climate emergency, the climate disaster. Without a genuinely multipolar, democratic humanity, where the Indians are represented, the Chinese are represented, the Africans are represented, the Europeans are represented, there is no way we're going to survive on this planet. Donald Trump, Konstantin was arguing in favor of a unipolar West. Well, there's no such thing as Britain, even if they have a place in the Security Council. It is the United States. And you have a president who doesn't believe in climate change. He thinks it's hocus pocus. So it is clear to me, I don't need to elaborate the point, that humanity's future depends on a multipolar world in which there is more proportionality between numbers, prospects, and power. The second point, Konstantin.
This is such like bullshit. It's like this whole conversation is about people being in economically dire straits. And he's like, the real problem, climate change. It's like, well, so what are you fucking proposing? It's just so weird.
Communist
So disconnected from the conversation.
And I'm referring to you because this has been the tussle tonight, and I've very much enjoyed it, and thank you so much for providing me with incredible joy.
He's speaking after you, and you're not interrupting.
I remember in 2001 demonstrating outside Russia's embassy in London against Putin. And I remember a month later, I was in the Senate of the University of Athens, and I was the only one vote. Again, I was in the minority of one. The proposal that had come to the Senate was the proposal to award a certain Vladimir Putin an honorary doctorate, and I was the only one who voted against, and I explained my negative vote by saying that he's a war criminal because of what he did, effectively killed 250,000 people in Chechnya just in order to solidify his regime. And what was the reaction of the British police outside the Russian embassy and of the West? They treated us, who were opposing Putin, as the enemies of the people, as the enemies of the West. That is the West for you. In a sense, Putin would not have existed if it wasn't for the massive diminution of the life prospects of Russians for which the United States was chiefly responsible through the IMF in 1993, 1994. There was a government back then, corrupt, incompetent and so on, but they just wanted to become part of the West in Russia. And, the crushing of the prospects of the Russian people was the result of the West. This is why I'm saying, stop thinking in terms of the good West, the bad East. We are the ones, because we have such exorbitant power, that we are creating malignancies in Russia.
Wait a minute. Didn't Gorbachev handpick Putin because he was like, okay, I need to pick someone who's not in power at the moment, or doesn't have a lot of power at the moment because they're gonna like kill me. So I have to pick like an outsider. Isn't that how Putin got chosen by him? And then the West said, listen, in order to facilitate a stable relationship with the Soviet Union, once it collapses, we'll go along with whoever you choose. And somehow this is America's fault. We chose Putin now.
Yeah, I don't recall America being involved much, to be honest with you.
Okay. Well, no, see, this came up. This was one of those other like completely wildly dishonest framings I remember that came up when Russia first invaded Ukraine. Was like there was this complete misappropriation, dishonest, out of context, like line of dialogue about how Bill Clinton, chose Putin to be the fucking president of Russia. And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? And if you just read through the actual transcript, it's nothing to do with that. It's Gorbachev handpicking Putin and telling Clinton, hey, like this is going to be the guy, you should work with him. And Clinton's like, all right, sure, whatever. So.
Right. Because Putin protected Gorbachev after he stepped down from power. I remember that as being part of the relationship.
Right.
There's a really, really good book where he goes into all of that transfer of power. It's written by one of the oligarchs that Putin like imprisoned, but that guy was there when Putin basically pulled together all of the business community and said, look, you guys worry about business things and you let me worry about government things.
Mm-hmm.
You guys are not going to be involved in government, and I'm going to look the other way on whatever the business dealings were. Kind of this everyone agrees to look the other way type situation. So
was it the book Red Notice?
I'm looking for it now. I can't remember the book.
Red Notice, how I became Putin's #1 enemy.
I don't think that's it.
No? Oh.
I'll find it here.
Bill Browder.
It's one of the the Russian Conundrum, how the West fell for Putin's power gambit and how to fix it, by Mikhail Khodorkovsky. Yeah. That book is so fucking fascinating because a guy lived through the fall of the Soviet Union. Like he was him and his 20-something pals all would do different businesses. Like they started off doing coffee shops because I guess like any sort of privately owned business was illegal before the fall of the Soviet Union. And a lot of the I guess America was involved to some extent because I guess a lot of like Chicago economists came over and were like,
oh yeah, no,
you've got to get all these you got to get all these state-owned businesses into the hands of the public.
Yes.
So they were like, okay, we'll just we'll do like a stock trading thing and we'll just give the stock to the Russian people. And the Russian people, I mean, they're basically like starving. They've never had any interaction with investment. They're like a piece of paper for Gazprom. What the fuck is this, right?
Mm-hmm.
So him and his buddies went around and they bought up all of the stock because the people had no idea what it was worth. And that's how you become an oligarch in Russia. How did he know? What do you mean?
Yeah. Like, how did he foresee? Like, how's he like, oh, this is gonna, be worth something?
I think he just got lucky. I think he just basically got lucky. Yeah. Well, no, actually, they were running a bunch of different businesses, like because they were totally experimenting for the first time.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, me and my friends sat around and we were like, we really, in order to become like fabulously wealthy, we really need to focus on something, just one thing.
Mm-hmm.
So, and that's when they started, I think, buying stocks for oil companies.
Interesting. Oh, okay. Interesting.
You'd probably love this book. This book
Right.
is, I started reading this book and was like, finished it in a day because it was just so fascinating.
Mm-hmm.
He talks about a meeting where, I mean, he started digging on some of the shenanigans that were going on inside the oil industry. And, like Putin just completely fucked this guy, totally fucked this guy. And he didn't realize Putin was a source. He's like going around. He's one of these do-gooders, right? He's going around looking for corruption, but he doesn't realize that corruption is being if the instrument behind that corruption is Putin, so Putin ends up incarcerating him, and he doesn't find out that he's basically been calling out Putin unknowingly until he's in jail, and his attorney tells him.
He's like, oh shit.
Yeah, you stupid fucker. I think he might still be in exile. I follow him on Twitter because he's obviously been massively involved in the Ukraine conflict.
Interesting.
Yeah. Yes. But he's a good guy. He loves America.
Base.
Good old Mikhail.
In China, in Syria, in Israel, through our nasty and rather short-sighted policies.
Konstantin, the floor is yours for a few minutes.
Well, let me, before I get stuck into Yanis, let me make a few observations, or one rather, that I think ought to be made. One of the things I've really enjoyed about tonight is we've been able to discuss our ideas openly. And the two great civilizations that are the alternative to ours do not allow this in their countries. Or would not allow this in the wonderful multipolar world, which would inevitably result in one of them being in charge. So the fact that we have the freedom to speak and to exchange ideas is quite special and unique. And we ought not to forget that in itself as we have this conversation. And that brings me back to Solzhenitsyn and what he said about courage. In the UK today, as I alluded to in my remarks, we have police officers coming to the doors of journalists to investigate them for things that they tweeted, for things that they said. We're going in the wrong direction. Instead of having courage to speak our minds and to disagree robustly as we have tonight, we are increasingly screwing tighter the lid of the pressure cooker. If we do not allow people to express their legitimate concerns, we will create terrible outcomes within our own societies and for the world in general. The freedom to speak and to express ideas, even though sometimes it's going to be wrong, even though sometimes it's going to lead to misinformation, is an incredibly important part of our society. Now, I agree with Cynthia. I think the social media age creates perverse incentives for communication, undoubtedly. I agree with Cynthia, by the way, even as someone who has a large YouTube channel and podcast, that while we are right to criticize the legacy media, we are right to call out their lies, we're right to highlight the fact that very often fact-checking and misinformation is simply used as a way to advance their particular ideological viewpoint under the guise of objectivity. Nonetheless, those of us in the new media are not held to the same standards, and therefore it's much easier for us. We do need a mainstream media, we do need mainstream institutions, but they have to be better than they've been. And that's where the future of the Western world is going to be negotiated, because the levels of trust that most Westerners now have in journalism, in academia, and in other mainstream institutions are so low that they're lower than politicians, and that is low. Until we address that crisis through each media outlet rejecting the ability to abuse the power that it has, we will not resolve this issue. So the thing that, there are many aspects to everything we've been discussing tonight, but the thing that I would call for is the courage to speak freely the things that we believe and to hear truth when it is being spoken in front of you. Thank you.
Nearly impossible, but, you know, something to strive for.
Yes.
God, it'd be so great if the mainstream media actually was, you know, cared about truth. It's so weird. Nice. They all claim to care about truth.
You know, 7 or 8 years ago, about a mile from my house, there's a pizza shop called Gambit Pizza, and some of you may have heard about this guy who showed up armed with an AK-47 and tried to storm in and rescue what he thought were trafficked children in the basement, who he believed Democrats were holding in order to harvest their adrenochrome and secure more power for themselves. And it's a pizza shop that doesn't even have a basement, but that was the beginnings of the alarm bells about QAnon in the US, which we have since exported to, I think, some 40 countries in ways that have inspired violence, including the storming of the German parliament and other types of attacks on.
Was anyone killed in that incident? That Comet ping pong incident?
No, I don't think so.
No one died?
No one died or was shot. I think the
Anyone
guy showed
lose
up.
their home? Anyone lose their job? Anyone lose their livelihood?
No.
They're so fucking disconnected from reality.
No.
This is such bullshit. This one fucking Pizzagate story.
From like,
oh my God, people will believe insane shit.
Listen, at least she went with Pizzagate and not Gamergate, okay? Like.
Oh, I know. Jeez. It's so bizarre to me. It's so bizarre. Like the cultural impact of this is so fucking tiny. Well, so tiny.
And did you see the way that she framed it? She was like, America exported this to the rest of the world. So it's America. So anything that she doesn't like, that's like a conspiracy theory or on the right, that's also America's fault, even if it's not in America. Like we're exporting it to the rest of the world.
Exporting what? People believe crazy fucking shit.
Nobody believed anything crazy before America, Adam. I don't know if you know this. Okay.
It's just so bizarre. Most people believe some conspiracy, some crazy conspiracy. They just do. That's life.
No. Only after America.
It's so sad. But her whole like livelihood revolves around, oh my God, someone believed in Pizzagate. End of the world.
On government officials and kidnappings of children as well.
Well, all that's true. Democrats do that. I mean, just because there was no basement at the pizza parlor doesn't mean that they're not child trafficking. Let's be honest here.
Look at this guy.
So it's just an example of what happens when you let a kind of unfettered information ecosystem not have both the kinds of good actor challenges I think that you're referring to, which I completely agree with you on. As long as we all can agree that these are good actors, what happens when they're bad actors doing it? What happens when there are people exploiting it from whether foreign governments or extremists in the case?
I'm more worried about the useful idiots than I am the bad actors, to be honest with you. I think they're way more voluminous.
The folks that I study, you need better tools to equip people with ways to be skeptical of the media they consume, to make better informed choices, and to understand where to get accurate, shared knowledge. And right now we lack all of those things. And I think that's where we're going to see the downfall of the West, if we cannot get to a place where including significant ideological disagreement exists, but there's some idea of where to get that information, where to get competing views of information, where to get expertise, and who can hold it, who can train people in it. Because I think otherwise where we are is people just constantly being willing to and able to go down rabbit holes. And I'll just leave you with the piece of good information that I promised you, which is that we've been testing all kinds of ways with short-form media and tools to equip people with ways to be more skeptical of the media they consume. And it works, right? Is it scalable is another question, but you can actually, if you get to people before they believe it, you can equip them with tools to be more skeptical and look for more information. But education alone isn't enough. So the last anecdote I'll leave you with is my favorite one from our data, which is that everybody gets better in our studies of parents, everybody gets better at recognizing online misinformation, except, for example, through our interventions, except for one group of parents, which is the most highly educated group of parents. They get worse. And you know why? Because they come into the study so much more confident than everyone else that they can already do it. Then they realize this, sometimes propaganda misinformation that their kids encounter is really tricky. It happens in an in-game chat, in a game, in a video game, or in an app that's hidden behind a calculator, right? They learn other things and they get less confidence. And sometimes I think that reducing the confidence is part of what we need. So I'll leave you with that.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you all in the hall for being here for this debate. Thank anyone at home who's watching. And can I ask you all to thank Dr. Cynthia Miller-Idriss, Konstantin Kisin, Yanis Varoufakis.
And Sarah Montague.
Okay. God. We made it. Made it through. It was rough, but I made it through.
It was tough, yeah.
Become the Night, thanks so much for $20. Says these two are so educated, heads so full of knowledge that their brains became insanely dense and collapsed into a black hole where intellect, wisdom, awareness, and truth are lost to the abyss, or they are just retarded. There you go. I like that.
I was trying to look to see if there was anything on Charlottesville with her. It was like a PBS article, Charlottesville reckoning with trauma 5 years after the deadly white supremacist rally.
Mm-hmm.
And it looks like a transcript of some discussion she had on PBS with everyone. So
yeah, she's been on PBS and MSNBC and stuff like that.
She's like their go-to.
Yeah, she's been on a bunch of stuff. She's written articles about it. So
white terrorism is an international menace. Washington Post.
Okay.
The rise of white supremacy.
Yeah,
I'm sure there's plenty of disinformation that she's laid into.
Right. Philip Kogan's for $20 says you don't have the right to complain about the consequences of war when you start the war, in my opinion. True. I agree with that.
Yeah.
Okay, let me start over here. I like your little ghost shirt, by the way.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
Oh, thanks.
My little ghost shirt.
Yeah, it's great. I love this shirt. I just got it. I was anxious to wear it. I was like, oh, yeah. You know me.
I know you. The Rooster for $5 says, have you guys seen the Sam Hyde video? He's the only public figure I've seen properly address the Indian question without cucking.
We didn't cuck. What are you talking about?
Well, he obviously
talked about it.
Rooster didn't see it. We talked about it last week, so you can check it out. I basically said I thought it was boring, straw man-y, and pretty not
what?
The Sam Hyde video. I understand why people like it. He's straw manning the other side of the debate the entire time. Outside the question, He's straw manning Elon. He's straw manning Vivek. He's straw manning the other side of the conversation. I understand why people got kind of suckered into it. It's very well lit and produced in terms of its editing and all that stuff. So I understand people watch, they go, wow. But he just basically was regurgitating every argument that people were making over the last few days on Twitter about the conversation. So, but I talked about it a little bit longer last week. Paul Fedora says, America bad? No, America only good. America holy. That is true. That is 100% true. America is just an innocent baby angel that's never done nothing wrong. Okay.
Praise baby Jesus.
Praise baby Jesus, which I don't know if you know this. When you say baby Jesus, you're actually saying baby America. They're synonyms for each other.
Truth.
Val Van Gogh for $5 says, what up, homeless poors? My name's Hassan, the anti-Semite, and I'm here to make some fucking content.
Did a lot of people do some disaster capitalism?
I didn't actually watch any of that saga, but a lot of people were giving Hassan shit. He did some kind of was that like a homeless drive or doing something, giving something to homeless people, and I guess filmed it. And a lot of people were very critical of it, saying that he was just, basically exploiting homeless people for content, which
Skid Row tourism.
Yeah. Did you see? There's a clip of Hassan where he's like, all these people criticizing me for living in my $30 million worth house in LA. Well, they're sitting in comparable houses in Pennsylvania and Connecticut. It's just because the LA housing prices are so crazy. And he's saying this, and I'm like, first of all, that's not true. Most people don't live in, obviously a house for $30 million in LA is not going to be worth $30 million in some other place in the country. That is true. Okay. But number one, I don't think most of his listeners are living, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they are living in lap luxury, but I would assume not. But even if that's the case, who gives a fuck? He still has a house that he spent $3 million on that's worth $30 million. How is it like better for his
Is it
social
worth $30
cred?
million now?
That's what he said.
His house has appreciated in value to $30 million.
That's what he's claiming. Okay.
Holy fuck. That's
Right.
just, I can't.
And so it's like insane to me that he's like, well, my $30 million house isn't really that big of a deal because in another part of the country it would be worth less. Yeah, but guess what, dipshit? It's not in another part of the country. It's in a part of the country where it's worth $30 million, you fucking retard. Like, what the fuck? Like,
location.
So that does, you know, I don't know, because like you would think, I mean, I wouldn't think he'd highball because it kind of hurts his cred, but does seem kind of ridiculous because, I mean, didn't anyone get that house like 3 years ago? Did the LA housing market like
no
really
way
just
that
go
house is
that
worth,
high?
No, there's no way that house is worth $30 million.
Unless he lied about however much it cost originally, which is possible. Maybe it cost a lot more than $3 million. So
$30 million. You can buy the fucking Playboy Mansion for $30 million.
Right. That, yeah. Rex Vectum for 16 months. Thanks so much. Says chronically postponed and captivated by the male phallus. That's terrible.
Oh, wait. The Playboy Mansion in Los Angeles sold for $100 million in 2016.
Oh, looks like you're using old data, sir.
Holy fuck.
You're using
old
data,
shit.
Sir. Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
Wow.
No, he said 30, guys. He said no. He said he bought it for 3 million, but then now he's saying it's worth like 30 million. He did say that. So
wow.
Xerxes, thanks so much. Xerxes for 32 months says Sunday show.
Nice.
Yes.
It's a great intro. You should start doing that. Sunday. I love it.
Spaz. You like the spaz?
I do.
Maybe we'll do that. Philip Kogan's for 24 months. Thanks so much for being 2 years of free will seeker. Says my baseline on X is that any account created after 2018 are bots, especially ones with random series of numbers at the ends.
Yeah.
That's fair. Oshasi, thanks so much for $10. Says it's interesting. This person is making the exact same argument Sargon says the leftists make. The false promises of liberalism. I wonder if they weren't false promises, if she would still be upset. True. Yeah, it is weird. It is weird that they are both of them were kind of making the same argument as Sargon, only in like their own leftist ways. So
we got to get Ostracey on to talk about
the woke right.
His theory on how Constantine and James Lindsay and all these people are desperate to separate themselves. Separate themselves from the woke people. They're like, liberalism's beautiful.
Sure. Yeah. The Mongolian leprechaun surfer man from Saturn. Wow, for 17 months of discipline equals freedom. Says, hey, Sitch and Adam, I have 2 ideas for games Adam could play on stream. Chalkin the Forever Man and Green Dog the Beached Surfer Dude. Both are Sega Genesis games that can be emulated easily.
Oh, wow.
Oh.
Retro games. That'd be cool.
Okay. Chaka the Forever Man. Oh, let me hold on. I gotta get a random Pokemon.
Oh, is that people want to do the Pokemon? The Pokemon? I don't know why I always want to put an L in there. Pokemon.
I gotta go one. Okay.
Pokemon.
I gotta go.
Pukaman. Just call it Pukaman.
Okay.
Sketch, member for 29 months, says, now behold my epic December milestone. Tremble before the free will. That's right. Tremble, guys. 29 months worth of free will. It's a lot of free will.
It is. Okay, I sent you a Pokemans.
You will not get any sort of derangement syndrome from anywhere if you have that much free will.
That is true.
You're completely free of any derangement syndrome. Could it be Vivek derangement syndrome, Elon derangement syndrome, Trump derangement syndrome, Biden derangement syndrome? Any syndrome.
Except You'll still have commie derangement syndrome. You'll still hate the commies.
Oh, okay.
That one there's nothing to do for that one. That one's just too deep.
We can't lean too hard on the commies thing.
Okay. Okay, I sent you a Pokemon. You go.
Pokemon.
Oh, you go look at your Pokemans and buy
I'm
some
gonna look it
expensive
up.
cookies. Okay.
Oh my
Okay.
god. Oh my god. What?
He really likes that
What
Pokemon,
is
guys. Aussie ODST for 5 Aussie bucks says, "Ooh, got it. People are meddling with the West when she says it, not when we do through bias, totally bias, totally bias." Love you both. Thank you, Aussie.
Mm-hmm.
Tater Pictures for $5 says you can avoid being duped by misinformation by watching the Sitch and Adam Show. That is true. It's fact. Lives and Does Wall specifically for $5 says one dies the moment you stop learning. A corpse can shamble on for decades afterwards. Ooh, I like that. Philip Cogans for $5 says bring back Justinian and make Byzantium or Byzantine great again. However you say that. There you go. Lives and Devs Wall specifically for $5 says listening to this, I understand how Megalopolis was written. I recommend everyone see it. It's fantastically terrible movie and a huge self-report. Really? I never saw it. What was the drama? I heard people were talking about this movie. I don't know what there was. I just know there was some drama about this movie. I don't know anything about it. It's got Adam Driver in it.
What was the movie?
Megalopolis.
I never saw it.
Is it based on that like old? Oh, I'm thinking of Metropolis, not Megalopolis.
Metropolis.
It's got like wow, it's got terrible audience reviews ratings.
This might give it away too much, but I'm going to go with it anyway.
Okay.
Bear Trap Soup.
Bear Trap Soup.
Yes.
Bear Trap Soup, everybody. That is the name of the Pokemon that Adam has come up with. Bear Trap Soup. I
hope it's not too easy. I feel like it is.
We'll see. Okay. Neil Johnstone for 18 months says the thing about words is meanings can twist like snakes, and if you want to find snakes, look for them behind words that change their meaning. Pratchett. Ooh, that's interesting. And true. Philip Cogans for $5 says step 1, adopt socialism. Step 2, ? Step 3, utopia. I mean, that's about the size of it.
I think we need superabundance before. Step 1 is superabundance.
Right.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And still you still need capitalism even when you have superabundance, just to tell what you need to make, right?
Mm-hmm.
Especially if you're in a situation where you have superabundance, like you can just crank out whatever you want. Imagine cranking out a bunch of shit that nobody wants. Like, what the fuck? You're like, holy shit, we wasted all these resources on this shit nobody even cares about. Hassan videos.
Well, you were correct, Adam.
It was too easy.
And someone else got it. Sketch
Everyone got it pretty quick.
Mr. Titantron and Griffin. And Sketch got it. The second guess in the chat. It was skunkfish.
Is that what that is?
Skunkfish? Yes.
Oh, wow.
It is skunkfish. The black and green one. Yes.
I almost used fish in it. I was like, nah, I can't use fish. Fish is so obvious.
Listen, at Bear Trap Soup, it does. That is what it looks like. Looks like soup that is also a bear trap. I thought you were going to name it like a shoe or something. Like Foot Fetish Dream, because it kind of looks like a foot.
Oh, yeah.
So.
Right.
Stunfish. Oh, I said skunkfish. Stunfish or stunfink? I don't know. Stunfisk. Okay. Thank you.
You don't even know what it is.
I don't even know. Listen, I'm old man. I know the old original Pokemon. I just pulled up a random Pokemon generator and pressed the button.
Did you really?
That's what I do. Yeah.
So this isn't even an official Pokemon?
No, it is. No. It
Okay.
randomly generates one of the official Pokemon out of like
Okay, I got you.
however many exist.
Makes perfect sense. Here it is. A bear trap soup.
Right. Steel Manning for $5 says, I'd like to point out the guy was the finance minister of Greece, which went bankrupt. Ha! Well, to be fair, I think he was finance minister after it became bankrupt. I think.
They brought him in to negotiate some sort of peace arrangement.
Socialist gobbledygook. So Equishidox for $5 says, I think in some absolute metrics, the West is on the decline, birth rates, wages, prices, but the rest of the world isn't doing too hot either. That is true. That is true.
Yeah.
PC for $10 says, the first speaker somehow thinks that people can be led astray by disinformation, but then claims that students aren't indoctrinated by teachers. I guess only bad information is contagious.
It's so true. Yeah. So true.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's right. Those crazy people, why won't they believe my disinformation? That's why I was trying to look about the Charlottesville stuff. I'm sure she spread plenty of disinformation about Charlottesville, especially if she's doing the white supremacist thing.
Mm-hmm.
She probably believes Trump is a white supremacist.
I would imagine, but someone said do another one. Okay. I'll look for another one.
I'll try to make it harder.
Lives in Deswell, specifically for $5, says the reason society is in decline is because bad people have power. The way to fix society's problems is to give me all the power. Obviously. That's the problem. Yeah.
Yeah. Oof.
Matt,
I mean, even if you had the problem, would you know how to fix society? I mean, I have some guesses, but
by force, obviously.
No, can't do that. That's immediately off the table.
JMac or Circuit Fire, thanks so much. JMac for $20. Says, great stream, guys. Adam, I sent you 2 new Palar Pokemon. I'm really interested to see if you guys get this one.
Oh, right. Let's take a look here.
Right. Okay, while you bring those up, Madney 85 for $10 says, from 1500 on, Europeans were unquestionably the top technological superior civilization, also the wealthiest per person, and all before they had empires. The Greek is spouting historical fan fiction. There you go.
Typical, right?
Yeah. I mean, I don't know what the technology of China was at the time. So, I mean, they didn't seem like they had obviously the military power that Europe had. So, Gavatron for 5 Canadian says the point Yanis makes about India having industrialization is based on a myth that over 5,000 years ago it had airplanes and shit. Oh, wait, really? Is he real? Oh my God, I didn't realize that. If that's what he was referring to, that's retarded. Jeez.
They didn't have all that stuff?
It did not, in fact, have airplanes. Whoa, what am I looking at here?
Yeah, I know. And he's doing the 3D thing again. He's like, he's only going to throw.
Trying to fuck with you, yeah.
I guess one of them is flat art and one of them is 3D.
I mean, they're both kind of 3D, maybe. I don't know the answer. I don't know. I don't recognize either of them, so I can't use my...
These are like complete knockoffs too. I mean, it looks like one is a knockoff of the other.
Okay, I have a guess here. I'm curious to hear what your guess is.
Well, I think the gray guy is the Pokemon. I'm going purely on the flat art versus the 3D.
I'm going to say, I think the gray one, not because of the flat art. I think the gray one because it looks more simple. Like there was more thought process behind the artistic design of it, where the white and blue one looks more like a knockoff of it.
Right.
That's my guess. So I'm saying the right one is the Pokemon, the left one is the PAL.
Right.
That's my
assumption too.
Okay. Are we correct, chat? Let us know. CS Paffy for 13 months. Thanks so much. Says, fun fact, Adam's horribly ugly red jacket was actually filmed with Inglorious Technicolor, which is why it has a distinguishingly bright hue.
I saw this when it went through, and I was like, "What does any of that mean?" Okay,
I guess he doesn't like how bright your jacket is. So.
This jacket's great.
Right. We got it right. People said right is the Pokemon and left is the PAL. Oh,
yes. Can't fool us.
Okay. Got it. Got
Trickster.
him. Got him. Dr. 5 for 5 Canadian says, question emoji, quote, rethinking what it means to be a nation. That sounds like some BS Trudeau would say, like a fucking post-nation statement. It does sound like really open, no borders, let everyone in, rethink what it means to be a nation. Yeah, it's pretty fucking crazy. So
yes.
J Macro Circuit Fire, thanks so much for $20. Says gray is the Pokemon, blue is the PAL. Look at that. Urshifu is the Pokemon and Bastigor is the PAL. Also, Bastigor can be ridden and he uses a giant ice hammer. So knock off or not, he's way cooler than Urshifu. Well, I mean, that is pretty cool if he has a giant ice hammer.
Ice hammers rule.
Aren't the PAL? I thought the PAL Pokemons or the Palamons were cooler anyway. Can't they like use guns and shit? And be used as slave labor and all sorts of cool things that you can't use the Pokemon for.
They have slaves and projectile weapons.
I believe they do. Yeah, I never played PAL, but I've seen videos of them using the PALs with like pickaxes as slave labor. So.
Sounds like PALs is ripe for colonialism.
Yes, PALs is teaching young American minds colonial thoughts and ambitions.
Nice. That's what we need.
Cybers for $5 says at this point, these people need to be pressed on why they don't like the white race. It seems to always be at the core of it all if they were honest. It does seem like there is an underlying racism in their worldview. You get that sense when you listen to them talk. So
yeah. Big haters.
Right.
Lots of white guilt.
Okay, I found a Pokemon.
Oh, a new one?
Yeah. This one could be a little rough. Curious as to see.
Okay. It can't look like exactly like some inanimate object, though.
It does not.
It's like impossible to get past that.
I sent you it. If you think it's too easy, you can't think of a name.
No.
Okay.
Oh, look at this. It's like a gay little aminal. Maybe I'll just call it gay little aminal.
Gay little. There's Adam's Pokemon name, gay little aminal. Okay. Can you guess which Pokemon Adam is referring to?
Is that like 50% of them though? I don't know. That might be too hard.
Look at this homophobe over here. All right, this bigot. It is not Clefairy. That's a good guess, Zeroflex.
Oh, it is?
It is not Clefairy, no.
Let's see here.
There is an actual Pokemon with the name Fairy in it, so but Adam doesn't have that requisite knowledge. Right.
Okay.
Dr. 5 for 2 Canadian says, wait, Greece's finance minister was a communist? I think so. Definitely seems like that. Lethal Strain for $5 says, we got 14 inches of snow here in Kansas. Ooh, ow, that's fucking terrible. That is terrible. Fondue for $5 says, but Adam, why not have a multipolar world between you and your emotions?
No way.
You want to be bipolar?
I want to be ruled by my emotions.
Right. Are you going to give another name for the Pokemon, or are you really staying with gay little
aminal? This is the thing. It's anything I think of is like so. There's like it's easy to describe. So you got to think of a name that like touches on the description, but it's not quite there. So, like, just give me a second, Keith. I'm working on it.
Okay.
You can keep guessing on the gay little aminal.
No one's got it yet that I saw. I didn't see anyone get it.
Well, there's a lot of that going on in Pokemon, right?
That's true.
Pokemon.
That could mean anything.
Right.
Lives in Deswall specifically for $5 says we are doomed to be trapped in political Groundhog Day until we gain the wisdom to escape the cycle. I mean, unfortunately.
Is it that? Is it the wisdom? There's a collective action problem here. Like the cycle must be broken collectively as a society. There's just no way around it. So until things start turning around for, I think, large numbers of people, I don't know. It'd be interesting to see like what people think the biggest problems are. It's got to be economics, though. People, it's coming to be called the affordability crisis. People are saying, "Look, I'm working my ass off, and I can't even buy basic necessities." That's a big fucking deal.
It is.
Yeah,
it is. Very good guesses, chat, but no.
Are they getting close? Do I really have to?
There were some that are close. And there's some that are good guesses, but like they're good guesses because they have like they have a wider range of Pokemon. So they're like, well, what's a gayer looking one? But you don't. So like, your scale is off.
There are some defining features. I just know if I say like one word, everyone will get it immediately.
Right.
Because it's like too descriptive.
Okay, don't say.
I'm going to go with like 4-ear rodent.
4-ear rodent.
Yes.
Okay. 4-ear rodent. Interesting. Joe the Meg for 33 months says academics arguing against the West in favor of the CCP in Russia reminds me of Heinlein's Starship Troopers, where their meddling created the world. I should go back and actually read that one of these days.
Starship Troopers?
Yeah.
I read it not too long ago.
I
was like seriously underwhelmed.
Oh, really? Okay. I mean, I remember not being very whelmed by it in middle school, but that was a long time ago.
Oh, it's just they completely end it abruptly. They set up so many interesting storylines, and so many of the storylines that are actually in the book are just not really that fascinating. So,
Okay. I just remember him wanting to be part of the dog unit, and he got to be the jump boot unit, and he didn't like that. Some part I remember. Steel Manning for $5 says, here is why the West is superior. Are there universities in China, India, or anywhere outside the West debating if they have a moral right to power? Fucking true. True. The answer is
right.
no.
They just take it as a given. Right. Of course we should have more power. Why would we want less?
No, chat. Nope. Some people have been very, very, very close, but no one has got it yet.
How are they close?
Well, I can't explain that without giving it away.
Oh, okay. So there's some other Pokemon that they're mentioning that is kind of similar.
Yes, exactly. JV Shada for 2 months says, all hail Blunty Mage.
Oh, yeah. Updated Blunty's hat.
Oh, you gave him a wizard hat?
I did, yeah.
You gave him a pink wizard hat. Why does he have a pink wizard hat?
Look, he's having fun.
That's funny. Okay. Awesome. Dr. Fire for 2 Canadians says, laughing, crying emoji, but the patriarchy. Exactly. Tom, waiting for $5 says, there's a Steven Pinker debate with an Indian guru from about a year ago. Oh, my page just crashed.
The comment section is unhinged with Pinker hatred. You should check it out. Well, okay.
Interesting.
I saw Pinker did that cringe little dance when Biden won the election. That just, I was like, holy fucking shit.
He did a cringe
You posted
dance.
Cringe. I know you've seen that.
I don't remember Steven Pinker. Oh, wait, no, I do remember it now.
Yes, of course you remember it.
I do remember it. Stop the presses. Stop the presses. We have a winner. Winner, winner, winner. Lord Cameron wins big with Glaceon. Glaceon is the answer, yes.
See, that's what I was thinking. Look, if I said fox, that tail just screams fox. Like if I went blue fox, everyone would be like, Glaceon.
Well, if you said blue fox, yes. But there are lots of... So the reason I said close is that Glaceon is an evolved form of a Pokemon that has like 8 different evolutions, but with the same kind of like body type. So,
okay.
So, but yeah, a lot of people were saying there's another form of that Pokemon that's like pink. And so when you said gay little animal, everyone was saying that version of it, the pink version. So,
there's a pink and a blue version.
Yep. Look at why did Adam look at that and think gay? You didn't think it was like a cute little like emo fox dude or something? He's like, no, it's gay.
I mean, it's super effeminate.
Okay.
Is it even a male?
It could be male or female.
Okay.
Could be either. Tom waiting for $5 says, oh, I read that one. Stanley for $2 says, Yanis, hold up. Let me bust out the race and IQ card. Yep.
Oof.
Rich Jammer
Is that
for
what
30.
he's doing when he's giving his example in the classroom?
Might as well. Rich Jammer for 33 months. Thank you so much. Says, is this Greek guy supposed to be smart? Was getting history wrong, thought he was black and couldn't spell his name correctly.
That's exactly what's going on.
That's terrible.
Poor guy.
That's terrible.
Failing up.
Lives in Deswalt Philly for $2 says, quote, it's boring is the most privileged response ever. It really is.
Yeah, totally.
It really is.
When you can't pay your bills, right? When you're having trouble buying groceries, someone telling you, oh man, privilege.
Become the Knight for 21 months says, if you need more evidence that our elites are literally retarded, look no further than this debate.
True. Yes. Although Konstantin was coming in, I wish Konstantin hadn't have indulged in the woke right nonsense. So, but anyway, it's fine.
I mean, he's not wrong in theory. You just don't like the name.
Yeah.
So. Fondue for $5 says, quote, you are just a white supremacist with a guilty conscience. Sargon. I mean, he feels that way. Zero for 17 months says, what Pokemon does Adam think is the sexiest and why is it Vaporeon? And then for another $2, Fondue says, show Adam Vaporeon. So everyone wants you to look up Vaporeon.
Okay, I'll look it up.
You go look up some Vaporeon and tell me if you think it's the sexiest of Pokemon.
I'm not going to look that up. Okay.
No, just look it up normally.
Vape porn?
No, vape. God.
I know what you're doing.
I'm not. It has a name. You can just copy paste the name from the super chat.
I can't see the super chat.
He thinks it's
it must be invisible.
Okay, here. I'll send you a picture of it. You can look at this boy, this bad boy here. You tell me, is this the sexiest Pokemon?
Oh my God. I think
you've
this
ever
has come
seen
up
in your life.
Oh man. Whoever super chatted that, hide your children. This is not right. calling this thing sexy.
You don't think it's sexy? With those big fish ears and he's got like a lion mane frizzle thing and a little mermaid tail,
This is wrong.
You don't like that?
This is wrong.
That's not the sexiest of all Pokemon.
Oh my God. Make it stop.
Okay. Lives in Deswall for $2 says, how much money for Adam to read the Vaporeon copy pasta? And then Metalworks 411.90 for $2 says, tell him to look up the copy pasta, Sitch. Do it.
What is that?
There's a meme that people are talking. That's why they talk about it's sexy.
Vaporeon being sexy.
Yes, it's
It's
some
like
weird
a joke, right?
It's a joke, yes.
Yeah.
Here, I'll send you a
People
link.
pretending to be sexually aroused by this.
I'm gonna send you a link.
Little fish.
I'm gonna send you a link, and you can read that. It'll be very funny. You should read
fish
that.
Dog.
Yeah, you should read what I sent you to the chat.
I don't click on links. Okay.
It goes to Reddit. It's a safe link.
I don't like Reddit.
Oh my god, I gotta find the voice of what was that guy's name? The lawyer, Paul Blart Mall lawyer. What was his name?
Oh yeah. He can read it.
I get him to read it.
This.
Hey guys, did you know? Like that shouting voice. Oh my god, that would actually be really funny. Yeah, read it, Adam. Look, everyone in chat wants you to read it. Okay, don't be such a party pooper.
Vaporeon is the most compatible Pokemon for humans. What?
Yeah.
Not only are they in the field egg group, which is mostly comprised of mammals. What?
Continue.
Vaporeon is an average of 3 foot 3 inches tall and 63 pounds. Well,
Yeah.
where are these stats at?
Keep reading.
No, I'm not. I'm not reading.
Read the
this.
next part.
No, you
Read
read
the
it.
next line, motherfucker.
No, that line I saved specifically for you.
Read the next line, bitch.
No, you read it. Here, I'll give you a taste of it. Sitch. This
Read
means that they are large enough to handle. Go ahead, Sitch. Jump on in anytime now.
Everyone wants you to read it, Adam. They said, Adam, read it. They didn't say Sitch read it. They said, Adam, read it.
No. We'll just let your imagination run wild here.
Wow. Boo.
Here, look, if you guys want to read it, I'll throw it in chat for you guys.
Terrible. Terrible.
Just remember, Sitch didn't want to read.
Uh-huh. No, Joker, you can't. Lethal Strike for $2 says the Greek guy is Hassan in disguise. Definitely feels like. Orca for 16 months says worst crowd since January 6th.
Yeah, what was that all about?
That's funny.
The crowd there.
Yeah, that's funny.
Clapping.
Fondue for $5 says, I watched Spy Family yesterday with my friends too. We were supposed to have it in the background. Eventually, we all just sat on the couch. Look at that.
Nice. Spy Family.
Spy Family. Lethal Strike for... Yeah, I think it's good. It's cute. It's obviously a ploy by Japan to get people to have children and reproduce and adopt and all that stuff.
Because really? They're trying to do the mind mojo on people.
They all listen. Japan, they're like trying. They need people to reproduce. They're doing anything. So like, make a bunch of families with like kids and shit in it about families and children. So,
think how fun it could be. You could be a spy family.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly the thought process. Lethal Strain for $2 says, anyone have? Oh, that's mean. Anyone have Yanis's pager number too soon? Terrible. Van Codling for $5 says, oh, wow. Turns out that lady in the suit is old. I was audio only and she sounds and talks like a 24-year-old undergrad. Ooh. I mean, that's about the size of it. Alex Wright for $5 says, Johnson secured the gavel in 2 hours, surpassing my expectations. Now the debt ceiling and budget reconciliation will make or break Trump's first 2 years. See, that's what I said. I didn't think that there would be a lot of pushback on the Johnson thing. I think there was only 3 Republicans that were against it. Trump called 2 of them, and they said, "Oh, okay." They flipped. I don't know what he promised them. He gave them something, and then they flipped. And so, yeah, Johnson squeaked by pretty easily. What do
you think he offered him?
I don't know. Who knows? Some bullshit. I bet. But do you think, when is the next debt ceiling fight?
Soon. Very
it?
soon. Yeah.
Is it early? Let's see.
It's coming up pretty quick here. I remember everyone's talking about it in the financial news.
I don't know. I think they're gonna cave. I think the Republicans are going to 1000% just cave on the debt ceiling and all that other shit. And there's none of the like. I feel like that's what always happens. The Democrats are in charge. They complain about the budget and the debt ceiling, and then when Republicans in charge, it all just goes out the fucking window.
Okay, so January 1st, 2025 was the debt ceiling. So whatever they passed, I think it was like some 3-month continuing resolution. So
It'll be in March or April or something.
yeah, exactly.
Okay. I think it's going to be easily. I think it's going to be a big deal.
I don't know. All these fuckers. All they do is sit around and whine about the debt ceiling.
Yeah, the same people are going to whine about it, but the Democrats aren't going to. I mean, it'd be hilarious, but I don't think Democrats are going to be like, yeah, we're going to train those people. Don't get the debt ceiling. Like, I don't think that's going to happen.
Yeah, but all the Republicans have to run around and pound their chests and
right, but they don't
scream about it.
They only need a small amount of Republicans, I guess. I don't think the Democrats are going to. Well, I don't know. We'll say maybe they'll try to.
No, they're going
to.
The Democrats are going to. They're not going to. They're going to stand back. They're going to stand back, stand by.
Oh, okay. Liz in Deswell, specifically for $5, says, by using the phrase vote against their interests, she demonstrates the exact condescending attitude she was criticizing. Common problem. True. Filthy Casual for $2 says she makes Trump sound like a supervillain. Insane.
Yeah. She's got the TDS.
Lives in Deswell, specifically for $5, says Chris Chan truly embodies the Oedipal myth. No difference is discernible under any method of literary analysis. I mean, true. Armaga for $2 says Sitch. We don't give a fuck about Ukraine. Well, listen, you don't give a fuck about Ukraine, but I care.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
And Adam cares.
I do care.
Okay.
I do.
Lyndon Deswall, specifically for $2, says, in a world of clapping seals, have courage to boo. There you go. I like that.
True. Yeah, there should have been some boos out there. If we were there, we would have booed loudly.
Right.
We'd been like, shut the fuck up, commie!
That sounds like some commie gobbledygook.
That's right.
Philip Kogan's for $10 says it's almost like China has had a paid off a politician in office the last 4 years. And
what's his name? Biden?
Stop it.
Fondue for $2. People like that stuff. That's a good joke. That's a solid joke.
Fondue for $2 says, what's your favorite conspiracy theory? What's my favorite conspiracy theory?
Let me think.
I don't know.
What is
Sitch's
favorite conspiracy theory?
Okay, well, when we say favorite, like to me, when you say what's your favorite, it's like what's the most ridiculously silly one? That's like
no, I know what it is. I figured it out.
Oh, okay. Well, I know what I'm going to say. What is it? What do you think?
That FDR is the best president of all time.
I thought you were going to say it's that Donald Trump really won the 2020 election. I thought that was going to be your troll answer. You missed it.
Oh.
Right. No, my favorite conspiracy is the conspiracy that Alex Jones laid out on Joe Rogan, which is that the government intentionally gives people heart attacks so that there's an ambassador for Earth that they have to give a bunch of drugs and they have to kill so that when he's dead, he has an out-of-body experience so he can go in a spirit trip to talk to the aliens who exist on a spiritual who exist on a spiritual plane, who control the planet and control the galaxy or the solar system or whatever. And they have to be dead in order to communicate with them. And then so they have to like keep cycling people out because then they bring them back to life. So then they have to have someone else like die for like 5 minutes or whatever, and then cycle them out just so they could like talk to the fucking alien overlords. That's my favorite conspiracy theory.
You just can't go wrong with interdimensional aliens. It's just always great.
That's a good one. That's a fun one. Lethal Strain for $5 says she would have a better argument using H.G. Wells' radio broadcast of War of the Worlds than Pizzagate. Ooh.
Oh, yeah. Look, that actually had some effect on the world. Way more than Pizzagate.
The Wooster for $5 says, lie, Sitch. You guys did not review Sam Hyde last week. You guys summarized Laura Loomer Vivek drama. Nice try dismissing him with the straw man smear. First of all, I never said we covered it. I said we talked about it, and we did talk about it. We did review the Loomer Vivek drama, and then we talked about the Sam Hyde thing. I don't know what part of it was. Maybe it was in a super chat. Someone probably asked, and I gave like a 5 or 10 minute talk about it. I'm not gonna like watch the whole fucking thing. That's not a smear. It's 100% true. He won 1,000, and you're just not being honest with yourself if you say otherwise. Sam Hyde 1,000% just strawmanned any side of the immigration conversation, and he also strawmanned Elon's position on the conversation too. So,
look, and your first super chat, you said, I have seen it properly address or evidently you're thinking he properly addressed the IQ question, and that you're calling the Indian question. Oh,
right.
Like
Right.
the JQ, but the Indian Q. I mean, we talked about that. Just the numbers being them having more Indians in the world, because there's like billions of Indians. So
Right.
we didn't make the argument that the Indians were like super fucking geniuses that we just had to have in the H-1B visa realm. So
Right.
that's why I said we didn't cuck to the IQ thing either.
No. I mean, we did spend
didn't-
2 hours saying the H-1B1 thing doesn't work and is a scam, but you know.
Yeah, total scam.
Doesn't
Yes. Yeah.
Doesn't matter.
But we're not falling for these super. I've seen Harold and Kumar go to White Castle. Okay, I know the truth. I know the truth about these.
I
Indian
know Indians
immigrants.
are just as much stoners as white people. Is that what you're
Of
saying?
course.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
Harold, everyone knows that Harold and Kumar going to White Castle is just the DEI version of Dude, Where's My Car?
Is it? Is that what's
Oh, yeah.
going on there?
That is what's going on.
Hmm.
Is it not? Tell me I'm wrong.
You're wrong.
Oh, okay. That was listen, Dude, Where's My Car? That was a good movie.
Dude. What's mine say? Dude.
No, what did he wait? I
classic.
forgot. What did his say? What did the other guy say? They didn't both say dude. Didn't the other one say like bro?
Bro, I think.
Or
Yeah.
something? Yeah. Dude.
Now Sitch is looking it up.
I'm trying to remember. That was
I know.
like a meme from like a million years ago.
Of course. Yes.
Yes.
The never ending meme. What's mine say? Dude. What's mine say?
No, it says
Bro.
sweet. It said sweet.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah.
There we go.
It was that was the God, that movie's from 2000. So old. That was the
I know.
2000 version of Who's on First. Yes.
Yes.
So much
definitely.
stupider. Dude. Sweet. Dude, what does mine say? It's that duh. God. Fucking
Yes.
listen, that movie was pretty silly. That was a good movie.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It had aliens in it. It had ostriches
Comical.
in it.
Yes.
It had everything. It had
Yeah.
hot women that were aliens in it offering blowjobs.
How
Had
can you go
everything
wrong?
in it.
Look, you can't do that now. People come and slap you around. What? That's sexist.
That's-
How dare you?
Well, to fair, they weren't actually hot women and they were not actually offering blowjobs. It was all a ruse. Okay.
Mhm.
Majin for $5 says, "Hey fellas, I barely pay attention to some people. Is Rudyard a wizard? Is he coming for Sitch's power soon?" First of all, my power is unmatched. Okay.
Mhm.
But I willingly will share it with those who seek it because I'm such a magnanimous soul. But thank you. A bunch of people sent me the video. I
Yes.
like a piece of shit I am, didn't reply back. But thank you for everyone that sent me. I actually didn't. I only watched a little bit of it, and it was actually like super fascinating. But I didn't get into
Yeah.
any of the weird stuff yet. So, but thank you.
Yes. But Rudyard is a wizard, just to answer your question.
Yes, but the good kind.
Full
The kind that
wizard.
the kind that helps. You know,
Not a
Frodo-
KKK wizard.
Yeah, no, the kind that helps Frodo
A
throw the
magical
ring
wizard.
of doom, the ring of power into Mount Doom. Okay, the good kind. Of
Yeah.
wizard.
Like Gandalf.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah.
Thank you, Bellsprout, for $10. Says, surprised you guys didn't do a Kwanzaa bit. Who doesn't love a holiday created by a violent racist with the goal of unifying the Pan-African race and heritage as its first principle? I guess we should
yeah.
have done a Kwanzaa bit. No one knows
be
what
fun.
Kwanzaa is about. That's the only reason why it kind of sails under the radar when people, say like, "Oh, happy Kwanzaa."
I think we made a couple Kwanzaa jokes.
I mean, it's just like rip off. They just try to steal like Hanukkah. Like, really, you get your own little menorah? Come on, what are you doing? J-Mac, thanks so much. Circuit Forward Daddy J-Mac for $20 says not just the pals, but they capture humans as well. I didn't know that. Holy shit. You can use a machine to obtain resources from them. They do not survive the process. Pal World is a wild game. That is fucking crazy. Holy shit. Okay, interesting. Didn't know about that one.
Wow.
J-Mac
death and destruction in there.
That's crazy. J-Mac for another $20. Thanks so much. J-Mac says, look up Mega Lopunny, Adam, and tell me that the Pokemon artists weren't degenerates. Mega Lopunny.
All these artists probably do like hardcore furry porn on the side.
Well, I think I talked about this briefly, Adam. There was
oh my God.
Well, that was I did send you the Batman, the Joker Lopunny cartoon where Joker's gonna fuck the Lopunny. But
yeah.
No, there was a hack. I think it was like a month or two ago. Somebody hacked into the Pokemon game dev's computer and they got like a bunch of like unreleased Pokemon files and stuff.
And
they found
all pornographic.
No. Well, they found a bunch of like lore texts for like unused lore in the games. And they're like these weird like stories that were written as like you would tell like a mythical story of like a bygone era. And a lot of the stories featured people mating with or marrying or fucking or being raped by Pokemon.
Oh my
And this
God.
was like in the official Pokemon studio like lore. And people were like, what the fuck is this? Why?
Imagine sitting down to write that. You're like, I'm gonna write a rape fantasy with a Pokemon.
It's very weird. Yeah, because it's like, who was compelled to write this? Why was someone compelled to write this I mean, listen, the studio that makes Pokemon is called Game Freak, so I guess it makes sense.
That's so bizarre.
It's like, what the fuck?
That's so bizarre.
There's a lot of good fan art afterwards of like, I forget which Pokemon, but one of the Pokemon that was like involved in these fucked up stories of like trainers would like read the lore and they look at the Pokemon is like, oh shit. Like it's like looking like, oh fuck. The secret's out. Fair Practical Progress. Thanks so much for the 2 Aussie bucks. Says thanks for covering that Wicked, Jank, and Fran debate. Yes.
Oh, yeah.
I wish we could cover more of it, but it's super long. But it's that debate is crazy if you listen to it.
I watched Sean's video and Franny is 41. I was like, wow, okay.
She looks young.
She's got the good genes. Yeah,
Right.
definitely. Right. I thought she was like in her late 20s.
J-Mac for another $20. Thank you so much. Oh my God. Daddy J-Mac says, Adam, that's regular Lopunny. You got to look up Mega Lopunny.
Oh my God.
Mega Lopunny. Okay, there's a second one.
Mega. Okay.
You got to look up Mega.
I'm on it.
Okay.
Wait, I searched Mega Lopunny.
Well, the Mega ones, I think, are the big ones. I think they get like gigantic or something.
Okay, here it is.
Maybe.
I found it. No, this can't be it. This has to be like on DeviantArt or something.
I think I found it. What? I've never seen this before. What is going on in this picture? Let's see. Let me send it to you. I don't know which one you found.
Well, there's a number of that.
Yeah, I got a bunch of not official Mega Lopunnies. Right. I looked it up.
You're like, I'm at the Pokemon Index.
I just went to the Google Images. There's
That's what I did.
Some ones in the Google Images with boobs that I don't think are in the official game.
Oh yeah, I saw that.
Okay.
You probably pulled up the one that I pulled up. This seems official. Hopefully it is.
It's weird that it's wearing like tights with like ripped tights. That's pretty strange. Very strange. The Lopunny is pretty sus. That's probably the most sus of all Pokemon. When they made it, they're like, okay, we know what these people are doing. So Probaxi for 10 euros says, former working colleague was from the Congo, went back there to work on a project to track mining and selling of resources, had some choice words regarding the Chinese. Yeah, I mean, I've heard that they are not, they're pretty exploitative. So
yeah, they're getting a piece of that action, and they're racist as fuck. They don't care.
Right.
Got no qualms about taking over.
And Proboxy for another 5 euros says, in his words, same issue as other nations before them, extracting value without thinking about the local population. Wow, who would have ever guessed that? It's almost like it has nothing to do with some sort of magical anti-white racism and that people are just fucking shitty in general.
100%. Right? Yeah.
Alex Wright for $5 says Trump's reconciliation package with his tax cuts and border spending may be obstructed by deficit hawks in the Freedom Caucus. Check out their letter. Oh, really?
Yeah, that's what I thought was going to happen. It's just fucking insane.
I mean, it would be hilarious. Listen, I think they're going to cave. That's my prediction.
If you can't even lock down the border because they're like, we can't spend this money.
Right.
Crime has to run rampant. We don't have the money.
They're going to bluster and they're going to whine. And then Trump's going to say, you're going to not let us lock down the border. You're going to let the border be open, you fucking piece of shit. And they're going to shake in their boots and they're going to cave. That's my prediction. I don't think it's going to make a difference.
Hopefully.
Listen, Des Wallace Billy for $5 says, a word of caution for Redyard, beware of unearned wisdom. Okay.
That's true. Yeah. Easy come, easy go.
Orca for $2 says, quote, it's pushy. I think he means pussy. Probably smells like fish. End quote. JP Mexican. Listen, he's probably right. Okay. I don't know why you're calling out JP Mexican, Orca. That's probably an accurate statement. All right. Terrible. Sodos for $2 says, Sitch, please get Adam to read the Typlosion lore.
I'm not reading anything.
That's the one I was talking about. The weird, like rapey one or something.
Oh God, that's awful.
Yes. Adam, do you want to read the weird Pokemon rape lore for the chat?
Of course, desperately, dying to. We'll do that on Tuesday.
Oh, okay. Listen, we'll do it on Tuesday. You guys, he caught him. He said it. He said it. Okay.
Did I?
He said it. We're read on Tuesday.
I'm at like Tuesday 2030.
Oh, look at this. Look at this hedge. Okay. Metalworks
Tuesdays.
$411.90 for $5 says, I almost forgot to ask. I really recommend watching, quote, when teenagers run virtual democracies on stream. Would like to hear your thoughts about it.
That sounds interesting.
And what is that? When teenagers run a virtual. Okay, I'll check it out. I don't know what this is. Let me look at the Streamlabs.
Is this a new video? I guess it came out 4 days ago.
Dr. Diller for $3 says, hey, gang, bought a new car, which means it's right back to sending super chats into that free will blunder. Well, nice. Congratulations.
Yeah.
That's good.
New car's always nice.
That is nice. Christoph Keating for $10 says, as G.K. Chesterton said, the modern world is full of the old Christian virtues gone mad because they have been isolated from each other. Thus, some care for truth. Their truth is pitless. Some only care for pity. Oh, pitiless. Some only care for pity without truth. Interesting.
There wasn't a lot of that talk in the debate other than just bringing up the cowardice thing. So,
right.
Yeah.
Dr. Diller for $2 says, conspiracy theories are bad and spread disinformation. Anyways, here's a bunch of conspiracy theories that fit my worldview.
True. Yeah. Patriarchy and whatnot.
Dr. Ferjara says, actually, Adam, you absolute fool, you ninny. The world was a big, happy paradise with sunshine and rainbows and kittens until capitalism came into existence 65 million years ago and ruined everything.
Of course, it was capitalism's fault.
It was when the first chimpanzee picked up a shell and handed it to the next chimpanzee, and it was all downhill from there.
I mean, we do need innovation. Like, that's the magic. We need new technology. We need crazy, cool flying cars and shit. Sitch wants a flying car. Sitch wants a robot that's going to wash his underwear for him.
I want an auto-driving car. I don't care if it flies or not.
Yeah.
That sounds dangerous.
Fuck. It'd be so awesome. Just take a nap, go on a long trip.
I know, right? Dr. for $3 says you can safely assume China at any point was a warmongering, aggressive imperial power in their history. They held basically every other country near them as some sort of vassal state. They're just not as good as war as us. Well, there you go.
Yeah.
Knew it, called it, intuited it.
None of them can swim, so they were afraid of the water.
Now that's just racist.
Why didn't they cross the oceans?
I don't know. They didn't have the proper boat technology, probably. Dr. Diller for $3 says the Chinese economy is the ex-girlfriend who still uses your Netflix password, so you can try to cozy up with her, but ultimately it all runs to the U.S. China is just siphoning. That is true. They
are stealing our innovation.
Holstein for $2 says, I'm going to skip this one for the sake of my blood pressure. That's fair. But always remember Bill Burr's advice. Say, quote, that ethnicity, motherfucker, not that motherfucking ethnicity. It sounds way less racist. That's good advice. That's good advice. I mean, they both sound pretty racist, but I take it. Sodos for $4. Thanks so much. Says, wait, some more. Never mind. It's for a lot. It's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Well, I don't know if these are all supposed to be read together, but I'm going to read them together. Sodos, thanks so much for the $10. Says the biggest issue America faces is liars and charlatans who deceive people into thinking we are in decline with a bunch of lies so they can try and slip in their otherwise unpopular utopia. For example, have you heard someone repeat the claim that the middle class is shrinking? Well, technically that is true. Middle class has decreased in size, but so has the lower class. Most Americans fit in the upper class. Oh, really? Than either, but you'll be hard-pressed to find the liars and charlatans mention that more Americans are unbelievably wealthy than there are poor Americans. Instead, they have to rely on anecdotes and half-truths to spread their BS. The same tactic the woke tribe with race, quote, my lived experience tells me we are a deeply racist country despite contrary evidence. The same as my lived experience tells me we are a country in decline despite contrary evidence, which is why it's disappointing to see you guys call out the liars when it comes to race grift, but then fall for the same lived experience lies when it comes to the economics. No, we are in decline. It's silly to claim. So, well, I don't know about that. The middle class claim that you're talking about. That's news to me, but I'll look it up here.
I mean, I was watching some videos of a bunch of people complaining that they just can't afford shit. So and that obviously made me think, God, I feel bad if people can't afford basic necessities. So I don't know if that's the case. Obviously, companies have to sell their products and services, and if they're priced out and they get too expensive and they have to lower the prices or they won't sell anything. So these high prices, they got to be selling shit, right? Who knows? Anyway.
So it says 1971. Oh yeah, that's not AI. I don't trust AI. I want like something that's like real.
They're trying to get the numbers on how, like, the demographics of the income distribution. Solidosh comes in and he's like, fuck you, everyone's a millionaire. Everything is great.
Right. So
I own 6 homes. So
according to Investopedia, this is from Pew Research comparing 1971 to 2023. It says in 1971, 20% of the country was lower income, 61% was middle income, and 11% were upper income. More in 2023, 30% is lower income, so there's a 3% increase in lower income. 51% are middle income, so it's a 10% decrease. But then upper income is 19%, so an 8% increase in upper income. So more people have, assuming if this number is true, yeah, more people, 8% have moved into the upper income, while 3% have slid into the lower income. So there is a more people have moved up than down according to this chart, which I'm assuming is what Soto is referencing.
Right, but the thing that we want to know is in that middle income distribution, are most of the people, because that's like 51%, right?
Yes, that's most people. Yeah.
Okay, so is that 51% teetering on the edge of the bottom of the distribution, or are they teetering on the edge of the top of the distribution? I'm going to go with they're probably teetering closer to the bottom of the distribution.
Well,
they're
I think
like one calamity away from falling into poverty.
I don't know what the number is top of my head. I'll look for it. I think usually, because what I hear is that the wealth distribution for the middle class is much less than it used to be. So like
that's an income distribution.
So like in the 60s or 70s, the middle class they'd be like, oh, had like 30% of the wealth or 40% of the wealth or whatever the fuck it was. And then now it's like less. It's like, 30%, 20%. So I don't know what the numbers are, but I'll try to find them. So even if the number of people moving up in the upper income is increased, which is definitely good, I think the middle class, what they command, their wealth that they command is shrunk, I believe. So.
Right. They're selling off all their shit.
Right. Yeah, it says in 1970, the middle class, am I looking at the right thing? Share of U.S. aggregate income.
Send me that link.
No, fuck.
I want to get in on this action.
You have to.
I don't like to Google, but I like to. Right. I like to click on links from you in my DMs.
So it says, according to Pew Research, it says in 1970, the middle class had 62% of the aggregate income in the country. In 2018, that has declined to 43%. So that's a pretty substantial drop. In 1970, the upper income had 29% of the U.S. aggregate income, and that's increased to 48%. So there's definitely, and then the lower income has gone from 10% to 9%, so slightly down. So I mean, there definitely is a change. And then it says and that was income. In terms of wealth, in 1983, upper income had 60% of the wealth, and now it has 79%. Or 2016, I don't know what it is now, but 2016 it's 79%. And in 1983, middle income had 32% of the wealth, and has now, in 2016, it dropped to 17%. Well, that's a very substantial drop in wealth. So now I guess there is a question of like, because we're talking about proportions here, so they could still have more, or it could not be as dramatic because we're talking about proportionally. But
well, the COVID spending is like a big part of the equation, I think, with inflation, because when the government normally spends money, like they're buying things like an aircraft carrier, right? So they spend billions of dollars on an aircraft carrier, a bunch of planes, all that shit. They got those assets, right? Those assets are real assets that are owned in the economy with corresponding money created to mirror those assets, right?
Right.
With the COVID relief spending, they spent $4.6 trillion just basically giving that money to people so that they could pay their bills, right? It was like in lieu of working. But all that money, like there's not really any corresponding assets to that money, right? It's just kind of in the economy until it ends up pooling, and whoever ends up, spending or procuring that money through sales of things, right? Like corporate profits or whatever, right?
Right.
So iPhone sells iPhones and accumulates a bunch of that $4.6 trillion because everyone's like, it's COVID, I want a new iPhone. So now all that money is just in the economy causing inflation.
Fucking inflation.
Well, because there's not as many assets to correlate to the money.
I understand.
Yeah. Anyway.
Okay, so this is according to usafacts.org. They compare 1990 to 2022, so much smaller time span. They say 60% of income earners between the top and bottom quintiles, commonly referred to as America's middle class, have seen their share of wealth diminish since 1990. Over the past 3 decades, the group's share of total wealth. So in 1990, the middle class had 37% of the wealth, and now in 2022, it dropped to 26%. So that's an 11% decline. And then it says the top income earner, or the top 20% of America's income, went up 10% from 1990 to 2022. So I mean, I
Summarize it. What's it all mean?
What it means is that even though it's true that more people have joined the upper class than gone down to the lower class, the middle class, the amount of wealth the middle class commands is much
Substantially less. Yeah.
than, maybe not much less, but is definitely less than it was in the 90s, and is definitely less than it was in the 60s. And that's what people, I think, are referencing or pointing to when they talk about, you know, the broadening increase of income inequality in the country.
Yeah, you reach a financial squeeze and you're like, I sell things, right? You sell your house, you sell your car, you sell shit to try to get ahead of it.
Right. Okay, it says household incomes have risen considerably since 1970, but those middle class households have not climbed nearly as much as the upper income. Well, that makes sense, obviously, right? Yeah, I said that share of aggregate income is plunged. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. Anyway.
I just want to know, like, the share of homes. Like, how many are owned by just, you know, regular
Like
people, like not, you know, middle class people, and how many are owned by super wealthy? That's what I want to know.
It's a good question.
We'll figure it out. I'm going to dig
I don't
in.
know how much of it's like individual people buying up extra property, how much of it is like, you know, investment
Corporations.
funds
Yeah, look,
buying
that's a problem.
So
that's a potential problem as well. I mean, I think it's like, if you have, if a home goes on the market and you have 10 middle class people that want to buy that home, but they can't compete. There's no way that they can compete, because you've got 10 people who are buying it as an investment property, or 10 corporations or whatever. I mean, that's the whole Two Americas thing that Mr. Sleep with His Camera Woman guy kept talking about.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the reason the reason the middle class works is because you've got the vast majority of the population can compete on goods and services at a certain price point. But then there is a completely separate economy that's deals in luxury goods, right? Where middle class people don't even wander into that economy. They can't wander into that economy. They don't have the resources to do so.
Yes.
Yeah.
Whatever you said.
I need to buy another investment property.
There you go.
What's the property like in Florida? Maybe I'll buy
it. Super overpriced.
Maybe I'll get a couple extra homes out there.
I think when you look at like
work on my portfolio,
when you look at like highest inflated city property prices in the country, I'm pretty sure like Florida has like 3 or 4 cities in the top 10 or something.
That's horrible.
Yeah, I don't know why.
Prices are actually coming down a bit in Southern California, which is good. Yeah.
Okay.
So, except for in Hassan's neighborhood, where evidently all the homes are worth $30 million now.
There you go.
Like, can you 10x on a home that you bought? Did you buy it like 3 years ago?
That seems pretty crazy.
That seems impossible.
Right. Okay. Let me continue here. Lethal Train for $5 says Trump is going to make a new medal higher than the Medal of Freedom, so Hillary still comes in second. That'd be very funny.
That would be great. Yeah.
How does that actually? I don't. Yeah, I have no clue how that works. Can the president just create a new medal, or is that like? Do you have to like? Does Congress have to create a law creating a new medal?
Biden has done some extreme trolling here with
the medals.
Yeah, the medals for Liz Cheney and the David Pacman handshake in the Oval Office. Oh my God. Please make it stop, Sitch.
It is kind of funny.
Yeah.
I don't know why I gave one to Bill Nye. That was random. That just seemed like Joe Biden's like, oh, I love that science guy. Remember that science guy for back in the day? I like that guy. Let me give him a medal. It's like, what? Oh, all right.
David Pacman, though, experienced the cognitive decline personally.
He did.
That's just so offensive. That's so offensive.
And he didn't talk. Didn't he say he seemed all right? You seemed fine. I was like, what?
Oh my God. Oh my God. He's like, his hand is ice cold. Is this man still alive?
Like, don't touch him.
Mm-hmm.
Why did Biden give Ralph Lauren? Jesus, Ralph Lauren's even alive? Oh my God. Why did they give him a medal? I mean, I don't have anything against Ralph Lauren like clothing, but is it worth like the fucking presidential medal or something? Like, I don't know. What did he do?
He's selling all of his perks.
He's 85.
Probably going to hire Hunter Biden soon.
Jeez.
He's going to be on the Ralph Lauren chairman.
Okay. Like Jane Goodall, I'm like, okay, that makes sense, right? Who I also didn't know was still alive. So good for her. Jesus, she's 90. Oh my God.
That's not very old.
That one, like, that makes sense.
How dare you?
I know, right? That one makes sense. I'm like, okay, Jane Goodall, like, okay, sure.
I'm pushing 90 now.
Denzel Washington, that's fine. Denzel Washington's a pretty based actor. I do like Denzel Washington.
Did he get one? Denzel Washington did? Oh, nice.
He got a medal. Biden was like, oh, I really like Gladiator too. No, he hasn't seen that. He's like, I really like Training Day. That was a good movie.
Oh, yeah, he loves that movie.
And Man on Fire is like, I remember that. Those are
Training Day is Hunter Biden's favorite movie.
Oh, okay. That makes sense.
Of course, yeah.
I really like my favorite Denzel Washington movie is Fallen. Did you ever see that?
It's not Philadelphia?
No. Everyone has AIDS? No.
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever seen Fallen?
Maybe. I'm not sure.
Fallen is a movie about a cop who is trying to catch a serial killer who he realizes is actually a fucking demon.
Interesting.
That kid.
I don't think I've seen it. Is that the one where he's like spends most of his time in the hospital bed?
No.
Oh, okay.
That's Philadelphia story.
I like Deja Vu. I think Deja Vu is a good.
Oh, I saw Deja Vu.
Yeah.
I always get that confused. There was like another movie that came out around the same time period that's almost identical to Deja Vu.
Training Day. The thing that bugs me about Training Day is like early in the third act, he literally gets shot in the ass.
Yes.
And he spends the last third of the movie like driving around, sitting on his fucking ass shot bike.
Right.
And I'm just going, yeah, there ain't no way.
Yeah.
There ain't no way you get shot in the ass and you jump in your car like, I'm driving around all night.
Mm-hmm.
It's just, come on, guys. Some realism, something. Can you imagine sitting on the fucking shrapnel?
That would not be good.
In your ass?
That would not be pleasant.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What did the bullet go through? You're like, oh, thank God it nicked my nuts on the way out. I can drive around all night.
Well, listen, it's like I love Fight Club. Probably one of my favorite movies. I mean, he like shoots himself on the head and he's like, okay.
Like out the cheek though. Kind of
I mean, come on. Like, really? I don't know. I'm skeptical. You could like shoot yourself directly in the fucking mouth and be like, oh, I'm fine. Like, what? Like,
I feel
really?
better. Yeah.
Come on.
At least they had the common decency to do it like in the last few minutes of the movie. So you're out of the movie theater.
Right. He's
The
not
whole
running
time
around.
in Training Day, I'm like, what the fuck is this guy doing?
Right.
You got shot in the ass, motherfucker.
Right. That's true.
Did you forget? Because I didn't forget.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Ace for $5 says, Sitch, don't say more about Pokemon grape fantasies. I'm already sold on it. Oh, disgusting. J-Mac, thanks so much for the $20. Says, sent you 2 examples of pals with guns. Sitch, the little grass squirrel hops on your head and guns people down with an MSG. The game is truly innovative. Well, okay, wait, I gotta check this out. I want to see.
That's innovation?
Yeah, why is it? How's it not?
Oh, it's okay.
Wow, okay. It's a little grass monkey with a fucking gun. That's pretty funny. Oh, a little grass Pokemon with an Uzi. It's like a little grass. So you got a grass monkey with like a fucking, what is that? Looks like almost like an AK. You got a little grass squirrel with an Uzi.
Mm-hmm.
This game sounds pretty badass. I'm on board. Okay, I'm sold. I'm sold on Pal World. Majin for $5 says, all right, I'm paralyzed by choices. Stopping a witch or stopping a spirit animal power India. The Heya kind. I'm working on a safe for work thing.
Oh, no.
What does that mean? The Heya
I was just like,
kind.
for once, I'm drawing something that's safe for work.
Oh, you mean, wait. Okay, wait. Which Indian is the Heya? Is that Native American or like India from India? That's Native American, right? Heya. Why'd you put Heya? That's not the onomatopoeia I would use to describe that. Stopping a witch or a spirit animal powered Indian. How are we supposed to? You answer that question. You decide, Adam. If it's like listen, either way, just make it hot. You can make the witch hotter, right? So it should be a witch.
What was the question?
He said stopping a witch or stopping a spirit animal power Indian.
Can you stop them both?
There's your answer.
Stopping a witch or stopping a spirit animal powered Indian. I mean, go with a spirit animal power Indian. I mean, obviously, witch is like very boring.
Generic.
Yeah. Blase. Anyone can stop a witch, right?
Anyone.
Yeah. You just light their broom on fire.
Okay. Fondue for $2 says, time is on my side. Yes, it is. Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
It's
like
a good,
that.
good song.
That is a good song. Oh, that's from, oh, yeah. I remember that from that movie.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll check it out. I watched Interstellar again because I've been sick. So I'm just
I've
like,
still never seen Interstellar, motherfuckers.
look, Interstellar has the best fucking robots. I love the robots in Interstellar. It's like so fucking cool. Like we're just going to reimagine robots. Yeah. There's a little bit of that Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, like playing with gravity type thing with the robots. Because you're just like, there's no fucking way this robot design works.
Right.
But, you just go with it because you're like, it's cool.
Whatever. Who cares? It looks cool.
Yeah, it's good. That's a good movie. That's a great movie. You should see it. Why don't you see it?
I'll watch it eventually.
Why are you going to be such a fucking buzzkill?
Well, I feel like in the list of Nolan movies, because Sammy hasn't seen any movies. Okay. She doesn't watch
really?
Anime. She's an anime weeb. She doesn't watch any movie. I got to show her a bunch of movies.
She doesn't watch movies?
No. I just showed her Fight Club recently.
With her, right? Yeah.
I just showed it recently. She liked it.
And she was cool about it?
She liked it. I didn't have to break up with her.
That's always good.
But No, so she said if I didn't like Spy Family, she's gonna break up with me. So that was the trade off. But
Oh my God! And you totally said, "You won't like it, Adam. Just, I'll save you. I'll save you from this garbage piece of
no,
shit."
I like it. I like it.
Oh,
But
I know. I
no,
can hear it in your voice. You totally like
God,
it.
look at this
You
guy.
love it.
Look at this
It's
guy.
amazing.
Uh-huh.
Good for
No.
you. I'm glad it's your new favorite movie.
Anime, but whatever. In Chris Nolan movies that I want to show.
Oh, it's
Sammy.
like Tenant.
No, get out. No. The two that I want to show her, I don't. So even though I haven't seen Interstellar, that's like not on the list. I want to show her The Prestige and Memento.
Oh, Prestige. Yeah, Prestige
Right.
is amazing.
Those are
Memento's
like
good.
top tier, right? So
Yeah.
check out Interstellar. Whenever we get to it.
Prestige is like the best. Yeah, Prestige really is the best. Interstellar, I wish they would have edited more out of the beginning. Like the first act in Interstellar, super drags. But as soon as they get kind of into the inciting incident, it definitely moves
It's like
pretty
long. It's
quick.
like 3 hours, isn't it?
Yeah, totally. So they definitely had some room to cut. So, but they do the backstory on Earth and feels like a heavy-handed climate change message. So, yeah.
Yeah, I never saw Oppenheimer either. So,
Oh, I didn't see that either. Yeah, it's on my list.
anyways,
All good things come to an end.
Thank you all for coming. Thank you all for your incredibly generous donations. You who have made it to the stream, you are the true heroes. You are the true free will seekers. You are the true isekai protagonists, but the classy isekai, where you bring freedom and liberal democracy, or liberal republic, to the world by breaking up the evil slave trade. And you are the true non-commie assholes that understand that America is in fact good. And the best, most base country to ever exist in the entire fucking galaxy, baby. And we'll see you all on Tuesday.
Bye-bye, everyone.
We gotta watch Moon too.